Master believes you're innocent. Chu Chu isn't a black loli. Chu Luoli pouted, I am. Chu Chu is a pink, hairless loli. Su Tiany's heart skipped a beat. He looked into his inner sea of consciousness, staring at Chu Luoli's little face. He suspected she had been making suggestive remarks, but he had no evidence. Chu Chu, do you like Xiong Mei? Su Tiany suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Chu Luoli replied, of course I like her. She disregards societal norms and dares to break moral constraints to pursue the person she loves. Hearing this, Su Tiany sneered inwardly, Chu Chu, you really are a wicked little girl. Chu Luoli retorted guiltily, it's all Master's fault. Chu Chu was originally a pure and innocent little girl, but who told Master to stay home all day and constantly watch these things? Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Chu Chu was defiled. This really does seem to be his fault. Just as Su Tiany decided not to pursue the matter of Chu Luoli's backtalk, he noticed a subtle smile playing on her lips, and he was instantly enraged. How many years had this old hag lived? How dare she keep calling herself a loli? And she even falsely accused him of corrupting her? Look at that lewd smile, she's clearly an old lecher. The more Su Tiany thought about it, the angrier he became. He'd have to make her little bud bloom again sometime. Seeing him standing still, Meiji pondered for a long time, then, thinking her request was excessive, her expression turned sorrowful. Su Tiany snapped out of his daze, paused for a moment, then reassured her, don't worry, we'll be together every day from now on, never to be separated. Meiji covered her mouth and giggled, young master, don't lose control later. You shameless hussy, how dare you doubt me? I'm not controlling myself now. As he spoke, Su Tiany crouched down, preparing to lift Meiji up in his arms. But the moment he touched her, his expression changed. He stood up again, nonchalantly saying, a promise is a promise. I said you'd abstain from sex for a while, and I can't go back on my word. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Meiji chuckled, I thought I was just too heavy. Su Tiany silently withdrew his hand from Meiji's shoulder and walked expressionlessly back the way he came. Sigh, young master's pride is truly inexplicable. Meiji sighed inwardly and quickly chased after him, young master, slow down, wait for me. At the foot of Holy Lord Peak lay the residences of the maids. The palaces stretched endlessly, appearing quite magnificent. Although they performed various menial tasks in the Holy Land and seemed to hold lowly positions in the mortal world, they might very well be young ladies from powerful families. As Su Tiany passed by, he caused a series of screams. One of the girls with twin ponytails fainted from excitement. This woman had successfully caught his attention. Wasn't she the die-hard fan who had vehemently supported Duanmu Luyun when others were discussing him? Thinking this, Su Tiany smiled, intending to show his gentlemanly demeanor, but he was immediately surrounded by a group of infatuated maids and even received quite a bit of unwanted advances. His body throbbed with pleasure, yet he spoke with feigned pain, trying to rebel? It seems I've been too lenient with you all. St. Master Peak was sparsely populated and deserted, unlike other peaks where, besides the personal disciples, many inner disciples remained. Su Tiany wasn't a taciturn recluse, he simply disliked wandering around. Whether in his past life or this one, he had always been a rather outgoing person. Therefore, in these 3 years, he had long since become one of the group of beautiful women. Everyone knew that although he was a personal disciple, he was completely unpretentious and easygoing. Of course, being a gentleman, he never overstepped his bounds, on the contrary, he was always the victim. Meiji angrily dragged the carefree Su Tiany away from the battlefield, turning back one last time with lingering reluctance. Seeing this, Meiji said sourly, what's so interesting about them? Can they all combined compare to even a fraction of what I have? Su Tiany analyzed seriously, while you are indeed good-looking, all of them combined are not worth the 4 pounds of flesh on your chest. Young master, Meiji said coquettishly. Just kidding, don't take it to heart. Su Tiany patted her shoulder, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Even with the 3,000 faces of the enchantress on her person, she possessed absolutely no charm. Chapter 56 Chief Steward Shue's Amorous Heart. A secluded courtyard nestled halfway up St. Lord Peak, with a verdant bamboo grove in front, the source of the raw materials for Su Tiany's bamboo flute. Su Tiany led Meiji through the bamboo grove to the courtyard. Before he could knock, the gate opened automatically, and a sensual, mature woman's voice rang out, "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, is honored by your presence. I am deeply sorry for not welcoming you sooner." Su Tiany stepped into the courtyard, smiling, "Aunt Shui, please don't tease me." Meiji followed closely behind, head bowed, looking like a dutiful little maid. Shueqingqing, still dressed in a long green dress, sat elegantly in the center of the courtyard, gently blowing on her teacup, and joked, "Becoming the Holy Sun certainly changes things. You found yourself a maid and are enjoying life?" Meiji hadn't been at St. Lord Peak for long, and since she mostly stayed in Su Tiany's small bamboo house, Shueqingqing was unaware of her origins. "This servant greets Steward Shui." Meiji raised her head and gave a graceful bow. Shueqingqing frowned almost imperceptibly, thinking to herself, when did St. Lord Peak get such ordinary-looking maids? Could it be that the steward in charge of selecting maids took a kickback? Normally, let alone a main peak like St. Lord Peak, even a small mountain wouldn't recruit such ordinary-looking maids. The position of maid in the Xiantian Holy Land is highly sought after. It's like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single plank bridge. Those selected aren't necessarily from wealthy families, but they must be dignified and beautiful, with excellent temperament and image. Why would they give up being proper young ladies of the mortal realm to come here and suffer? It's all to snag a rich husband. Their primary target group is the outer disciples. They can't reach those from prominent families, but their chances of hooking up with someone from a poor family are still quite high. Aside from direct disciples, all disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land are ranked according to their cultivation level. Those at the body refining and spirit nourishing realms are outer disciples, those at the martial spirit and unity realms are inner disciples, those at the mortal transformation and transcendent realms are core disciples, those at the divine origin realm can serve as stewards of the Holy Land, those at the divine power realm are outer peak elders, those at the feather transformation realm are main peak elders, and those at the Tao heaven realm are supreme elders. Therefore, outer disciples are not necessarily lacking in talent, many possess extraordinary abilities. Before joining the Xiantian Holy Land, some of them couldn't even afford basic necessities, let alone sexual relations. When flattered and seduced by enthusiastic young ladies from wealthy families, their hormones surged, and they naturally succumbed to temptation. Of course, the maids aren't just any outer disciple, it's all about first impressions. They only have one chance to pursue a partner. If they fail, they lose their eligibility. That's the rule. There was once a notorious womanizer who juggled dozens of relationships, pursuing multiple paths simultaneously. When her schemes were exposed, she was chopped up and fed to the dogs. This incident had an extremely negative impact, attracting the attention of the Holy Land's management. To prevent such occurrences and ensure the longevity of couples, they established explicit regulations. With the Holy Land's guarantee, it became commonplace for outer disciples to marry maids and servants. It was no longer surprising. And surprisingly, from then on, most couples who stayed together ended up happily ever after. You didn't mind my humble status, braving wind and rain to accompany me to the summit. When I achieve success, I will repay your kindness and cherish our youth. This is the heartfelt sentiment of these humble disciples. However, nothing is absolute. Many abandon and mistreat their wives after achieving fame and fortune. Tiany, this maid what happened to you, or do you have rather unusual tastes? Or perhaps, Auntie has misunderstood. She's just an ordinary maid, not someone to take care of daily needs? Shueqingqing withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Meiji and secretly transmitted her voice. Su Tiany rubbed his hands together and replied directly, "This was a gift from Master." Shueqingqing focused her attention, carefully observing Meiji, but found nothing amiss. She became even more puzzled, not understanding the Holy Lord's intentions. Shueqingqing was a peak-level expert in the feather transformation realm. When she was serious, she could see through 3,000 disguises, but Meiji's cultivation was no less than hers, perhaps even surpassing it. With Meiji deliberately concealing her abilities, Shueqingqing naturally couldn't see through her. "Have you slept with her?" Shueqingqing couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked again via telepathy, her question quite explicit. "What's wrong with Aunt Shui today? Why is she so concerned about such things?" He coughed lightly and said evasively, she's just a maid used to warm the bed.
Hearing this, Meiji quickly lowered her head, her eyes becoming extremely strange. Although she didn't know the content of Xueqingqing's telepathic message, she could easily steal it given Su Tiany's poor telepathic communication skills.
Why did the young master answer like that? What exactly did Xueqingqing ask?
A woman's sixth sense told her that the other party was dishonest and harbored ulterior motives towards the young master.
Meiji's feeling was correct. Xueqingqing had indeed had some unspeakable thoughts.
When she first saw Su Tiany, her eyes lit up. It was the feeling of being smitten. Someone like her, tempered by the years, no longer yearned for a love that would last forever, a love that transcends life and death. Finding someone she clicked with to spend her life with would be enough for her. Years ago, when she was training in the mortal world, she hadn't encountered such a person. Now that she had given up, it seemed the girl had come to her. Unfortunately, she was too young and embarrassed to make a move, wanting to nurture her for a while first. Yun Mushi initially had the same idea, but later couldn't resist and devised a plan to lure the rebellious disciple into making the first move, thus making her the victim. After learning today that Su Tiany would even lay hands on such an ordinary maid to relieve his lust, Xueqingqing's previously suppressed thoughts grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. She was concerned for his mental and physical well-being.
How could His Highness tolerate such an ugly maid? It was better to benefit herself than let her get away with it. No, she was saving His Highness. After a fierce internal struggle, Xueqingqing finally made her decision. In one fell swoop, she would take down the Holy Prince today. She let out a long sigh, stood up, walked to Su Tiany's side, took his hand, and said with seductive eyes, "Tiany, it's been so long since you've sat here with Aunt Xue. Enjoy yourself a little longer today. Come, try some freshly brewed tea and see if Aunt Xue's tea-making skills have improved." Su Tiany, completely bewildered, was pressed onto the stone bench by Xueqingqing, wondering, was that woman with those spring-like eyes really Aunt Xue? Chapter 57. Tiany, let Auntie test your drinking capacity.
Xueqingqing stood behind Su Tiany, her eyes flickering slightly. She leaned forward, resting against him, her breasts just touching the back of his head. Her slender hand reached down to grasp the handle of the teapot on the stone table. After filling Su Tiany's cup, she held it to his lips, smiling lightly. "A new tea from the Xin Tian Holy Land, would you like to try some?"
"Aunt Xue, you're too kind. I can do it myself."
Su Tiany stiffened, taking the teacup with both hands and taking a sip. Although he was a gentleman, he was still a man of strong character.
Was this intimate gesture really appropriate? It was far too forward. Su Tiany felt that if he leaned back even slightly, he would sink into the mountains behind him. For a moment, his mind wandered. He had 3 fetishes: legs, voices, and mature women. Of all the women he'd met, his master's long legs were the most perfect, and his voice was that of Su Lingyun, a haughty, mature woman. But for a mature woman, it had to be Steward Xue. Xueqingqing looked to be in her 30s, with a voluptuous, curvaceous figure and an S-shaped silhouette. Her hips, in particular, looked incredibly firm and bouncy, making one want to give them a good slap. This kind of fully mature woman was a deadly poison to Su Tiany. He was always extremely cautious when interacting with Xueqingqing, afraid of making a fool of himself. While he was lost in thought, Xueqingqing had already sat down opposite him, smiling as she asked, "Tiany, what brings you to Aunt Xue's place today?" Su Tiany told her the purpose of his visit. Xueqingqing lowered her eyes and sipped her tea, a puzzled expression on her face. The little bamboo house was gone, and she had nowhere to sleep? Wasn't this a godsend? Even heaven was helping her. It seemed this marriage was secure. "My courtyard isn't big, but it can easily accommodate 2 more people." Xueqingqing didn't mention building him a new bamboo house. Once he entered her secluded courtyard, did he think he could just slip away? No way. "I don't need that."
"Aunt Xue, just make room for Meiji," Su Tiany said, putting down his teacup and waving his hand. Hearing this, Xueqingqing glanced at the maid beside her, secretly clicking her tongue. The leader of the Hahuan sect was so alluring and captivating, how could this ordinary maid have the audacity to call herself that? "Tiany, why are you being so polite with your aunt? Don't be so formal." Xueqingqing stood up, placing her hands on the stone table, feigning anger. The white tie on her collar had somehow come undone, and with her body tilted to the side, her snow-white cleavage was perfectly displayed in Su Tiany's view. He quickly lowered his head, picked up his teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Xueqingqing's face lit up with a smug smile. It seemed her charm was as strong as ever. A mere flick of her wrist had already made the holy prince flustered.
Morally corrupt, shameless, slut. Meiji remained expressionless, inwardly cursing.
At her age, how dare she seduce a mere novice like this young master?
Su Tiany explained, "It's not like that.
Tonight, my master asked me to go to her to teach me spear techniques.
Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest.
Don't push yourself too hard. It's already dark, you can learn tomorrow." Fearing he might refuse, Xueqingqing added, "Don't worry, the Holy Lord won't blame you.
Aunt Xue still has that much face."
Xueqingqing and Yun Mushi appeared to be superior and subordinate to each other, but in reality, they were like sisters, always addressing each other by their maiden names in private.
This. Su Tiany pondered an excuse to refuse.
He was going to demonstrate his near-peak realm spear skills to his master tonight. He definitely couldn't stay here. "Tiany, Aunt Xue has already explained the situation to the Holy Lord, and she has agreed." Seeing Su Tiany still hesitating, Xueqingqing acted first and informed him later, leaving him no way out. Meanwhile, Yun Mushi, dressed exquisitely and brightly, looked out the window with an unhappy expression, muttering to herself, "Qingqing, really, of all times, it had to be today.
Stay for dinner? Let him try the new dishes? He might not come tonight? What kind of nonsense is this?"
Yun Mushi, annoyed, walked to the mirror, looked at her elaborately dressed self, and muttered, "If this rebellious disciple dares not come tonight, then I'll teach him a lesson about strict teachers producing outstanding students."
Meanwhile, Su Tiany completely gave up struggling. Aunt Xue was unusually enthusiastic today.
He understood the saying unsolicited kindness is always suspicious, but he couldn't understand what he possessed that could attract Xueqingqing.
"Here, these are some new dishes I recently developed. Try them and see how they taste."
Xueqingqing waved her sleeve, and 5 plates of steaming, fragrant dishes appeared out of thin air on the stone table.
Su Tiany picked up the long black chopsticks that had appeared beside him, casually grabbed a piece of golden yellow meat, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and sincerely praised, "So delicious." He didn't know what the meat was made of. It was incredibly soft and melted in his mouth, something he had never tasted before. Suddenly, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen and spread to his limbs. His energy and spirit had actually recovered considerably.
"Aunt Xue, what kind of meat is this?"
As he spoke, Su Tiany stuffed a few more pieces into his mouth.
"Years ago, I hunted a black tiger at the Great Power Realm.
This is its tiger penis.
I was originally saving it for my future husband to make wine, but today it's a bargain for you, young man." Xueqingqing rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she looked at Su Tiany.
How could she not replenish this young man's depleted body? Did she expect her to do it herself later? She was a virgin, how could she do such a thing? How could she be so shameless?
Actively seducing him was already her biggest concession.
Adhering to the principle of not speaking while eating, Su Tiany continued eating.
Xueqingqing's words were difficult to respond to. She was saving them for her husband.
Why bring it out today? Bringing it out is one thing, but why say it out loud? Isn't this just inviting speculation and misunderstanding? Meiji, you've had a hard day. Come and eat. Su Tiany suddenly remembered he had a disobedient maid who was currently hungry.
Meiji was about to step forward when a cold, sharp light fell upon her. The piercing gaze was full of warning, as if saying, "You'd better be sensible and not ruin my plans." Although Xueqingqing couldn't discern anything special about Meiji, since she was specially placed by the Holy Lord beside Su Tiany, she must possess extraordinary abilities.
Su Tiany had become a holy son and was about to study at the Zhulu Academy.
Based on this, she guessed that this maid was the kind of person who was ugly but had some strength, and was a protector arranged by the Holy Lord.
Meiji gritted her teeth inwardly, itching with hatred. Who did she think she was?
But she was just a maid with no cultivation, so she could only submit and give Su Tianyi a sweet smile. "Young master, I don't have an appetite today, so I won't eat. You can continue catching up with Steward Shui. I'll go tidy up the bed."
"All right." Su Tianyi didn't mind.
Meiji usually ate very little, only taking a few symbolic bites. He assumed it was to maintain her figure. After watching Meiji leave, Shui Qingqing went back into the room and took out a bottle of aged wine, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Tianyi, let Auntie test your alcohol tolerance."
Chapter 58 Drunk.
Su Tianyi was both amused and exasperated. "Aunt Shui, you're a powerful being at the Ascension realm, long past your mortal body, impervious to all magic, drinking alcohol like water.
Isn't this just pure bullying?
This is 10,000-year-old monkey wine, brewed only by a monkey king at the Ascension realm." Shui Qingqing smiled mysteriously, unscrewed the cap, and a flash of white light appeared. The tea set on the stone table vanished, replaced by a dark golden wine cup.
"So many good things from the demon race, what exactly is your identity? I'll ask Master tomorrow," Su Tianyi thought to himself.
For the first time, he was curious about Shui Qingqing's identity. Apart from St. Lord Peak, no other peak, or even the entire Xian Tian Holy Land, had a Grand Steward position. It seemed as if this position had been specially created for her. Shui Qingqing filled his glass, laughing. "Even a giant of the Windao Heaven realm will get drunk for a while if he drinks too much."
Su Tianyi said, "Won't my small body at the Unity realm explode?"
Shui Qingqing explained with a smile, "Don't worry, this wine only intoxicates the spirit, it won't affect the body."
"Then let's have a contest." Su Tianyi's face was flushed.
Although he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol in this world, back on Blue Star, he was known as someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It was precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to meet his beautiful boss. Seeing his good drinking capacity and striking good looks, she made an exception and promoted him to secretary, responsible for his social engagements. Both were single, and both were handsome, so naturally, they started flirting. No, they developed feelings for each other. Actually, even if the female boss wasn't good-looking, a rather unattractive and overweight woman, Su Tianyi, having grasped a profound truth about life, wouldn't have refused, and would have even gladly accepted it. This was a tremendous opportunity that could save him decades, even a lifetime. Young and naive, he didn't know the value of a woman, mistaking love for a treasure utterly foolish. Shui Qingqing, ruthless and taciturn, picked up the bottle and, under Su Tianyi's stunned gaze, downed it in one gulp. She wiped her luscious lips, her face flushed, tossed the bottle aside, and declared boldly, "Your turn." Su Tianyi was initially taken aback by her boldness, but then he thought, Aunt Shui drank so much and was fine, this wine probably isn't very good, all hype and no substance. Thinking this, he followed suit and downed his own in one go. The monkey wine, upon entering his throat, was not at all harsh. Instead, it was incredibly refreshing, like jam. Su Tianyi was about to say something when, as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind reeling. Everything before him changed, all sorts of people appeared in his world. Here, he became a Dao Heaven realm being, truly united with Meiji. Here, Shui Yueyao removed her veil, revealing a gentle smile, and danced for him under the moon. The monkey wine transported Su Tianyi to a world of bliss. Here, he was an omnipotent god, and the deepest evil thoughts and desires in his heart were amplified infinitely. Suddenly, he turned to look at the ripe young woman before him, as if he could hear Shui Qingqing sweetly saying, "Tianyi, Auntie has liked you for a long time. That tiger whip was for you." Even a true gentleman can't control his thoughts, let alone a hypocrite like Su Tianyi. As someone with a penchant for mature women, he had long coveted Shui Qingqing, a woman who was already quite mature. Under the influence of the monkey wine, the seed of possessiveness began to grow strong and eventually blossom. Su Tianyi's charming peach blossom eyes turned a terrifying crimson. He pressed closer, forcing Shui Qingqing into a corner of the courtyard. He delivered a domineering CEO-style wall slam. Shui Qingqing, like a startled rabbit, slightly curled up, fearfully asking, "Tianyi, what do you want to do?" Su Tianyi, like a crooked-mouthed dragon king, lifted her chin, lowering his head with a wicked smile. "Too presumptuous. Is this how the Holy Lord teaches us?" Shui Qingqing's pretty face flushed red, furious. She raised her hand to slap Su Tianyi, her beautiful eyes flashing, her face full of humiliation. Even an actor would have to admit defeat. Su Tianyi easily locked her delicate, white wrist with his other hand, coldly sneering, Mu Shi is the future empress, Qingqing, you are the future imperial concubine. Hearing this, Xue Qingqing was stunned.
Did he think she was the emperor? No, that wasn't the point.
It was understandable that this brat had designs on her, but how dare he have designs on the Holy Lord? Yun Mu Shi was his master. This was utterly rebellious.
You bastard, who are you calling Qingqing? No respect for elders. Xue Qingqing retorted angrily.
This time she wasn't faking it, she was genuinely angry. She had finally met someone she found agreeable, only to discover he was a rebellious disciple who dared to defy his ancestors. His moral character was so depraved, she must have been blind to have fallen for him.
Chapter 59 I will take responsibility for my actions.
A crescent moon hung in the sky, stars twinkled, and in the desolate night, in the quiet courtyard, Su Tianyi sat with his elbows resting on his thighs, fingers interlaced and suspended between his legs, brows furrowed, head bowed, silent.
He had actually dared to kiss the head steward.
Xue Qingqing stared blankly at the moonlit sky. The two remained silent, the only sounds in the quiet courtyard the howling wind and the woman's intermittent sobs. After an unknown amount of time, Su Tianyi took a deep breath, his face filled with shame, and said apologetically, Aunt Xue, I'm sorry, As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice.
2 crisp slaps rang out, and bright red handprints appeared on his face.
Xue Qingqing didn't reply, but her sobs grew louder, making Su Tianyi feel increasingly distressed and at a loss. The night was cold, with gusts of wind, but Su Tianyi felt no chill. Instead, his body was burning hot.
It's all right, it's not your fault.
Auntie was also at fault. Xue Qingqing wiped away her tears with her sleeve, rose, and sat at the stone table, facing away from Su Tianyi, her expression unreadable.
Xue Qingqing was actually somewhat disappointed.
This monkey wine, capable of intoxicating a Dao Heaven realm expert, had such a weak effect. Su Tianyi sobered up in just a few minutes. The two had only kissed, things hadn't progressed as she had imagined. Seeing Xue Qingqing speak, Su Tianyi's heart finally settled. She had been silent for so long, looking utterly dejected. He had truly feared she might do something rash. Now it seemed he had worried too much, overthinking things.
How could a powerful being at the feather transformation realm risk suicide over something like this?
In fact, he harbored a darker thought, she was doing it on purpose. The intimate gestures before dinner, the misinterpreted words, it was practically an implication.
However, Xue Qingqing's superb acting skills had completely dispelled these suspicions in Su Tianyi's mind.
He simply assumed that the monkey wine had other unspeakable effects on high-level cultivators. Su Tianyi stood up, transforming the bamboo flute at his waist into a long green sword, which he respectfully presented with both hands.
Head bowed, he said in a deep voice.
1,000 faults, 10,000 faults, are all my fault.
It's my fault for having impure intentions.
As long as it allows Auntie to vent her anger, I'll accept whatever punishment is offered, I will not resist. Xue Qingqing took the long green sword, gently wiping the blade with her fingers, then brandishing it at Su Tianyi a few times, seemingly searching for a place to strike. Seeing this, Su Tianyi broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly exclaiming, holy crap, could she really have such intentions? With this thought in mind, to save his own life, he gritted his teeth and said, a man is born between heaven and earth, head to the sky, feet to the ground.
He takes responsibility for his actions. I will take responsibility for you.
Inside the fairy painting, he covered his face, looking ashamed and disgusted. All the eternal divine bodies of the past possessed the invincible aura of trampling gods and demons underfoot and destroying stars with a single hand.
Once their domineering aura was unleashed, girls would automatically come to them. Why is the style so different with you? I told you to find more mistresses so you could experience the carefree joy of wielding power over the world and resting your head on a beauty's lap, not so you could think about living off a woman. Can't you have some backbone and become the one being eaten?
Under the night sky, a smile appeared on Xue Qingqing's elegant face. She hadn't expected Su Tianyi, after becoming the Holy Sun, to have no arrogance whatsoever and to be so flexible and adaptable. He was a good man worthy of entrusting one's life to.
How can you take responsibility? Can you be empress?
Xue Qingqing gently patted his head and asked softly.
Su Tianyi was momentarily speechless.
Xue Qingqing sneered, could it be that His Highness the Holy Sun has someone else chosen for the empress position?
Su Tianyi managed to stammer, Aunt Xue, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary commoner. What's this about being empress? Please don't say such things again.
After all, I am the Holy Son of Xiantian, representing the Holy Land. If Her Majesty the Empress hears this, she might suspect Xiantian of disloyalty. Knowing His Highness the Holy Sun's status is paramount, there's no need to emphasize it so much.
I didn't say I was blaming you.
Xue Qingqing maintained a cold exterior, but inwardly she was overjoyed. She'd give herself a 9 out of 10 for her acting. She deducted 1 point to avoid becoming too smug and revealing her true colors. She couldn't let her victim persona crumble.
Su Tianyi was completely bewildered. Were all women's thought processes this peculiar?
But then he realized Xue Qingqing was using this opportunity to vent her frustrations, and he understood. He coaxed her patiently, one day I'll build a kingdom for Aunt Xue, and you'll be its queen. Xue Qingqing narrowed her eyes and smiled, Auntie just wants to be an empress. A queen is out of the question, that's not as good as my current status.
Your background is mysterious, maybe you really are a crown prince? Su Tianyi chuckled, how could that be?
Xue Qingqing said, what if?
Su Tianyi said awkwardly, what are the chances of that?
Xue Qingqing interrupted angrily, don't play games with me.
Just say it, if you become emperor, can I be empress?
Seeing he couldn't get away with it, Su Tianyi had no choice but to answer seriously, if that's the case, the empress's position will definitely be Aunt Xue.
Adaptability is an essential skill for a warm man.
The truth is often cruel, and sometimes a white lie is necessary to appease the woman before him. By the time Xue Qingqing knows the truth, their relationship might already be incredibly deep, and with sweet words.
Isn't this position reserved for His Majesty the Holy Lord? Xue Qingqing asked calmly, her eyes narrowed.
These words brought Su Tianyi back to reality from his preemptive, preventative thinking.
He thought with trepidation, how did Xue Qingqing know this? What had he said while drunk?
He finally understood why Xue Qingqing was so obsessed with the Empress's position. It was all his own fault for being so loose-lipped.
To test how much she knew, Su Tianyi feigned confusion and asked, Aunt Xue, what are you saying? How could I possibly have such a rebellious thought? Xue Qingqing pulled Su Tianyi to his feet, returned the Qingqing sword to him, and smiled slightly, is that so? Perhaps Auntie misheard. To be honest, she didn't know why she had asked that question. How could the noble and holy Lord become this boy's empress?
It was just drunken talk, nothing more than a delusion hidden in his heart. Chapter 60 The effects of the tiger whip haven't been fully released yet.
Su Tianyi transformed the evergreen sword back into a bamboo flute, tucked it into his waistband, and leaned close to Xue Qingqing, ingratiatingly asking, Aunt Xue, you're not angry anymore?
Hearing this, Xue Qingqing's smiling face instantly turned cold. She turned away from Su Tianyi, coldly snorting, I wish I could tear you apart, grind your bones to dust, and finally condemn your soul to eternal damnation. I said, as long as it lets Auntie vent her anger, I'm willing to do anything, even die 1,000 deaths. Su Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body went cold, and his scalp tingled as he uttered these extremely defiant words. Xue Qingqing suddenly turned around, her face as cold as frost, radiating a chilling killing intent. You speak so righteously, are you fearless?
Do you think I wouldn't dare touch you? To let Auntie vent her anger, I'll die a worthy death. Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, his hands, hidden under his sleeves, clenched tightly, sweating. Unable to utter harsh words, and unable to win over the girl, he was going all out. A glint of blue light flashed in Xue Qingqing's eyes, and a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped him. Inside the courtyard, Mei Ji had already made the bed and was now sitting on the windowsill, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on her face, and she muttered to herself, this woman is such a good actress, even more dramatic than me. A repressed slut. Mei Ji cursed viciously, then sighed dejectedly, beginning to lament her fate. The young master had gained another woman, and she would have to take a back seat again. Su Tianyi felt fear for the first time, it was the threat of death.
He overcame his instinctive impulse, his peach blossom eyes fixed intently on the beautiful, mature face. "It's good that you're not angry." After saying this, Su Tianyi himself was almost moved to tears. Such a good man was rare indeed. Wouldn't Xue Qingqing be moved to tears and then throw herself into his arms? Xue Qingqing was indeed quite moved. Su Tianyi's display of responsibility was unexpected. He was a truly upright man. Xue Qingqing's resentment towards him for secretly loving the Holy Lord completely vanished. She sighed, withdrew her oppressive aura, and said calmly, "Anyone who defiles me, even if it's the holy son of Xin Tian, I will kill without hesitation. But the Holy Lord saved my life, so for her sake, I'll spare your life for now." After the suffocating feeling disappeared, Su Tianyi gasped for breath, breathing in the cool air, feeling a sense of relief. Despite his confident words, he was actually terrified. What if Xue Qingqing, no longer innocent, acted impulsively and used too much force, turning him into a bloody mist? If he didn't have 2 lives, he probably wouldn't have dared to repeatedly leap off the cliff edge, courting death again. Just thinking about it now filled him with lingering fear. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Xue Qingqing, considering the bigger picture, didn't act rashly for momentary pleasure. From now on, his image in her eyes would rise dramatically, and given time, he would surely win her over completely. Seeing Su Tianyi's disheveled state, Xue Qingqing felt a pang of heartache, but said nothing, only secretly resolving to make it up to him later. For example, besides accepting Princess Duanmu, she would also allow him to have a concubine. For a capable man, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was normal, but 3 was the limit. She wasn't particularly magnanimous. Su Tianyi gazed deeply at Xue Qingqing, his face softening, his eyes filled with affection. He began to paint a rosy picture, to describe a beautiful future. "Aunt Xue, believe me, one day I will reach the summit. Then I will take you to travel the world, to see all its beauty, to pluck the moon from the heavens for you, and make you the happiest bride. When we get tired of the scenery, we'll find a secluded island, isolated from the world, living a life with only each other. We can collect all the flower seeds in the world and plant a vast sea of flowers. Then, you'll give me a few big, healthy sons. Well, 1 boy to carry on the family line is enough, the rest will be daughters. As the saying goes, a daughter is her father's lover from a past life, a warm and comforting presence." Xue Qingqing felt a warmth in her heart. Some love is as calm as still water, some is passionate and intense. She preferred the former, a peaceful, life and death journey hand in hand until old age. Who would want to experience the trials and tribulations of separation and reunion? To journey through the years hand in hand with the one you love, watching the world's hustle and bustle, listening to the murmurs of ordinary people in a secluded life, this was something she had longed for. But as she listened further, something felt off. Were high-level cultivators so easily pregnant? Bah! This brat had led her astray. She didn't want children, her husband's love belonged only to her. Su Tianyi wasn't one to stay still. While speaking, he had unconsciously taken Xue Qingqing's hand. Seeing she didn't object, he went further, wrapping his other arm around her waist, his peach blossom eyes flashing. "Qingqing, can I kiss you?" His hot breath brushed against Xue Qingqing's face, snapping her back to reality. In the blink of an eye, this boy had actually started touching her. And she, a powerful being at the Ascension realm, hadn't even noticed. To make someone open their heart so completely without defense, was this the terrifying aspect of the love poison? Xue Qingqing glared at him. "What do you think?" Su Tianyi decisively kissed her cherry-like lips, but his hands remained respectful, making no unnecessary movements. He dared not go too far, afraid of displeasing her. The allure of these mature cherries was incomparable to the immature charm of Duanmu Qingxue. It was truly irresistible. Su Tianyi resisted the urge to take a bite. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist. He looked down and saw a delicate white hand pinching the soft flesh of his waist, twisting it 90 degrees. Su Tianyi winced in pain and asked, "What's wrong?" Xue Qingqing retorted, embarrassed and annoyed, "Did I give you permission to kiss me?" Su Tianyi asked doubtfully, "Didn't you agree?" "You're so shameless. Not only are you unrepentant, but you're also pushing your luck. Although I can't kill you, I can certainly beat you so badly you can't take care of yourself." Xue felt a little sweet inside, but accepting it so quickly wouldn't fit her persona, so she feigned displeasure.
Su Tianyi said aggrievely, I called you Qingqing, and you didn't object, did you? I thought you tacitly agreed to a kiss.
His understanding and ability to fill in the blanks earned him full marks from Xue.
If this were in the previous dynasty, he would definitely become the Grand Eunuch if sent to the palace. Unfortunately, after the Empress ascended the throne, the palace no longer accepted eunuchs. Xue glanced at him sideways, don't do it again. Hey, what's with that disgusted look? He's actually kind of excited, it feels so good.
Su Tianyi shook his head, clearing his mind of all the jumbled thoughts, and said seriously, alright, I'm going to cultivate now, and try to be worthy of you as soon as possible.
He turned to leave. Wait, Xue suddenly called out. Su Tianyi turned back, is there anything you need to tell me?
Xue face flushed slightly, and she said shyly, the effects of the tiger whip haven't been fully released yet. If you hold it in, you'll suffer internal injuries, and in severe cases, even impotence.
Chapter 61 Yunmushi, it seems I've arrived at the wrong time? What does this mean?
Su Tianyi's mind started to wander, but he remained outwardly serious, I can handle it myself. Xue blushed and continued, this isn't something that can be solved simply by releasing yang energy, it requires the fusion of yin and yang to neutralize its effects. Su Tianyi was overjoyed, but still asked, if that's the case, why make this dish? Xue eyes widened, excitedly asking, what do you mean? You suspect me? Su Tianyi waved his hand, no, listen to me first. Xue interrupted him, her mouth spitting out words like a machine gun, Auntie was just concerned about you. Seeing how weak you are, how you can barely walk and need a maid support, that's why I brought out this treasured tonic.
As for its effects, I naturally considered that too. Don't you have an ugly little maid with you?
I originally intended for her to resolve this matter for you, but you harbored ill intentions towards me. Plus, in my eagerness to show off, I drank too much monkey wine, leaving me disoriented.
By a twist of fate, you stole my first kiss.
Xue paused briefly, calming herself before continuing, what's done is done.
Instead of blaming fate, it's better to let it go. You'll be mine sooner or later. Why not use this opportunity to help you consolidate your cultivation? Of course, this doesn't mean I like you.
Su Tianyi stepped forward, taking her anxious little hand, and smiled.
Auntie, I understand what you mean. Feelings aren't urgent. They can be cultivated slowly.
Many aristocratic families intermarry, and many become Taoist partners after only meeting once.
In the end, aren't they respectful, harmonious, and happy couples? Time breeds affection, Qingqing.
You'll fall for me sooner or later. Their lips drew closer.
Meanwhile,
Meiji, sitting sideways by the window, puffed out her cheeks, looking sullen. Suddenly, her expression turned strange. She sensed Yunmushi's aura, growing stronger and stronger, clearly approaching rapidly.
She looked towards the outer courtyard, wondering if she should warn the two. Even in her prime, Xue couldn't sense Yunmushi's arrival. In her current half-drunk state, she certainly couldn't.
Yunmushi was a supreme realm cultivator. Meiji's ability to sense her aura beforehand was due to a soul-controlling curse. She could feel the pressure emanating from the depths of her soul.
Forget it, I'm just a maid with no cultivation. I'll just do my job. I don't care about anything else. I can't see, I can't hear. Meiji burrowed under the covers, covering her ears.
After a while, she poked her head out, a mischievous smile on her face. She wanted to know how Xue would explain herself if the Holy Lord caught her red-handed. With a creak, the courtyard gate opened, and the two inside froze.
Yunmushi, dressed in a long purple dress, entered the courtyard and expressionlessly watched the two approaching figures. She coldly said, "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune time? Holy Lord. Master?" Xue turned pale with fright and hurriedly pushed Su Tianyi away.
Yunmushi's light, melodious voice was like cold water poured over Su Tianyi's head. He went limp, unable to stand steadily, as if he had returned to his state before consuming any nourishing foods. Time seemed to stand still, only the sound of air moving could be heard. After a long silence, Yun Mushi spoke again, her voice as cold as ice. Steward Shui, what's going on?
Eating? Is that even food? Yun Mushi was furious.
To celebrate Su Tianyi becoming the Holy Sun and to reward his performance at the enthronement ceremony, she had dressed up in her finest attire. Knowing her traitorous disciple's fondness for legs, she had deliberately worn a miniskirt to perfectly showcase her shapely legs.
But what about him? He was secretly having an affair behind her back. When did these two become so intimate? Wasn't having a seductive woman like Meiji enough? Even more despicable was this Shueqingqing, an old cow eating young grass? No wonder she's my best friend, even her man is the same.
Yun Mushi was furious, angry, and aggrieved, feeling betrayed by her sister and her husband. Shueqingqing hurriedly explained, Mushi, you've misunderstood.
It's not what you think about His Highness and I. There's a reason. How long have you been together?
Yun Mushi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She appeared calm, but her heart was trembling violently.
What if they were in cahoots, already having an affair, and she was the third party?
Yun Mushi frantically searched her mind for any clues, trying to prove that she was Su Tianyi's first woman, his empress. Just then, Su Tianyi straightened up, stepped in front of Shueqingqing, and protectively shielded her behind him, displaying the responsibility and duty expected of a man. He faced Yun Mushi directly.
Aunt Shui wasn't lying. We did eat at first, but then we had a little wine.
Hearing this, Yun Mushi breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes remained frosty, her voice laced with sarcasm. Oh, Steward Shui, is that so?
Shueqingqing nodded hurriedly, feeling guilty. Everything is as His Highness said. It's all my fault.
I shouldn't have drunk with him.
Heh, I'd like to know, what kind of wine is so miraculous?
Yun Mushi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shueqingqing with a critical gaze. She thought to herself, this woman has been harboring impure thoughts for a long time.
She dared to trick my innocent disciple. Unforgivable. Drinking leads to trouble? Does she really think she's so naive and easily fooled, like my foolish disciple? Su Tianyi's eyes flickered slightly.
This question had been on his mind for a long time, but Shueqingqing's dejected expression at the time made him hesitant to press her. Her subsequent coldness and murderous intent only reinforced his belief that he was overthinking things.
She stole someone's first kiss and then accused them of doing it intentionally. If she was wrong, wouldn't a loyal person commit suicide to prove their innocence?
However, in his situation, he would most likely be reduced to ashes by Shueqingqing, so he dared not ask.
Chapter 62 Shueqingqing, Drunken Madness.
Under Yun Mushi's sarcastic questioning, Shueqingqing's eyes darted around, and she stammered, that's monkey wine that can intoxicate the spirit. 10,000 years old, brewed personally by the Monkey King, Shueqingqing emphasized.
A mere 10,000 years old monkey wine, and you're completely powerless against it? To you, a cultivator at the Unity Realm is like an ant, easily crushed with a breath. So, how did he succeed?
Yun Mushi's face was cold, showing no mercy to her former best friend, practically saying, you did this on purpose.
Luckily, she came to check tonight, otherwise she didn't know how long she would have been kept in the dark.
She'd been wondering why her left eyelid had been twitching. It turned out to be a warning. Shueqingqing said guiltily, it was my carelessness, I drank too much monkey wine in one go.
Yun Mushi suddenly asked, is 10,000-year-old monkey wine really that effective? Of course. Even a giant at the Dao Heaven realm couldn't withstand drinking too much at once. Shueqingqing was confident.
This monkey wine was extremely precious, she had only obtained a bottle by chance years ago, and now it was almost extinct. The only demon king capable of brewing 10,000-year-old monkey wine died in the ancient war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago. Now that she had finished the bottle, the effects of the 10,000-year-old monkey wine were entirely up to her.
There was absolutely no possibility of her being exposed.
Yun Mushi sneered, taking out 3 bottles of monkey wine from her spatial ring.
Look, she said calmly, is this 10,000-year-old? Shueqingqing exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible?
Yun Mushi curled her red lips into a smile and walked forward. Passing Su Tianyi, she gave him a vicious glare, as if to say, you spineless coward, you'll regret this. Yunmushi sat down on a stone bench, placing the 3 bottles on the stone table. She smiled insincerely at Xueqingqing and said, "During the war between humans and demons, I casually killed a monkey that liked to jump around. I just don't know if this wine and the one in your hand were made by the same person."
Xueqingqing nodded stiffly, forcing a smile.
"Only one monkey knows how to brew 10,000-year-old monkey wine.
It's a pity you killed it. What, haven't been on the battlefield for so many years? Have you become soft-hearted?
The number of demons who have died at your hands could build a city wall, many more than I have." Yunmushi beckoned to Xueqingqing, gesturing for her to sit down.
"Qingqing, it's been so long since we've eaten together.
I really miss those carefree days.
Come on, let's down a bottle. Tonight, we're not leaving until we're drunk. I also want to try this legendary monkey wine. Is it really as magical as you say?" Xueqingqing felt a chill.
From what she'd heard before, she'd thought the other woman had let the matter drop.
But now she realized this was a trap.
Although Xueqingqing knew it was a trap, she had no choice but to walk into it.
It was an unavoidable conspiracy.
She pulled over a stone bench and sat opposite Yunmushi. Before she could speak, Yunmushi opened the bottle and downed 2 bottles in one gulp. After finishing the bottle, her face remained calm and her heart didn't race. She acted as if nothing had happened. She handed the last bottle to Xueqingqing, her smile concealing a dagger. "I don't feel anything, Qingqing."
"These bottles of mine, could they be fake? You try some.
"Drink it all in one go," Yunmushi specifically instructed. Seeing that she hadn't changed at all, Xueqingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
2 bottles of monkey wine in one go, even a peak Dao Heaven Realm expert wouldn't be unaffected.
She was relieved that it was a fake.
What she said earlier, though somewhat concealed, was indeed the truth.
If she had drunk another bottle of the real thing, she might have ended up like Su Tianyi before. Yunmushi smiled, watching Xueqingqing finish the wine in one gulp.
This 10,000-year-old monkey wine was indeed extraordinary, even affecting those in the Supreme Realm, but the effect was so small that she couldn't perceive its specific effects. After finishing it, Xueqingqing exclaimed inwardly, "Oh no! This is the real deal."
After the monkey wine entered her stomach, Xueqingqing's face flushed, and she looked at Su Tianyi with affectionate eyes, giving him a flirtatious wink. "You little rascal, you know quite a lot.
You made me feel very comfortable. Auntie is very satisfied with you." Su Tianyi's lips twitched. What was going on?
Xueqingqing turned and continued her barrage at Yunmushi. "I'm now a Supreme Realm expert. I won't tolerate your behavior.
You have no manners at all, daring to call yourself sister? If I remember correctly, I'm several decades older than you, right? Little vixen, quickly call me sister.
Xueqingqing stood up, one hand on the stone table, leaning forward to hook Yunmushi's pointed chin with her hand. "Oh, your skin is getting more and more supple.
You wouldn't be secretly seeing men behind my back, would you?"
Yunmushi didn't speak, only coldly staring at Xueqingqing, wondering what she was thinking.
Breaking through to the Supreme Realm? You little trash stuck at the peak of the feather transformation realm for hundreds of years, you dare to dream of such things? Who gave you that confidence? Su Tianyi was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this usually dignified and elegant mature beauty to have such poor manners when drunk. How dare she? You even dare to flirt with your master? You must be itching for a fight. Su Tianyi was unaware that when drunk, he was even more ferocious than Xueqingqing, daring to make Su Lingyun sing at the top of her lungs and the Holy Lord bow down in submission. Xueqingqing, seeing Yunmushi's icy gaze, felt a surge of displeasure. She lightly patted Yunmushi's fair cheek twice, complaining, "What kind of look is that? You're not convinced? Did I say something wrong?" She withdrew her hand and pointed at Su Tianyi. "You came in with such a sour face, who are you trying to impress? Who Tianyi likes is none of your business, what's it to you? You, as his master, are really meddling. I wasn't even angry when he got together with the little princess." Su Tianyi felt a lump in his throat, exclaiming, "Damn it! So this was all your scheme? And don't drag me into this if you're tired of living. I'm still young, I haven't lived enough." Yunmushi's chest heaved with turmoil,
her gaze turning murderously towards Su Tianyi.
This damn traitor. She'd only been gone a few days, and he'd already found a woman? And a princess of the Great Qin? Heh, quite the schemer.
Fortunately, Xue Qingqing continued her self-destructive behavior, successfully drawing Yun Mushi's attention.
Mushi, why are you so unhappy that your disciple is with me? Could it be that you have ulterior motives, that you have designs on your disciple? My situation is different from some shameless people. Although I'm much older than Tianyi, we have no special relationship. Tens of thousands of years from now, age won't be a barrier. Finished?
Yun Mushi stood up, the stone bench beneath her instantly turning to ashes.
Xue Qingqing nodded. That's about enough, nothing more to say.
Yun Mushi's eyes flashed with purple light, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I'll sober you up.
Chapter 63 Su Tianyi, General Xue wants to get married, what do you think? Thunder rumbled, a storm was brewing, the air pressure was so low it was suffocating, the atmosphere seemed to solidify.
Xue Qingqing sat on a stone bench, head down, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong. Yun Mushi stood behind her, pacing back and forth. The soft sound of her footsteps felt like hammer blows to her heart, making her feel suffocated.
Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Xue Qingqing spoke up, Mushi, did I say something to upset you while I was drunk? Yun Mushi replied calmly, you want to be my older sister? Xue Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't a big deal. She explained softly, I'm decades older than you, and I look more mature than you. Calling you older sister always feels a little awkward. Of course, that doesn't mean I don't want to call you older sister. It's just that the thought of being your older sister sometimes flashes through my mind, she added quickly. Yun Mushi continued, Tianyi made it very comfortable, are you satisfied? Xue Qingqing's pretty face flushed red to her ears. What had she said while drunk? Speak up. Weren't you talking so enthusiastically just now? Now you're mute?
Yun Mushi said coldly, her beautiful face beginning to subtly change, her emotions fluctuating.
Su Tianyi, standing to the side, trembled with fear. Was his master really this terrifying? He clearly. Xue Qingqing felt even more guilty, unsure if she had said anything more outrageous. Her voice was barely audible, maybe it's because it's the first time I've experienced this feeling, it left a deep impression. Then, she hurriedly looked up to explain, monkey wine amplifies the subtle thoughts in a person's heart, making them feel comfortable and stuff. Only a little.
Xue Qingqing drooped her head, glancing at the man beside her whose eyes were glaring like gongs. Thinking of her previous masterful performance, brimming with murderous intent, her cheeks burned again.
Xue Qingqing didn't know how she would face Su Tianyi in the future.
She didn't want him to know that she had been the one with ulterior motives first, which was why she had acted that way. If she had known it would be exposed so quickly, she would have preferred to admit it directly. It was so shameful, she couldn't face anyone. Yun Mushi nodded and said, so, you think that my secretly seeing men behind your back and having feelings for my own disciple is a true reflection of your inner thoughts? Xue Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her thumb nervously rubbing her index finger, barely daring to breathe. Yun Mushi continued, I did indeed have ulterior motives towards him. Tianyi is so handsome, and his talent is unparalleled. You, this old auntie, are allowed to eat young grass, but I'm not allowed to have worldly desires? Xue Qingqing lowered her head even further, her chin almost touching her breasts. She didn't take Yun Mushi's words seriously, thinking it was sarcasm. The air seemed to freeze once more. After a long silence, Xue Qingqing gritted her teeth, stood up, pulled the bewildered Su Tianyi along, and knelt before Yun Mushi, solemnly declaring, This is the last time I will call you Sister Mushi. From this day forward, I am your disciple's wife. I, as the Vermilion Bird General of the Great Qin Empire, offer myself as a marriage proposal to the Xian Tian Holy Sun, with the sacred medicine 10 directions wine as my dowry. Yun Mushi's face darkened. She wanted to shout, You're delusional. Get lost, but that was too unreasonable. The Vermilion Bird General could command the Empire's top-tier Vermilion Bird Legion. Xue Qingqing, having condensed her battle spirit, could, with the Vermilion Bird Legion's support, fight against a Supreme Realm expert. The 10 Directions wine was incredibly rare, its recipe was long extinct. Therefore, logically and emotionally, even if she didn't readily accept it, she had no reason to object. With the Empress's chosen one, 100 extraordinary soldiers could fight against divine powers, 1,000 against ascended beings, 10,000 against Tao heavens, and 100,000 against Supreme Realm experts.
Without the blessing of the chosen one, even the largest army couldn't form a battle formation or gather battle spirits.
This was the fundamental reason why the empire could rise above all other forces. Seeing that Yun Mushi didn't immediately agree, Xue Qingqing assumed her offer was too small. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "This general can give 3 more low-grade sacred artifacts to the Xian Tian Holy Land."
Heh, General Xue is truly generous.
It seems you've been coveting my disciple for a long time. Yun Mushi appeared amicable, but inwardly she was considering her options.
Accepting Xue Qingqing was already a huge concession.
If she wanted to rise to power and become the first to be formally married, that was absolutely impossible.
While pondering, she inadvertently caught sight of her gloating disciple.
Instantly, she was furious, her face turning ashen. She couldn't even maintain her composure, but her voice remained calm. "Su Tianyi, General Xue wishes to marry."
"What do you think?"
Being liked is always a happy thing, especially by a mature, charming, powerful, and beautiful young woman like Xue Qingqing. Su Tianyi was a normal man, his vanity was unprecedentedly satisfied, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upwards.
Hearing Yun Mushi's calm, even voice, Su Tianyi snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but shiver. He knew that beneath the calm surface lay endless danger, a wrong answer would have unimaginable consequences.
Su Tianyi thought to himself, "Aunt Xue, I appreciate your feelings, but I can't reciprocate for now. There's a jealous tigress at home." After a moment's hesitation, he said apologetically, "Aunt Xue, I don't plan to get married for the time being."
"You bastard, what do you mean?
Were all those words lies?
Just sweet talk when you were deeply in love?"
Xue Qingqing's voice was sharp.
If Su Tianyi didn't take responsibility, wouldn't she lose her innocence and ruin her reputation tonight?
Su Tianyi glanced guiltily at his beautiful, aloof, and haughty master, Xue Qingqing, and stammered, "Aunt Xue, I..."
Xue Qingqing's eyes flashed coldly as she interrupted, "Am I that old? Do you call me Qingqing just because you want to kiss me? Qingqing, let me explain. Think about it, if we got married now, what would the outside world think of you?"
There would be no shortage of gossip.
Su Tianyi feigned concern, as if he were doing it all for Su Tianyi's own good.
Xue Qingqing scoffed, "I don't care about rumors from the outside world, but who dares to speak ill of me in front of me?" Hearing this, Yun Mushi gave Xue Qingqing a deep look. Suddenly, she realized that if the other woman were no longer so repulsive, she wouldn't be so composed. If it were just her, it wouldn't matter, but as the Lord of the Holy Land, she had to consider the Holy Land's reputation. Taking Su Tianyi as her disciple back then might have been the biggest mistake of her life.
Su Tianyi truly didn't know how to refuse.
If Xue Qingqing were an ugly woman, he could simply say it was all her schemes and that he, the Holy Son, bore no responsibility. But she was a very charming mature woman, and their relationship was no longer what it used to be.
He absolutely couldn't bring himself to push her away now.
Su Tianyi pondered whether he should take this opportunity to reveal his relationship with his master. After all, she was one of his own.
Chapter 64 Master, your disciple knows he was wrong.
As Su Tianyi hesitated, Yun Mushi spoke up, "Tianyi's origins are mysterious, and his biological parents' whereabouts are unknown.
As his master, General Xue, do you think I can make this decision?"
Marriage is a major life event, decided by parents and matchmakers.
A teacher for a day is a mother for life.
Your Highness is Tianyi's second father and mother, so naturally you can make the decision.
Xue Qingqing was smug, thinking the matter was settled.
She couldn't believe Yun Mushi had a reason to refuse. She had power and influence, and with her fair skin and beauty, age wasn't an insurmountable barrier for cultivators. Besides, it's better to keep it within the family than let it benefit someone else. It's better to let her good friend have it. Xue Qingqing was unaware that her flattery had backfired.
Yun Mushi's biggest worry was her master-disciple relationship with Su Tianyi.
Xue Qingqing's statement about a teacher for a day being a mother for life was like rubbing salt into a wound. Yun Mushi was now both ashamed and furious, wishing she could tear Xue Qingqing to pieces. She forcibly suppressed her anger and declared, "I do not agree to this marriage."
"Why?" Xue Qingqing exclaimed, incredulous. Yun Mushi actually objected. Was she complaining about the insufficient dowry? After so many years of sisterly affection, she was still trying to swindle money? How could she let a cooked duck fly away?
Su Tianyi was about to speak when Yun Mushi gave him a "you'd better watch yourself" look. Knowing his master was in a bad mood, he wisely swallowed his words. Yun Mushi pulled over a stone bench, sat down, crossed her legs, and stared down at Xue Qingqing kneeling on the ground. "You set this up tonight, didn't you?"
Xue Qingqing blushed, lowered her head, and replied, "Yes."
Yun Mushi sneered, "Tianyi is only at the returning to one realm.
Do you think he can absorb the yin energy of a peak feather transformation realm cultivator? What if my Xuantian's holy son explodes and dies, or his meridians are severed, leaving him a cripple? Have you considered the consequences? So careless. How can I entrust him to you with peace of mind?"
Xue Qingqing's face paled, but she still stubbornly insisted. Nothing happened.
"Tianyi is fine, isn't he?"
Not only was Su Tianyi unharmed, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the returning to one realm. Yun Mushi's yin energy, the source power of the fairy maiden diagram, was mostly absorbed by Chuluoli. He gained no benefit whatsoever. Although he didn't obtain Xue Qingqing's yin energy today, the effects of the monkey wine were undeniable. He could have broken through to the transcendent realm in one go, but the excess power was used by Chu Chu to evolve her eyes. With the Eternal Divine Eye, he gained his first divine ability, called Eternal Light.
At its highest level, it could even freeze a section of spacetime.
Su Tianyi couldn't achieve that at his current stage, but freezing someone of the same realm for a short time was no problem.
Battles between top geniuses often hinge on a single move. Yun Mushi scoffed, "Nothing wrong?"
If Tianyi hadn't practiced the yin-yang diagram a few days ago, who knows what would have happened?
Xue Qingqing was momentarily stunned.
No wonder he suddenly had a little maidservant by his side. It turned out she was practicing dual cultivation. She silently opened her mouth. This was indeed her oversight.
Most couples who become Taoist partners are of similar cultivation levels.
Even those with significant differences in cultivation are rare, where the man is more powerful than the woman.
Moreover, such women are often promiscuous and prefer male concubines. What primordial yin energy do they possess?
Therefore, the possibility of a man dying from the explosion of his primordial yin energy is extremely rare and easily overlooked. Yun Mushi made the same mistake as Xue Qingqing. Seeing that Xue Qingqing didn't refute and her attitude of admitting her mistake was very good, Yun Mushi didn't continue to suppress her. She changed the subject and smiled. "Disagreeing now doesn't mean you'll disagree later." Xue Qingqing's expression was serious, her face earnest. "Make your demands, anything that can be done, I'll do it even at the cost of my life." "Nonsense, I'll definitely marry her first, then you're the third, the second is Xiener," Yun Mushi thought to herself, pretending to be seriously considering. "Let's talk about it after Tianyi breaks through to the Supreme Realm." Xue Qingqing's expression froze, her face contorted in a bitter expression. "I don't doubt Tianyi's potential, it's just that isn't this waiting too long? It'll be too late." Yun Mushi chuckled. "Don't worry, those in the feather transformation realm have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Tianyi is a peerless talent. Even if he breaks through to the Supreme Realm, it will take him at most 2,000 years. By then, you shouldn't be an old woman yet, just over 50, becoming an old auntie. Anyway, Tianyi still calls you auntie now, so it doesn't matter much." Xue Qingqing thought to herself, "Who do they think they are? Once I break through to the Tao Heaven realm and gain a lifespan of 30,000 years, I'll be a 16-year-old girl again. Alright, then I'll wait for him for several thousand years."
Xue Qingqing had a flash of inspiration. She understood.
When Su Tianyi married her didn't seem to matter much, it was just a formality. In the meantime, it wouldn't hinder their relationship from developing.
"Tianyi, after you become a Supreme Realm cultivator, will you be willing to marry me?" Xue Qingqing turned to look at Su Tianyi kneeling beside her. Su Tianyi instinctively glanced at the jealous master, and seeing his master nod, he said, "It's an honor."
Shueqingqing bit her lower lip, feeling a pang of bitterness.
Did he really care so much about the little vixen's feelings? Please, I'm your woman, your future wife. She secretly resolved to change Su Tiany's impure thoughts about incest, to completely and thoroughly correct them.
She was sure this brat would eventually fall for her. You unfilial disciple, although tonight was all someone's scheme, you're no better.
It takes two to tango.
Your intentions are impure, and you're disrespectful to your elders.
You deserve punishment.
Yun Mushi suddenly spoke, launching into a tirade against Su Tiany.
Su Tiany said in a deep voice, I'll accept any punishment from master. Get out of here. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Yun Mushi grabbed his ear and walked out.
Shueqingqing suddenly remembered something, her face flushed, and said, Holy Master, Tiany ate the tiger whip from the feather transformation realm, and its effects haven't fully dissipated yet.
He needs yin and yang to be balanced.
Su Tiany said solemnly, Qingqing, you don't need to worry. Master is already a supreme expert at the supreme realm, he'll definitely have a way to resolve this.
Is that right, Master? Su Tiany turned around and asked. That's natural. The effects of a mere tiger whip are easily countered by me. Yun Mushi and Su Tiany vanished in an instant. Supreme realm?
No wonder Shueqingqing finally understood why Yun Mushi could drink 2 bottles of 10,000-year monkey wine and still act as if nothing had happened. Inside the magnificent hall, the purple-clad enchantress said coldly, You. Before she finished speaking, Su Tiany hugged Yun Mushi from behind and gently bit her earlobe. Master, your disciple knows she was wrong.
Wrong about what?
The beautiful master blushed crimson.
Chapter 65 You want to collect all 4 beauties of the world?
It was my fault for not listening to master. If I hadn't stayed there for dinner and had come back earlier to practice my marksmanship, I wouldn't have fallen into Aunt Shue's trap. Su Tiany wrapped his arms around Yun Mushi, his face sincere. It was I who put master in a difficult position.
Yun Mushi stomped on Su Tiany's foot, breaking free from his grasp. She sat sideways on the soft couch, annoyed. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. I don't believe you didn't have those thoughts before.
Su Tiany naturally wouldn't admit to being a womanizer, his face serious. Master, believe me, I. Yun Mushi waved her hand to interrupt. All right, you never lie, especially to your master. Su Tiany scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. No one knows a disciple better than their master. Master, you really know me inside and out. Yun Mushi rolled her eyes, disgusting.
Who are you calling a tapeworm? It's always the same face and the same excuse every time you make a mistake. I'm sick of hearing it. Can't you come up with something new?
Su Tiany said earnestly, Master, you misunderstand.
This isn't an excuse, it's my sincere opinion.
Yun Mushi suddenly sneered, Su Tiany, I won't hold you accountable for how many lies you've told before, but from now on, if you dare to lie to me again, we're finished. Su Tiany, clinging to a sliver of hope, said, I really haven't lied before.
Yun Mushi angrily retorted, That's a lie.
I am already a supreme expert in the supreme realm. Even if you have a supreme treasure protecting you, I can still see through it. Leaving aside other things, I can still tell if you're lying.
Master, she's right. You'd better be more honest with her from now on. Chuluoli's voice completely cut off Su Tiany's escape route. Was he about to reveal his true colors tonight? Would his image as a virtuous gentleman be utterly ruined? Yun Mushi gritted her teeth and said, When did you start having impure thoughts about Shueqingqing?
This. If you don't speak, or if you lie, from now on, we'll go our separate ways.
We'll only be master and disciple. Don't even think about sleeping with me again.
Su Tiany trembled in fear at the raging tigress, daring not to harbor any illusions, and truthfully replied, The first time we met.
What? The first time?
Yun Mushi's voice rose, and she raised her jade-like hand. A powerful suction pulled Su Tiany towards her, grabbing his ear and roaring like a lioness, completely disregarding her image. She was clearly very angry. Of all the people in the world, only I have moved your heartstrings.
That's all nonsense. You fall in love at first sight with everyone you meet? Yun Mushi questioned angrily.
Su Tianyi hurriedly explained, it was lust at first sight. An Shui is beautiful and has a great figure, any man would have some impure thoughts, but that's not the same as liking someone.
Yun Mushi calmed herself slightly and said calmly, and what about me? Su Tianyi said affectionately, naturally, it's genuine affection, not just male desire. Yun Mushi's eyebrows furrowed, I'll give you one last chance. Don't do it again. Tell me the truth. Su Tianyi, I did have physical thoughts.
Master is a fairy, and naturally, I wanted to defile her, but it was mostly emotional investment. Yun Mushi closed her eyes, as if sensing something.
She opened them again, you've passed. Tell me, how many other women have you been hiding from me? Su Tianyi, feeling guilty, asked, does senior sister count?
This marriage was bestowed by me, she's your fiancé, so naturally she doesn't count. Yun Mushi thought for a moment and said, I know about Meiji, so she doesn't count either.
Just say someone I don't know.
Su Tianyi hesitated for a moment and said, the youngest daughter of the Prince of Yong'an, Duanmu Qingshui. Yun Mushi closed her eyes to rest, I heard Shui Qingqing mention her.
When did you two get together?
Su Tianyi replied, on the 5th day after Master left, when she said goodbye, she confessed to me. After spending several years together, I also developed feelings for her, and that's how we got together.
Yun Mushi's gaze trembled a few times before she asked, anything else?
Su Tianyi pondered for a few seconds before replying, when I awakened my divine body, some memories surfaced in my mind. It seems my disciple had a fiancée from the eternal immortal dynasty, but I can't recall her name yet. Yun Mushi opened her purple eyes, a flash of brilliant light passing through them. No wonder her rebellious disciple possessed two immortal artifacts, his background was truly extraordinary. The Eternal Immortal Dynasty, located on the Tianyuan continent in the center of the world, is one of the 5 great immortal dynasties and one of the most powerful forces in this world. To be able to marry a princess, Yun Mushi guessed that Su Tianyi must come from a top-tier aristocratic family. However, such a person would undoubtedly have extraordinary protectors, perhaps even supreme experts.
How could he have lost all his cultivation and ended up on the immortal spirit continent? And almost frozen to death? Yun Mushi was utterly perplexed.
She suddenly realized that Su Tianyi's earlier absurd speculations that his mother had lost power, been framed by his wicked stepmother, and driven out of the family weren't entirely impossible. While Yun Mushi was still stunned, Su Tianyi dropped another bombshell, Master, it seems I also had a relationship with a woman named Su Hongyi. She's my sister, but we're not blood relatives.
Before Su Tianyi could finish, Yun Mushi slammed his head onto the bed, you beast. You even laid a hand on your own sister. No wonder you were abandoned by the family, you deserve it. Su Tianyi was both amused and exasperated, Master, don't get so worked up. I haven't finished yet. She's not my biological sister, we're not related by blood.
Yun Mushi lightly patted his head, still unsatisfied, you have a fiancé, and you're still cheating on her with someone close to you.
Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, you.
At this point, Yun Mushi sensed something was amiss.
Was she also this kind of person? She quickly changed the subject, you're so young and already so amorous, who knows what will happen to you in the future?
Su Tianyi wanted to assure his jealous master, but remembering he still needed to collect the power of the fairy painting's origin, he reluctantly shut up. You rebellious disciple, if you're not dead, give me a shout. Seeing him lying silently with his head on the bed, Yun Mushi turned him over angrily.
Su Tianyi pushed off the ground, launching himself fully onto the bed, utterly dejected. Master, who can predict the future? What if I fail to keep my promise? Wouldn't that be breaking my promise to you, lying? Yun Mushi huffed, why not? Just control your crotch. With so many beautiful women around you, are you still satisfied? Do you want to collect all 4 beauties of the world? Su Tianyi grabbed her hand and explained, how can you control your heart? What if you meet someone you click with, and after going through life and death together, wouldn't things fall into place naturally? Excuses, all excuses. If I were to fall for someone else, you. Just this once. You can't say that again. I am the emperor. It's normal for me to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The Empress can only have eyes for me.
If she has anything else, it's a heinous crime, punishable by the extermination of her entire family. Su Tianyi turned and kissed his master's lips, making her weak all over and her face flushed before releasing her, uttering domineering and hypocritical words.
Chapter 66 Traitorous Disciple, what are you doing? I knew it would be like this. Hearing such unreasonable words, Yun Mushi should have been furious, but seeing Su Tianyi baring his teeth, looking like a fierce, possessive puppy, she found it inexplicably amusing. You can secretly find women, can't I even give you an example?
Su Tianyi leaned over Yun Mushi, pressing down on her wrist. I don't care, it's just not allowed.
If master doesn't agree, I'll throw you into the cold palace. Yun Mushi twisted her body, struggling slightly. Look at you, you really think you're the emperor?
Su Tianyi lowered his head and kissed her fair, rosy cheek. I am the crown prince, you are the crown princess. Sooner or later you will be the emperor, and you will eventually become the empress. Yun Mushi was speechless. This guy was really too immersed in his role.
Su Tianyi, seeing her expression, knew she didn't believe him.
He didn't explain, words alone weren't enough. The truth would eventually surface, and he had a feeling that day wasn't far off, it would come soon.
The dark gold spear bestowed by master is indeed extraordinary.
Your disciple has instantly grasped the spear intent of a half-step peerless master, Su Tianyi suddenly said.
Yun Mushi lay flat on the soft couch, staring at the person pressing down on her, and said, What do you mean? Are you showing off?
Yes, you've grown wings, your master is no longer qualified to teach you the way of the spear.
Su Tianyi smiled, how could that be? Master, don't underestimate yourself. Your disciple's opportunity to break through to the peerless master still needs to be found in master. Yun Mushi's watery purple eyes held curiosity, in me?
Su Tianyi smiled slightly, Master, let me show you your disciple's new level of spear mastery.
Ah.
After a gasp, Yun Mushi finally realized what this meant.
She spent a sleepless night. At dawn, while the sky was still dimly lit, Su Tianyi held his beloved in his arms, his expression blissful. Master, you're so good to me. Last night, through tireless efforts and diligent work, Su Tianyi had managed to force his jealous master to forgive his mistake.
Yun Mushi glared at him resentfully.
This damned, rebellious disciple.
While she was in a daze, taking advantage of her vulnerability, he not only promised to forgive and forget everything, but also that he wouldn't be jealous anymore.
Su Tianyi glanced at his resentful master, then patted her shoulder with a smile. Master is the empress, it's only right that you possess the bearing of a mother of the nation. Yun Mushi retorted, Nonsense. You're just twisting the meaning. A mother of the nation encompasses the people of the dynasty, not your woman.
Su Tianyi said, in the future, I will unify the world, conquer vast territories, and achieve unparalleled feats.
At that time, everyone in the world will be your subjects. Keep dreaming. You're just spouting nonsense, always turning black into white. Yun Mushi turned away, not wanting to see him anymore.
She was already furious, and this rebellious disciple not only didn't comfort her, but also had to resort to his glib tongue.
Master, are you angry? Su Tianyi asked cautiously.
If I'd known you were so restless and so good at finding women, I shouldn't have bothered finding you a concubine. Yun Mushi's voice was low and somber, growing angrier with each passing thought.
An urge to send Meiji back to the Huan sect welled up within her. Master, calm down. Your disciple knows you're the best.
Su Tianyi gently turned her snow-white shoulders, trying to flip her over.
Yun Mushi remained unmoved, as firm as a rock. Su Tianyi said softly, Master, look at your disciple. What's with this whining, grown man? If you do this again outside, don't call yourself the holy son of my Xin Tian Holy Land.
Yun Mushi turned around, their eyes meeting, her expression serious. Su Tianyi shifted his position, bringing them even closer. I only do this to master.
Yun Mushi gave a haughty snort, who knows?
Last time someone said that after meeting me, their heart shrank, so small it could only hold an island, so small it could only hold one person.
And then Su Tianyi opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Yun Mushi continued, Are you trying to say that this island is actually an island, made up of countless islands? Each one can hold a person? Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly, not replying.
These sweet words spoken when one's heart is fluttering are just for show. How could he take them seriously?
Weren't they just things that came out of thin air? He couldn't even remember what he'd said. Not talking again? Feeling guilty? Playing dead? I hate this about you the most.
Yun Mushi punched Su Tiany's chest with her little fist.
Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Su Tiany caught her hand and said softly, "What does Master want me to say?"
Yun Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly. "Say anything, just something nice."
"If it's not nice, then what I promised you last night is no longer valid." Su Tiany was taken aback. "Nice things? Isn't that just sweet talk?" Sigh, women.
Luckily, he had put in a lot of effort in this area when pursuing his female boss back then, otherwise he might not have been able to come up with anything nice so quickly.
Su Tiany asked without hesitation, "Master, do you know what it means to be moved?"
Yun Mushi stared at him curiously, looking at him with an adorable "tell me quickly" expression.
Su Tiany succinctly replied, "Meeting you." Yun Mushi showed no reaction, seemingly unimpressed. She suddenly asked, "When I was away the other day, did you think of me?"
Su Tiany replied, "The sun, moon, stars, raging winds, falling rain, mountains, rivers, misty lakes, everything is you."
This longing is inescapable.
I've seen the spring breeze, witnessed the approaching summer solstice, experienced the vibrant autumn light, and loved the warm winter sun, but none of it compares to one sentence: "I missed you." Yun Mushi blushed like a boiled shrimp. "That's so cheesy. You must not have been a good person before, maybe even a womanizer who toyed with women's feelings."
"You can't say things like that.
I'll sue you for defamation." Su Tiany couldn't help but recall the image of that straight-laced, stoic man from his memory, then shook his head and chuckled. "I spoke these words from the heart in front of Master. It's all because this disciple likes Master so much."
Su Tiany touched her burning face. "Is Master satisfied with these words?"
Yun Mushi grumbled, "You barely passed."
Su Tiany smiled, "It's still early. How about Master helps me improve my spear skills again?"
Yun Mushi said irritably, "It's the middle of the night, aren't you sleepy?"
Su Tiany asked, "Master, what are you talking about?" "Nothing. Well, let me give you a few pointers."
Looking at her rebellious disciple's confused expression, Yun Mushi thought she had misunderstood.
"Yay! Rebellious disciple, what are you doing?" I knew it would be like this."
Chapter 67. The sky's the limit for birds to fly, the sea's the freedom for fish to leap. 10 days later. At dawn, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, large snowflakes fell from the sky, swirling and fluttering, covering everything on the holy peak except for the peach blossom grove with a blanket of white.
"Now that it's snowing, it's not as cold as before."
Su Tiany gazed at the white expanse outside the window, sat down at the coffee table, and sipped his steaming tea. Prepared to depart for distant studies, Su Tiany had been indulging in nightly revelry and debauchery these past few days, barely getting out of bed. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time strengthening his bond with his master. With such diligent cultivation, he not only consolidated his peak Unity Realm cultivation, but his bottleneck even began to loosen, paving the way for another breakthrough.
This speed of breakthrough was simply unbelievable.
Although the Unity Realm didn't require the time-consuming foundation building of the previous two realms, even the most outstanding geniuses would need 2 or 3 years to break through a major realm.
How long had it taken him? 10 days? Or half a month?
Of course, his fairy master also deserved credit. Whether it was due to cultivating the yin-yang diagram, or because they had gradually become familiar with each other, or perhaps it was just her nature, his usually reserved and shy master had changed her usual style, freely asking him for anything. Just now, his beautiful master finally lowered her noble head and submitted.
"Tiany, stop daydreaming, hurry up and get ready, we're leaving soon."
Yun Mushi tilted her head, tidying her slightly disheveled purple hair. There were a few water droplets on her forehead, and her lips were crystal clear. She must have just been washing her face and rinsing her mouth.
Upon hearing this, Su Tiany clearly paused for a moment. "Set off? Where to?" "Nonsense, of course we're going to Zhulu Academy." "Wait, let me think. Doesn't Zhulu Academy only start recruiting in the spring?" That's still a month away, plenty of time, right?
Su Tianyi stroked his chin, frowning, pondering for a moment.
Yun Mushi finished fixing her hair, rolled her eyes at him, and sighed softly. Didn't I tell you last night? Today, the head of Yun Luo Peak is leading the team. Before going to the academy, we'll give you some training. When you're enjoying yourself in the clouds, who cares about these things? Besides, it's abnormal for you to suddenly bring up such serious matters in your rambling. Ah, parting is always sad. I never thought this day would come so soon. Su Tianyi sighed, then suddenly exclaimed, the head of Yun Luo Peak? Is Su Lingyun leading the team this time?
Yun Mushi said irritably, how disrespectful.
Lingyun is my peer. How can you call her by her first name? You should call her martial aunt. Su Tianyi smiled and asked, why would a peak head personally lead such a small matter? Yun Mushi walked to the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, and said, a small matter? Those qualified to go to the Zhulu Academy will be the backbone of the Holy Land in the future. If anything unexpected happens, the Xiantian Holy Land will be heartbroken for quite some time. Speaking of this, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Under my leadership, the Xiantian Holy Land is renowned and vengeful. Few petty villains dare to plot against them. Normally, there's no need for someone as important as Lingyun to personally lead the team. However, this time she requested it herself. She said the Holy Sun's potential displayed at the enthronement ceremony was too terrifying, and his arrogance was excessive. She feared someone might take risks, so she personally went to ensure your safety. Protecting me is just an excuse, revenge and targeting me are the real reasons, aren't they? Su Tianyi thought to himself. To be honest, his current combat strength is incomparable to before. The dragon scales combined with his spear intent, along with the monstrous eternal light divine power, give him confidence that he can defeat Su Lingyun head-on in a short time. But he's afraid this woman won't uphold martial ethics and won't suppress her cultivation. After all, being flattened like a steamed bun last time was enough to leave a deep impression on her. Su Tianyi thought for a moment and said, I won't go with the group. I haven't been out for years. This is a good opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way and broaden my horizons. Yun Mushi hesitated for a moment but didn't object to his decision. With the powerful Meiji personally protecting him, she was more than capable of ensuring his safety. The Dao Heaven Realm was no ordinary place. As a sex foundation, they wouldn't stoop so low as to deal with a junior. Even if someone were shameless, they wouldn't personally intervene. Leaving any trace would lead to far more than just confiscation of property and extermination. Su Tianyi was merely an underdeveloped junior, the risks and rewards were disproportionate. Master, didn't you say that a grand succession ceremony was part of the Xiantian Holy Land's tradition? Why does Su Ling Chief Su think my disciple is arrogant? Su Tianyi walked to Yun Mushi's side and they admired the scenery together. Yun Mushi replied, this culture naturally began with me. As my personal disciple, isn't it your duty to inherit and carry it forward? That seemed true. Su Tianyi stopped dwelling on it, but a question remained, Master, what if I don't have that bow and can't subdue the Holy Sun Luo Chuan? Yun Mushi smiled, offering no explanation, only saying, it doesn't matter. Be as arrogant as you like. Leave the rest to me. She, a supreme expert of the supreme realm, could easily help her rebellious disciple cheat, keeping it a secret from everyone present. Greetings, Holy Lord. Meiji suddenly appeared, carrying a bag, and gave Yun Mushi a graceful bow, then flashed a sweet smile. Young master, it's time to depart. Everyone else is here, only you are missing. Meiji was unaware that her young master, fearing repercussions from Xiaomantu, was preparing to slip away and travel alone. Yun Mushi gave Meiji a meaningful look. While we're out, take good care of His Highness the Holy Sun. This servant will certainly live up to your expectations and take good care of the young master. Meiji knew the enchantress was warning her to protect Su Tianyi's safety wholeheartedly. Little did she know, she was already completely subservient. Even without being told, she would protect him with her life. Su Tianyi turned around and, in front of Meiji, hugged Yun Mushi. Master, the outside world is so dangerous. Shouldn't you assign your disciple some kind of bodyguard? Yun Mushi gently returned the hug and said calmly,
protectors have already been arranged.
As the holy son of Xiantian, if I can't be surrounded by attendants while traveling, wouldn't that be beneath the dignity of the Holy Land? Su Tiany's eyes flickered. What use was a protector who intervened at a critical moment? He needed a loyal and capable bodyguard.
Yun Mushi said speechlessly, "Stop joking.
Isn't that the style of a spoiled brat?
I, the holy son of Xiantian, have no shortage of followers when I travel."
All right, then disciple is leaving. Master, will you miss me? Get lost.
With you gone, I'll have much more peace and quiet, Yun Mushi said with a laugh. She stared at the direction Su Tiany had left in until his figure disappeared from sight, then murmured, "Go forth and let the sky be your guide, the sea your limit.
On this stage, unleash your brilliance. P.S. Thank you for the generous gift of the extra chapter.
Also, the previous chapter about carefree joy was rejected.
I don't know if it was targeted by higher-ups or reported. Frustrating. Chapter 68 The Shy Little Butterfly.
With Chief Su leading the team this time, we can walk around like peas in the sand.
Who dares to mess with us? Funny, as if no one would dare offend the Xiantian Holy Land unless Chief Su led the team? When will His Highness the Holy Sun arrive? We're just missing him.
His Highness the Holy Sun is so esteemed.
It's an unparalleled honor for him to set off with us. What's wrong with waiting a little while? You dare to complain? No, I didn't. I was just asking.
On the plaza, a group of young disciples at the Returning to One Realm were chattering excitedly. Most of them were at the early stage of the Returning to One Realm, with fewer advanced individuals. Su Lingyun, dressed in a long cyan dress, stood in the air, gazing towards the direction of the Holy Lord Peak. Her cyan hair danced in the wind, her expressionless face revealing neither joy nor anger.
Damn it, that little thief. He just became the Holy Sun and he's already putting on such airs, making me wait for him for so long?
Su Lingyun's chest heaved slightly, and her little bun seemed to swell with anger.
Originally, she hesitated, hesitant to target a junior. Now, however, since the other party was so ungrateful, she decided to take good care of Sister Mushi's closed-door disciple, letting him experience the affection of his martial aunt. Chief Su, His Highness the Holy Sun asked me to tell you not to wait any longer, he has already departed. A girl with twin ponytails ran up to Su Lingyun, bending over, hands on her knees, panting. Let's go. Su Lingyun didn't hesitate, immediately activating the Grand Formation. You can hide forever, can you? If you're so tough, don't go to the Deer Chasing Academy. Sacred Lord Peak, Summit, Cliff Edge.
Su Tiany, pulling Meiji along, jumped off the cliff. She screamed and clung to him desperately. Su Tiany smiled slightly, the Holy Sun's token flashed with golden light, and then space began to distort, the two disappearing. When they reappeared, they had already left the Xiantian Holy Land. Meiji, carrying 3,000 faces in a bag, you look just like a village woman, Su Tiany teased along the way.
Young master.
The two walked along a mountain path, flanked by dense thickets of shrubs and vegetation that reached up to Su Tiany's chest. Looking back, they could vaguely see the mountain peaks shrouded in mist that was the Holy Lord Peak.
Young master, have you been staying in the Holy Lord's palace all this time?
Meiji clung to Su Tiany's arm, looking like a little bird nestled against him. To onlookers, Yun Mushi and Su Tiany's intimate behavior seemed perfectly normal, but Meiji noticed that in the instant they embraced, their auras merged, a phenomenon that only occurred when both were cultivating the yin-yang diagram and were deeply moved. Only someone like Meiji, who had cultivated the yin-yang diagram to its perfect state, could sense this. Combined with Yun Mushi's furious reaction when she caught them in the act that night, a bold and audacious thought arose in her mind: these two were having an affair. The thought was truly terrifying. How could a woman like Yun Mushi possibly like a young boy like Su Tiany? Besides, they were master and disciple. But once this idea took root in her mind, she couldn't help but want to find out for herself. Yes, what's wrong? Su Tiany replied. It's nothing, I just think you and the Holy Lord have such a good relationship, not like master and disciple at all. You've been there for 10 days and haven't come to see me once. Meiji probed subtly.
Su Tianyi didn't think much of it and replied with a smile, "We're more like siblings. What, are you jealous?" Meiji looked at the happy smile on his face and knew the answer. She didn't press further and said softly, "Yes, I'm jealous. I thought you had found a new love and forgotten your old flame. I was relieved to hear that you've been with the Holy Lord and haven't secretly gone to see Steward Shui." Su Tianyi awkwardly touched his nose. During this time, he had indeed been so engrossed in his pleasures that he had completely forgotten about Meiji. Although Meiji was beautiful and obedient, she lacked something, the excitement he felt when he was with his master. Especially today, having successfully made his master lower his noble head, he felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. However, it would be much harder to make Yun Mushi submit to him again. Today, it was likely because of their impending separation and the long separation they wouldn't see each other again that he was indulging his wicked desires. "How about making it up to me now?" Meiji stopped and leaned against Su Tianyi, suggesting on a whim. Su Tianyi looked around. Seeing that the place was deserted and unlikely to see anyone, he felt a surge of excitement. Their eyes met, sparks flying in the air. Just as Su Tianyi was about to remove the 3,000 masks Meiji was wearing, a hearty voice rang out. "Nephew Tianyi, what brings you here? I've been looking for you for ages." The voice grew louder as it approached, and soon a burly man appeared before Su Tianyi. Meiji was secretly shocked. The Xian Tian Holy Land was indeed powerful. Even she couldn't fathom this man's cultivation level. He was definitely a giant of the Dao Heaven realm. "Uncle Gua, you were looking for me?" Su Tianyi asked, puzzled. The burly man chuckled, "Didn't I tell you last time? I wanted you to look after my daughter." Su Tianyi understood and nodded. "Uncle Gua, don't worry, I'll take good care of your daughter after we get to the Zhulu Academy." The burly man laughed, "I brought my daughter with me." "Xiao Dai, stop hiding, come and greet Holy Sun Su quickly." Su Tianyi then noticed a girl in a yellow dress hiding behind the burly man. She lowered her head and timidly stepped out from behind him, calling softly, Holy Sun." Before Su Tianyi could respond, her face flushed red, and she hid behind the burly man again, her figure perfectly blending with him. From the front, it was impossible to see anyone behind him. "Didn't Miss Xiao Dai come with Chief Su?" Su Tianyi looked at the burly man with suspicion. "Wasn't it safer with that grumpy woman than with him?" The burly man sighed, "You saw it yourself, Xiao Dai is very shy. With so many people, she absolutely refused to go. I had to coax her a lot before she finally agreed to go with you." Su Tianyi didn't believe the burly man's story. Not going with the main group was his last-minute decision. Even Meiji didn't know, let alone anyone else. This guy must have been waiting on St. Lord Peak for a long time. Su Tianyi knew the big man's ulterior motives, but he couldn't very well refuse. He was obliged to reciprocate the favor, having accepted the gift. Luckily, she wasn't a muscular woman. Although he couldn't see the girl in the yellow dress's face clearly, it wasn't hard to tell she was a petite and cute girl. Chapter 69. From tonight onwards, Xiao Dai will be my new little sister. "Miss Xiao Dai, this trip isn't directly to the deer chasing academy. We'll be stopping along the way to enjoy the scenery. Would you like to come along?" Su Tianyi asked softly. Your Highness, I'm entrusting Xiao Dai to your care." Before Xiao Dai could respond, the burly man agreed first, disappearing in an instant without a trace, leaving only a girl in a yellow dress. "Your Highness, thank you, I'm sorry to trouble you." Wu Xiao Dai mustered her courage, raised her head, and then quickly lowered it again. "It's no trouble at all. More people are better, we can chat and relieve some boredom." In that instant, Su Tianyi clearly saw Gui Xiudia's appearance. She wasn't particularly stunning, but she was the kind of person whose beauty grew on you. Wu Xiudia's nose wasn't high, but the tip was upturned and small, giving her a somewhat naive look. Her lips were thin, and the naturally curved corners of her mouth added to her charm. Her eyes weren't particularly large, but they were delicate and beautiful, with long, slender lines, amber pupils, and long eyelashes that, when narrowed, resembled crescent moons, drawing people in instinctively. "I am not very good at talking. No, I'm not very good at chatting." Wu Xiaodai responded awkwardly,
her face flushing again.
Su Tianyi smiled, feeling this girl was too shy. She probably rarely interacted with people. He seemed to understand why Uncle Guo thought the two got along well. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. They weren't the same kind of homebody. Let's go.
Su Tianyi took Meiji's hand and strode forward, calling out to the shy Xiaodai who remained standing there.
The three left their footprints along the secluded path in the mountains and forests. Young master, where are you going?
Su Tianyi had just entered a shop when he was warmly greeted by a pretty waitress, which aroused dissatisfaction among those around him, who felt it was preferential treatment. Upon seeing Su Tianyi's appearance clearly, her dissatisfaction turned to admiration. They shared the same eyes, nose, and mouth, yet the difference was so vast.
Give me a direct ticket to the capital. Su Tianyi and his group had traveled through 3 continents, taking over 10 days.
They were still dozens of states away from the capital, a vast distance. With only half a month left before school started, any further delay would mean going next year.
Is young master from the capital?
Upon hearing they were going to the capital, the maid's already gleaming eyes brightened even more, her voice softening, and her actions becoming increasingly suggestive.
Su Tianyi nodded, too lazy to explain.
Along the way, he had seen countless women like this, eager to climb the social ladder, including many noble ladies. If they hadn't possessed some power, they would have been kidnapped and forced into marriage long ago. The maid fiddled with something for a moment, then looked up happily and said, "The next ship to the capital is in 3 days. Young master, you can stay here for a few days. There's a single premium room left, it's definitely waiting for you." Before Su Tianyi could speak, everything was already arranged perfectly. How long will it take to reach the capital? Su Tianyi asked. The maid replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, young master, our Qingfeng is very fast. It will reach the capital in just 6 months.
Cough, cough. Su Tianyi almost choked on his saliva. 6 months? Was that a snail's pace? He could walk faster.
Brother, this is a mortal ship. Without the support of an array, high-level cultivators generally don't ride these.
Guo Xiaodai tugged at Su Tianyi's sleeve, whispering a reminder.
After getting to know each other better these past few days, the two had become quite familiar, and Guo Xiaodai had become Su Tianyi's adopted sister. This was awkward. These past few days, in front of Xiaodai, Su Tianyi had always presented himself as a learned man, discussing the past and present, seemingly omniscient. Finally, led by Guo Xiaodai, the two arrived at the inner city. There were far fewer people here than in the outer city, but most of them possessed cultivation. The body refining realm had no talent requirements, anyone could reach it with consistent training. The spirit gathering realm, however, was the true benchmark for cultivation. Those with cultivation talent were 1 in 100. Suddenly, Su Tianyi noticed that the woman in the yellow dress, who had been quietly following behind, had somehow moved ahead and squatted in front of an old beggar, preparing to give him alms. Seeing this, Su Tianyi shook his head, thinking the girl was too naive. He squatted down in front of the old beggar, stopping Guo Xiaodai in time, and took out a mid-grade spirit stone, turning his head to ask.
You have hands and feet, and you even have cultivation talent, why are you begging? Tell the truth, and this spirit stone is yours.
The old beggar hurriedly wiped his drool, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Earning even a low-grade spirit stone in half a month was already considered lucky. He didn't even dare to dream of a mid-grade one.
He immediately burst into tears.
Young master, please have mercy. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and a 3-year-old child to feed.
As he reached for the mid-grade spirit stone, Su Tianyi's face darkened, and he took a step back. I don't believe you. Don't give me that nonsense, it's outdated. Seeing that the white-robed young master wasn't as easily fooled as the naive girls in the city, the old beggar changed his tune, his face full of weariness, and said, Alas, young master, you don't know this old man. Su Tianyi, pulling Guo Xiaodai along, turned to leave. This is your last chance. If you don't tell the truth, I'm leaving.
The old beggar gritted his teeth and confessed the truth. He was a small business owner in the outer city, but his cultivation talent was extremely poor. He could only accumulate resources, but ordinary things were beneath the notice of cultivators. By chance, he discovered that the girls in the city were incredibly naive. He only needed to play the victim a little to earn spirit stones.
You lied to me? Little butterfly was on the verge of tears. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit.
Consider it a lesson learned. Sutiani tossed the spirit stones into the beggar's bowl, placed his other hand on her shoulder, and gently comforted her.
I don't want it.
Guo Xiaodai looked delicate and frail, but she wasn't one to back down easily. She grabbed the old beggar's bowl and ran off, leaving Sutiani completely stunned. The old beggar clung to Sutiani's leg, wailing, "Young master, how could she do this? Taking back the spirit stones is one thing, but that bowl is a family heirloom, it might even be a magical artifact."
Sutiani chuckled, "Uncle Guo, you've been following me all this way, stop acting, aren't you tired? How did you figure that out?"
The old beggar paused, then transformed into the appearance of a burly man.
Sutiani said speechlessly, "What kind of spirit-gathering realm cultivator can't afford to support their elderly and children? Such a lame excuse. Do you think the people around those noble ladies are pushovers? Do you think you can fool them?"
The burly man gave a thumbs up and grinned foolishly, as expected of the Holy Sun, truly a genius of all ages.
He actually deduced my identity from this.
Sutiani smiled sheepishly, "Uncle Guo, you misunderstand." He took out the Holy Sun token and explained, "You forgot, this token can identify the identities of people from the surrounding Holy Lands." The burly man scratched his head sheepishly, only then remembering that the Holy Sun token recorded the token information of everyone from the Holy Lands.
"Uncle Guo, you've been following us all this way, are you worried about our safety?" Sutiani asked.
The burly man glanced at Meiji behind him out of the corner of his eye, and chuckled, "His Highness the Holy Sun is protected by a powerful figure. I just can't bear to part with Xiaodai, she's never left my side since birth."
"If that's the case, then why?"
The burly man knew what Sutiani wanted to say and replied, "One day, I will leave.
She needs to grow up and live on her own.
If His Highness the Holy Sun is willing to help take care of her, that would be wonderful."
"Uncle Guo, don't worry. From tonight onwards, Xiaodai is my new little sister."
Sutiani straightened his back and assured him. He had never heard the burly man mention Xiaodia's mother before, but now he was already conjuring up a melodramatic love-hate relationship in his mind.
"Then from now on, I'm counting on you."
The burly man bowed deeply, left behind a spatial ring, and disappeared.
Chapter 70 Wealthy Children. Sutiani picked up the ring, stood there, and remained silent for a long time. This sounded like a deathbed entrustment.
After a moment's hesitation, he decided not to tell Xiaodai about it for now, lest she underperform in the entrance trial.
"Young master, it's time to go." Meiji took Sutiani's arm and walked forward.
This scene made the surrounding women envious.
How could someone with such an ordinary appearance have caught such a handsome young master? "Sister, could you offer me a lesson? The price is negotiable." "Brother, didn't that old man catch up?"
From around a corner, Guo Xiaodai peeked back, looked behind her, and asked somewhat guiltily. Sutiani chuckled, the old beggar was crying his eyes out, saying you went too far, that bowl was his lifeline.
"Ha?" Guo Xiaodai covered her mouth, cautiously asking, "Should I return it?" Sutiani patted her head, lecturing, "That kind of person deserves it." Not hitting him was already showing mercy. "All right, forget about him. Remember, don't meddle in other people's business.
When you're out and about, a delicate girl like you is in high demand.
You're kind-hearted, making you an easy target. People will swindle you out of money and sex.
If you encounter a truly ruthless person, they might rape you first and then kill you. If they're even more perverted, you might be killed first and then raped." Guo Xiaodai trembled with fear, following Sutiani, silently vowing never to meddle again, and to pretend she didn't see anything if she encountered such a situation.
Meiji whispered, "Even dead people will do?"
Afraid Xiaodai would hear, Sutiani leaned close to her ear and whispered, "While it's hot."
"Pervert."
Meiji lightly slapped him, then continued, "If you encounter someone truly pitiful, won't you help them, young master?"
Sutiani answered as they walked, "I'll do my best. Everyone has their downfalls. How do you know that today's nobody might one day be a world-renowned figure? Is this what they call investment?"
During her time with Su Tianyi, Meiji had heard many unfamiliar terms from him, and investment was one of them.
Su Tianyi smiled and led the two towards a huge spaceship.
The face of the female boss from years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Although her motives weren't pure, she wanted to live off him. She was indeed his first love and benefactor. If it weren't for the other person's help, when the truck driver took him away, he might still be working odd jobs at the company, doing the lowest level work. Those who have been through the rain always want to offer an umbrella to others, even if their own lives are miserable. They can't bear to see human suffering. Su Tianyi, walking at the very front, suddenly emanated a peaceful light, making him appear incredibly holy. This attracted the attention of those about to board the ship, and some with lower cultivation levels began to prostrate themselves in worship.
Su Tianyi smiled self-deprecatingly.
He had thought he had achieved a spiritual elevation, but it turned out he had simply entered the fourth level of the Holy Scripture. After he boarded the ship, those who had been kneeling came to their senses.
What was going on? What had just happened? Why had they suddenly knelt? Young master, would you three like to book 3 rooms, or?
The maid on the ship sized up the 3 men, her gaze lingering longest on Su Tianyi, but she quickly averted it. Her professionalism was evident, befitting a maid in this kind of setting. Su Tianyi pondered for a moment, then softly replied, 2 rooms, please. Just then, Hua Xiaodai tugged at his sleeve, her face pleading. Su Tianyi changed his mind, saying, 1 room is fine, but I'll take the largest one. The maid hesitated. The largest one has already been reserved.
Would you like to choose another room, young master? With your handsome appearance, how could someone of lower status be worthy of you?
Before Su Tianyi could speak, the plain-looking Meiji beside him, emboldened by her master's presence, became arrogant and domineering.
Young master, am I right?
Meiji pouted, looking pitifully at Su Tianyi. She wasn't deliberately trying to make things difficult for him, she simply wanted to experience the feeling of being favored without any reason.
How can my woman stay in cheap accommodations?
How many spirit stones would it take to give up the most expensive, largest room?
Name your price. Besides being handsome, all I have left is money. Su Tianyi waved his hand arrogantly, displaying the air of a pampered young master.
He couldn't give Meiji a grand title, but he felt his affection for her wouldn't diminish in the slightest. King Yu of Zhou could light the beacon fires to amuse Bo Si, as the holy son of Xintian. What's wrong with him being capricious and unreasonable for the sake of his beloved?
This isn't about money. That young master has a very powerful background, and he arrived first.
The maid was clearly bewildered, unable to understand how this usually gentle and refined young man's demeanor had changed so drastically. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Meiji, thinking to herself, how could someone whose looks were less than 1,000th of hers possess such magic, making this young master so doting? Oh, I'd like to see who dares to compare themselves to my young master. In terms of status, he's never been afraid of anyone. Meiji continued playing the role of a femme fatale, finding it novel and exciting as it was her first time doing something like this. Since this maid called him young master, he must be someone from the younger generation. There probably aren't many in the immortal spirit continent of this generation with a higher status than him, Su Tianyi thought to himself.
This was Su Tianyi's first time doing something wrong.
Compared to Meiji's excitement, he felt somewhat apprehensive after his display of power.
What if the other party was a tough nut to crack? It would be humiliating to be proven wrong.
Although the chances were slim, people who have done wrong subconsciously consider the worst possible outcome. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Tianyi followed the maid to the top deck of the ship. This deck had no extra buildings, only a magnificent hall. Standing on the terrace, one could take in most of the ship's scenery.
Please wait a moment, gentlemen.
The maid smiled gracefully, then pushed open the door and entered. Young master, I apologize for the intrusion, the matter is like this.
It's all right, let them in.
After the maid went in to explain, a gentle voice quickly came from inside. That voice sounds so familiar, Su Tianyi thought to himself.
Chapter 71 The Grievance of the Holy Son of Luochuan. Su Tianyi followed the maid through the Vermilion Palace gates.
The palace had 2 levels. In the center of the main hall, several priceless luminous pearls hung from the ceiling. For massive divine trees supported the hall, which was adorned with carved dragons and painted beams, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding an antique charm. Although the decorations were incredibly luxurious, Su Tianyi remained unmoved. Compared to his master's palace, this was nothing.
Seeing Su Tianyi's unwavering expression, the maid gave him a more respectful look.
She thought he certainly possessed some strength, but few could match the status of the young man inside.
She hoped that the handsome, white-robed gentleman wouldn't be too terrified.
The maid bowed, turned, and quietly closed the palace gates. Just then, a clear, cold female voice came from behind the screen, tinged with a hint of mockery. I wonder who this young master is, that he dares to ask my young master to give up his residence?
Wasn't this the woman in white, the one who had confronted him during the enthronement ceremony? Su Tianyi finally knew who this mysterious young master was.
He gestured for Meiji to remain silent, and said with a smile, Holy Son Luochuan, it seems we've become friends after this misunderstanding. We're truly destined to meet. Before he finished speaking, the screen in front of him parted, and the curtain rose, revealing a handsome young man in black, seated in a rocking chair. His eyes were bright and piercing, but his face was somewhat pale, indicating that his injuries had not yet healed. Beside him sat a woman in a long white dress, holding a stack of green grapes. She was glaring resentfully at Su Tianyi. Naturally, she wouldn't give a friendly look to someone who had injured the Holy Sun. Please sit, Holy Sun Su. Luochuan gestured to a chair beside him, his expression gentle, and quipped, It's been several days, Holy Sun Su, how have you been?
Your arrow nearly killed me. I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly lately.
Su Tianyi sat down nearby, greeting him like an old friend.
Brother Luochuan, you flatter me.
I wasn't feeling well either after that arrow, my arm is still a bit sore.
Luochuan didn't care about the veiled sarcasm, but the woman in the white dress beside him couldn't hold back, scoffing, if it weren't for someone using the power of a top-grade sacred artifact, wouldn't my holy son have easily suppressed a mere Unity Realm cultivator?
Oh, I wonder who used a low-grade sacred artifact and had to seal it.
Give your master a divine bow, could he even draw it? Would he dare to?
Before the two young masters in black and white could speak, the two maids in red and white were already exchanging barbs.
The woman in the white dress wore a faint, mocking smile. Whose maid is this? Surely Saint Su's taste isn't that bad?
These words infuriated Meiji, who wanted nothing more than to tear off her 3,000 masks and show this impolite maid what true beauty was.
Sister Meiji, don't be angry.
Beauty is innate, brother won't dislike you, the seemingly insignificant Xiao Dai softly comforted her.
Upon hearing this, Meiji couldn't help but give Su Tianyi a resentful glance. Su Tianyi pretended not to notice and addressed Saint Luochuan, with such a beauty by your side, Saint Luochuan is truly blessed. But isn't she your junior sister? How did she become your maid?
Luochuan, confused by Su Tianyi's winking and gesturing, coughed lightly. During my injury, I'm so grateful for junior sister Han Qing's meticulous care.
Before long, we got together. So it wasn't a hidden agenda after all. Su Tianyi smiled, so, I'm the biggest contributor to this marriage?
Turning to Han Qing, he continued, Miss Han, I'm your great benefactor.
Instead of thanking me, why are you being so rude? Pa!
Han Qing spat coldly. All right, stop being so stubborn, Luochuan said calmly. Hearing this, Han Qing instantly transformed into a kitten, obediently walking behind Luochuan and gently massaging his shoulders, remaining silent. Seeing this, Su Tianyi deliberately covered his mouth and coughed softly a few times, but unfortunately, Meiji was completely oblivious, still glaring fiercely at Han Qing. Xiao Dai smiled lightly, walked behind him, and massaged his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, very comfortable.
She must have done this quite often. I heard that Holy Sun Su also wants to stay here? Luochuan asked, eating a green grape. Brother Luochuan, would you be so kind as to part with it? Although he said this, Su Tianyi didn't hold out much hope. They had been enemies before, and the other party was the Holy Son of the Tai Holy Land, whose status was no less than his own. If it were someone from another power, he could use that to his advantage and act arrogantly. This main hall is very large, and it has 2 floors. How about we each take 1 floor? Su Tianyi was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected the other party to be so magnanimous, not holding a grudge.
Could there be something fishy going on? Seeing his suspicious look, Luo Chuan smiled and explained, "Last time, I was indeed unreasonable, but I couldn't disobey my master's orders. I hope Brother Tianny won't take offense. We have no deep-seated hatred between us."
Faced with such a talented person as Brother Tianny, I naturally wish to make your acquaintance. Han Xing, standing behind Luo Chuan, pouted in dissatisfaction but didn't say anything more. She believed the Holy Sun Hall had its own reasons.
"We appreciate Brother Luo Chuan's kindness."
"Meiji, Xiao Dai, please go upstairs and pack your things," Su Tianyi said.
Xiao Dai pulled Meiji upstairs.
Even as they went up, she glared at Han Xing, her resentment palpable. Luo Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He made an excuse to send Han Xing away. After they left, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy, and a long silence ensued. Luo Chuan rose from his rocking chair and walked to Su Tianyi, staring into his eyes. "Holy Sun Su, is my dark gold divine spear on you?"
"So what if it is?" "So what if it isn't?" Su Tianyi remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was extremely wary.
If Luo Chuan made any move, he would use the eternal light to immobilize him, then create distance and send him flying with an arrow.
Luo Chuan's serious expression suddenly softened, and he said softly, "Brother Tianyi, don't be nervous.
I mean no harm, I'm just asking. If it were with you, I'd like to redeem it."
Su Tianyi didn't hide anything, planting the dark gold divine spear in the ground and smiling. "I wonder what Holy Sun Luo Chuan would like to offer in exchange?"
Luo Chuan's excitement was palpable upon seeing his beloved spear. After waking from his coma, his master had told him that his weapon had been given as a congratulatory gift, emphasizing that it was punishment for bringing shame to the Holy Land. He dared not speak his anger, feeling incredibly wronged. His master was clearly outmatched, and after losing, he was forced to use his weapon as an apology.
The Luo family's power was unparalleled in the Tai Holy Land.
As the young master of the Luo family, he had the right to discuss compensation with the Holy Lord. However, Luo Suxin was not only his master but also his father's older sister. Afterwards, she remained silent about compensation, leaving him helpless. His master only cared about rules and showed no mercy. To obtain another holy artifact, he could only earn it through merit.
The Holy Land is practically under the Luo family's control now. What's wrong with having a little selfishness?
Faced with his stubborn master, Luo Chuan could only roar inwardly.
Chapter 72 The Blind Old Man Discusses Prodigies.
Luo Chuan pondered for a moment, then released a sleeping unicorn from the ring of life. It was pure white, with a single, shimmering horn on its forehead and a pair of folded wings on its back, appearing tall, majestic, and incredibly mystical.
Luo Chuan explained, "This unicorn celestial horse is an ancient, almost extinct species. Legend says it can rival true dragons and phoenixes."
Su Tianyi stroked the smooth lines of the celestial horse's back, his face beaming with delight. Seeing his interest, Luo Chuan continued, "This celestial horse was captured by the Holy Land some time ago. Because it was injured by Brother Su, it hasn't had time to be tamed yet. If Brother Su agrees, it will be its first master." Su Tianyi calmed himself slightly. Although the horse was indeed extraordinary, and he was very tempted, it wasn't worth a sacred artifact. Seeing this, Luo Chuan intensified his efforts. "This horse, once it grows up, has a chance to break through to the supreme realm."
Su Tianyi shook his head, saying, "The future is unpredictable. Of all the outstanding individuals with the potential to become supreme, how many actually do so in the end? Let's be frank, an ancient breed at the divine origin realm isn't even worth a sacred artifact. Add the ring of life, and a favor from your brother." Luo Chuan was already mentally prepared and laid out his bargaining chips one by one. Su Tianyi patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "A favor from Holy Sun Luo Chuan is naturally valuable, but we don't need the ring of life. I have one too. Let's exchange it for spirit stones." "All right."
Luo Chuan gritted his teeth and immediately took out a spatial ring. Su Tianyi checked it. It contained approximately 100,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Su Tianyi flicked his sleeve, storing the unicorn celestial horse into the fairy painting. He didn't even glance at the dark gold spear on the ground, and left with a flourish. With dragon scales, the spear was somewhat redundant. Besides, Luo Chuan was an upright person of extraordinary status, worthy of his acquaintance. After watching him go upstairs, Luo Chuan instantly became a spear slave, his large hand constantly stroking the spear, a look of infatuation on his face. If he were given a choice between the spear and Han Chang would most likely be abandoned. Back upstairs, Mei Ji and Xiao Dai had already made the bed and tidied up the room. The two sat quietly on the bed, waiting for his return. Su Tianyi looked at the frail Xiao Dai, feeling a bit of a headache. Thanks to her, he hadn't developed any feelings for Mei Ji on the journey. This girl seemed oblivious to the difference between men and women, insisting on sleeping together at night. He slept in the middle of the large bed, and the two slept on either side of him, each occupying one of his arms. Every time Su Tianyi lectured Gui Xiao Dai about the proper distance between men and women, and the fact that they shouldn't share a bed, she would always lower her head and smile faintly, then say, "It was Dad who made me do it." He said that in these kinds of things, men might outwardly resist, but inwardly they're secretly overjoyed. Su Tianyi was speechless. Men really do understand men. He was indeed somewhat tempted, and could only curse Uncle Gui inwardly for corrupting the naive and innocent Xiao Dai. At the same time, he felt inexplicably guilty, feeling that he had let Uncle Gui down. He wasn't a gentleman at all, but a beast in human clothing, lecherous and promiscuous. After lunch, Meiji and Xiao Dai went out hand in hand to watch the excitement, while Su Tianyi and Luo Chuan moved a rocking chair to the terrace. The two, like the old man, lay down, chatting idly, but mostly listening to an old storyteller below. A blind old man diagonally below the terrace finished another captivating story, eliciting screams and showers of virtual gifts from the crowd. Soon, a pile of broken low-grade spirit stones filled the area in front of him, with Xiao Dai and Meiji joining in the fun. "Gentlemen, do you know who the most monstrous talent in the world is?" The old man shakily wrapped the spirit stones in a tattered rag and tucked them into his worn sleeve. "Old man, are you talking about this generation, or the previous generation as well?" A burly, naked man pointed at the blind old man and shouted. A forced smile appeared on the old man's deeply lined face as he nodded. "It counts, it counts. Of course. It's definitely Her Majesty the current Empress. She's the only prodigy deemed a forbidden talent by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion." "That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten? Our immortal spirit continent once had an immortal. Do you know that immortal's name? Besides, that was so many years ago. Who knows if it's true or not? The truth is long gone. Maybe such a person never even existed in history. Don't you know? Recently, a peerless genius appeared in the Xian Tian Holy Land. In 3 years, he cultivated to the 7th level of the Unity Realm, crippling the Tai Holy Sun, a divine power realm cultivator, with a single arrow. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion has deemed him a forbidden prodigy comparable to the Empress. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Some in the know expressed doubt, saying the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion only said he possessed forbidden potential, not that he was currently forbidden. But most of the onlookers were focused on the fact that Luo Chuan had been crippled. They all felt it was utterly humiliating that the Holy Sun Tai, a renowned figure, was instantly defeated by a newcomer several realms above him. On the terrace, Su Tianyi and Luo Chuan exchanged a knowing smile. They were amused to find themselves involved in a story. Luo Chuan felt a mix of emotions. While not petty, he was still somewhat embarrassed and displeased by the mockery. Just then, the blind old man gestured for silence. He had been telling stories on this ship for decades, and many people knew him and respected him. The ship immediately quieted down. The blind old man confidently declared, "What you all said earlier is wrong. What do you know, you old storyteller? Don't think you know more than us just because you can tell a few silly stories. That's right, don't pretend to know what you don't." The blind old man gestured for silence again, and after the commotion subsided, he said, "I once saw a man who wielded a gun at 3, mastered it at 5, reached the half-step peak at 7, officially entered the peak at 15, became a divine power realm cultivator at 17, and was completely invincible among his peers at 18.
Even 3 forbidden prodigies joined forces and were defeated by his spear.
His talent was unprecedented, unparalleled, and unmatched.
He was said to hold the sun and moon in his hands and pluck stars from the sky. There is no one like him in this world. The blind old man grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, causing the little boy beside him great concern, fearing he might not catch his breath and pass away. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by bursts of mocking laughter. Blind old man, you're really joking. This story is too far-fetched. If you're going to make it up, at least make it believable. Chapter 73 The Peerless Immortal Dynasty's Crown Prince, Su Wuxuang.
Old man, you should rest. At your age, you can't even tell a story anymore? 3 forbidden prodigies? What kind of continental joke is this? It's too unbelievable.
On the ship, everyone sighed, thinking the old storyteller had gone mad. Amidst the clamor, some mocked, some showed concern, but no one believed him.
The blind old man didn't care. He shook his head and said, "There's always someone better.
Beyond the prodigies, there are more prodigies. Beyond the world, there are more worlds.
The immortal spirit continent is just a corner of this vast world.
Forbidden prodigies are unprecedented on the immortal spirit continent, but for the Tianyuan continent, the center of the world, a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers and where outstanding people and lands abound, forbidden prodigies are just as numerous as outstanding people."
Seeing the blind old man's seemingly plausible explanation, many wavered. There were quite a few high-ranking officials and nobles on the ship. Although they had never left the immortal spirit continent, they knew that their continent was not the only one in this world. A handsome young man in black, as beautiful as a woman, stood alone by the ship's edge, his long sword clasped around his arm. His voice was cold and clear. "I have never even left the immortal spirit continent." "How could you, a mere mortal old man, know anything about the Tianyuan continent? Is there truly such a prodigy in the world?" Although the young man in black asked, his tone revealed obvious distrust.
The Empress, a genius of all ages, had only just entered the divine origin realm at 17.
How could such a person possibly exist?
His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a magical power, causing everyone to fall silent involuntarily. Hearing the voice, the blind old man looked towards the young man in black. His empty pupils seemed strangely profound. He said softly, "Naturally, I've been to the Tianyuan continent and seen this person with my own eyes."
"Blind old man, you've changed. It's one thing to tell untrue stories, but now you've even learned to boast? Do you know the route? Do you know how far the Tianyuan continent is from here?
It's rumored that even a supreme expert in the supreme realm would need months to reach it without eating or drinking. Next time, please prepare your boasts beforehand, otherwise I won't give you any more money for your stories." The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the blind old man, only to see his aura change drastically. He slowly rose into the air, appearing as a sage with an air of otherworldly grace. Many of those who had previously mocked him were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Immortal, immortal, I was wrong." The young man in black looked grave, as if facing a formidable enemy.
He couldn't even see through the old man's cultivation.
The blind old man chuckled in midair. Someone just said something wrong. A Supreme Realm expert can travel to the Tianyuan continent in a month, not several months. A high-level Supreme Realm expert can do it in a day.
"How do you know?" the man instinctively retorted, but the words were barely out of his mouth before he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself repeatedly. If he didn't change his habit of being a contrarian, he'd be doomed sooner or later. The old man, however, was magnanimous and patiently explained, "Because I've tried it." Supreme Realm, the black-clad man thought to himself. The others reacted a step slower, stunned for a few seconds before staring at the old man in disbelief. "May I ask who you are, senior?" the black-clad man asked respectfully, clasping his hands in a fist salute. A blind old man stood with his hands behind his back, his hair and beard flowing in the wind. Stroking his long beard, he exuded an air of otherworldly wisdom and chuckled, "The master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, the old man of heavenly calculation." The master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, wasn't it Tianjizi? Has it changed? The black-clad man's eyes narrowed slightly. A bold guess surfaced in his mind. Could this man be the true master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion?
The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion spans several continents, establishing countless branches. It is a powerful, neutral force, not affiliated with any other power. This is common knowledge. The black-clad man opened his mouth, about to press further, but was interrupted by a handsome, ethereal young man in white. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the white-clad man, thinking, "Don't be hasty, I'll make you pay sooner or later." Su Tianyi rose from his rocking chair, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Senior, could you please tell me who this peerless prodigy is?" Su Tianyi aspired to ascend to the heavens and become the world's #1 man. The appearance of such a prodigy filled him with immense pressure, and he wanted to know in advance who this hypothetical opponent was.
The blind old man turned around, paused, and sensed a strange familiarity with the man's aura.
Because he had spied on too many heavenly secrets, his eyes had suffered divine punishment. Even as a supreme expert of the supreme realm, he could no longer see.
He released an invisible aura, attacking Su Tianyi.
After a careful examination, he found him to be a complete stranger. It seemed he had been overthinking things.
How could that person be here? Presumably, young master is the holy son of Xiantian, the newly emerged true dragon of the immortal spirit continent? The calculating old man calculated with his fingers, revealing a kind smile. Su Tianyi nodded modestly. The old man, a diviner, didn't answer immediately.
He was lost in thought, the youthful yet domineering voice echoing in his mind.
"Old man, I've heard you control the universe, regulate yin and yang, and understand the past and present, knowing everything under heaven?" He nodded.
"May I ask if there are immortals in this world, those true immortals who live forever and roam freely in the heavens?"
He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." The boy asked, "Why are they nowhere to be seen now?"
He replied, "The great Tao collapsed, and the immortals either departed, perished, or perhaps some remain in slumber."
Is it still possible to become an immortal in this world? Difficult, extremely difficult. Then do you think I can become an immortal?
Looking at the boy's confident expression, sensing his terrifying talent and foundation, he replied, "There's a chance."
The boy's expression was arrogant and domineering. A chance?
I should have been as powerful as the heavens, disregarding immortals and gods.
But it's not working? Since this great Tao is so useless, then let me reshape the rules and wield the great Tao. To be the emperor of all immortals, the master of all living beings.
The old man, having regained his senses, vanished into the void, leaving behind the words, "His surname is Su, his given name is Wushuang." He was born with the destiny of an emperor, the crown prince of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. All of you present, if one day you encounter an invincible genius, whose pace you cannot catch up with no matter how hard you try, and feel disheartened and desperate, do not be discouraged, do not be lost. Know that there is such a prodigy, an existence that no one can surpass.
The Wushuang immortal dynasty, Su Wushuang. Su Tianyi suddenly snapped out of his daze, realizing the old man was gone, and hurriedly shouted, "Senior, have you ever heard of anyone with the same name as me on the Tianyuan continent? Don't rush off yet. If you don't know Su Tianyi, do you know Su Hongyi? Hey, senior? Senior? Damn, you old geezer, you're so cunning, keeping me in suspense."
After confirming the blind old man was completely gone, Su Tianyi muttered under his breath and slumped back into the rocking chair, looking dejected. The old man's words had unsettled him. Su Wushuang was the crown prince of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, and they shared the same surname.
Coupled with his awakened memories, he couldn't help but overthink.
Su Tianyi guessed that he was very likely a prince of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, and that he had failed in his struggle for the crown prince position against Su Wushuang, leading to his current predicament.
Chapter 70 For the Mysterious Woman in Black. Brother Luochuan, come inside and I need to ask you something.
After sitting for a while, Su Tianyi got up, picked up a chair, and walked into the hall. After the heavenly calculation elder revealed his identity, almost everyone on the ship was discussing the Xiantian Holy Sun. Before, he might have felt vain, even standing up and waving in response, but now, preoccupied with his own thoughts, he found the chatter annoying. Luo Chuan was puzzled. Was there something he couldn't say here? So mysterious. As soon as Luo Chuan entered the palace, Su Tianyi impatiently closed the door, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Do you know that woman in black who was leaning against the railing with her sword earlier?" After giving Su Tianyi a strange look, Luo Chuan asked, "No, why? And how do you know she's a woman? Really don't know her? I think she looks a bit like you, definitely from the Luo family." Su Tianyi persisted, pressing for an answer. As for how he knew she was a woman, that was naturally a man's intuition. Luo Chuan stroked his chin, leaned against the palace door, closed his eyes, and recalled the appearance of the man in black. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing that the man actually looked 7/10 like his master. But his master was pure and innocent, and there had never been any rumors about him in this regard. Could that man be his master's illegitimate son? Immediately, Luo Chuan's gossipy nature was piqued, and he pulled Su Tianyi towards the ship, saying, "Brother Su, I don't know his identity either. Let's go ask him." Su Tianyi, of course, wouldn't refuse. He had the same idea. The two leaned on the railing, looking around, but the black-clad young man was nowhere to be seen on the ship. They weren't worried about him disappearing into thin air. This was a spaceship, high in the sky. Could he possibly sprout wings and fly away? "I didn't expect the Xian Tian Holy Sun to be on this ship. His destination is the imperial capital. He should be heading to the Zhulu Academy. This is the first time I've seen a Holy Land establish a Gi realm cultivator as its holy son. It's a record-breaking achievement. The lowest level before was always a Tumen realm cultivator. I heard the little boy beside the blind old man is missing. He's really lucky. That's a supreme realm expert, and the master of the Tianji Pavilion. From now on, he's truly risen to prominence." Su Tianyi and Luo Chuan walked and stopped, and the two topics they heard most often along the way were these two. "That's really strange. How could this perfectly healthy person just vanish like that?" Su Tianyi and Luo Chuan searched the area but found nothing. They even asked some of the registration maids, but they all said they hadn't seen her before, nor was there any record of her checking in. The woman in black seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "Brother Luo Chuan, with your cultivation level, could you descend from 10,000 meters in the sky?" Su Tianyi asked after returning to their sleeping quarters. Luo Chuan shook his head, "No. While those at the Divine Power Realm can temporarily fly, landing safely from 10,000 meters in the sky is difficult. Only great cultivators at the Feather Transformation Realm or above, or those with special talents in flight, could do it." After saying this, the two exchanged a smile. Su Tianyi shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps she's one of them?" Luo Chuan asked curiously, "How can you be so sure she's a woman, Brother Su?" Su Tianyi went upstairs and laughed. "It's a man's seventh sense." Before he disappeared from sight, Luo Chuan shouted, "Brother Su, you seem quite concerned about her. Could it be that you've taken a liking to her?" A frank voice came from upstairs. "Yes, I have. If she is truly from the Luo family, I hope Brother Luo Chuan will put in a good word for you and help bring them together. Once it's done, you won't need to repay the favor." Luo Chuan chuckled. This Xian Tian saint was quite witty and humorous, much easier to get along with than those who liked to scheme. He was worth befriending. Su Tianyi entered the bedroom. Meiji and Xiao Dai were still out, doing something. After taking off his shoes, he leaned heavily against the headboard, his mind drifting into the long-forgotten painting of fairies. When Chuluoli saw him, she initially showed joy, but then, as if remembering something, her face immediately fell, and she turned her head away, looking very unhappy. Su Tianyi lay down beside her and said softly, "What's wrong? Who made you angry again?" Chuluoli turned around, straddled him, and pointed fiercely at the still sleeping unicorn, baring her teeth and claws. "Who allowed it in? The fairy painting is Chu Chu's territory. No living being is allowed in except for the master." Su Tianyi folded his arms, rested his head on his hand, gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, and said nonchalantly, "What does it matter? The fairy painting is so big." Seeing that her master was unmoved, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears. Overwhelmed by her grievances, she stomped her little feet on Su Tianyi's stomach and jumped up and down. This sudden attack almost made Su Tianyi vomit up his dinner from the night before. He sat up, pinned the disobedient Chuluoli to his lap, grabbed her bun hairstyle with one hand, and began to lecture her with the other.
Wah, I'm crying. Master only knows how to bully Choo Choo.
It was clearly Master's fault for letting other things into Choo Choo's house first.
Wah, Master is unreasonable. Wah, Master, be gentle. Choo Choo's little bottom is going to get a bruise. Wah, Choo Choo was wrong. I'll never do it again. Master is the greatest.
The little girl stretched out her arms, her little feet trembling, loudly begging for mercy.
Su Tianyi was speechless.
Even if he had used his full strength, could a little girl who could fight a powerful cultivator in the feather transformation realm within the fairy painting possibly be a match for a mere returning to one realm weakling like him? Looking at the little girl's red eyes and nose, Su Tianyi really couldn't tell if she was truly crying or faking it.
Su Tianyi sighed, patting her head to comfort her. All right, don't cry. Don't be so stingy next time. Chu Luoli sniffled, looking pitifully at Su Tianyi. This is Choo Choo's home. Choo Choo only wants Master to enter.
Looking into the little girl's sincere eyes, Su Tianyi felt a pang of guilt and heartache for some reason. He blinked quickly, looked up at the sky, and said in an exceptionally gentle voice,
I understand. For now, treat it as an inanimate object and don't let it awaken. Once I get the ring of life, I'll give it away. Is that okay?
Hearing this, Chu Luoli jumped up happily, hugged Su Tianyi's neck, and gave him a few big kisses on his fair face.
Su Tianyi wiped his face vigorously a few times, feigning disgust, and said, You got my face covered in saliva, it's filthy. Chapter 75 The mission entrusted to Chu Luoli.
Chu Luoli pouted and muttered softly, Humph, you look down on me now, but you won't even be able to reach me in the future.
What are you saying?
Su Tianyi put his arm around her shoulder, moved the little one beside him, and rested his arm under her head.
Nothing, I just think Master seems to have gotten even more handsome.
Su Tianyi replied narcissistically, already the most handsome man in the universe, how could this flawless face possibly get any more handsome?
Even the slightest change would be a flaw. There's an old Chinese saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
In Choo Choo's eyes, Master will only become more and more handsome. Chu Luoli lay on her side, looking sweetly at Su Tianyi. If he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, he would notice a sparkle in the little girl's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, her expression bore a resemblance to the fairy in the picture.
Lover? Children shouldn't talk like that. You need to be careful. I have no interest in little girls.
After chatting idly with Chu Luoli for a while, Su Tianyi's previously heavy mood eased.
Choo Choo, have you heard of Su Wuxuan that the old man mentioned today? Su Tianyi asked. How would Choo Choo know? Chu Luoli rolled her eyes at him. Su Tianyi said discontentedly, So you were sleeping the whole time in my sea of consciousness? Back on Blue Star, didn't you watch anime?
Chu Luoli corrected him, that's called deep sleep, not sleeping.
Okay, even so, you haven't woken up even once in over 10 years? What if someone killed me?
The inheritors of the eternal body are born with great fortune.
How could they die so easily? Choo Choo explained. What if, understand? I said what if? Su Tianyi pressed on. He felt that Chu Luoli had many things she hadn't said, many secrets hidden, such as, how did she get this fairy painting? Was it created by nature itself, or copied by a master painter? Ugh, Master, you're so annoying. I already said I'm asleep and know nothing. If something really happens, it's probably fate. Choo Choo will just go find the next successor.
The little girl, Chu Luo, was unusually impatient with the question.
These words truly angered Su Tianyi. The little girl's first reaction was to change masters? Shouldn't she be trying her best to revive him? She really doesn't know how to speak. It seems she needs to be taught a lesson.
Chu Luo felt her master's malicious gaze and instantly realized her mistake, quickly trying to salvage the situation. Master, you misunderstand.
Choo Choo meant to find Master's reincarnation. Someone at my level can reincarnate? Su Tianyi turned to the side, hooked his arm around Chu Luo's chest, and gave her a look that said, Do you think I'm stupid? Choo Choo looked at him earnestly. Doesn't Master have Choo Choo?
Su Tianyi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the little girl, so he tactfully changed the subject. To be honest, he had indeed wondered if he might be the reincarnation of some ancient immortal. But after hearing Choo Choo say that the fairy painting had 3 previous owners, especially since the previous owner was a woman, he dispelled those doubts.
The concept of reincarnation isn't entirely unfounded.
Giants at the Tao Heaven realm can reincarnate through physical transformation, but the success rate is less than 1 in 1,000, while at the Supreme realm it's 1 in 100. According to historical records, the sole characteristics of a reincarnated person remain unchanged. There's no such thing as a male becoming a female.
Among Su Tiany's many godfathers, there was one lucky individual who successfully reincarnated.
In his previous life, when reading novels, there were always scenes where the male protagonist, after awakening his memories, experienced soul incompatibility, often bursting into a tirade of "I am who I am, not someone else." Finally, there would be a melodramatic plot of erasing the past life.
Out of curiosity, Su Tiany inquired about this.
His godfather said that after awakening his past life, there was nothing particularly special, just a feeling of waking from a dream, a brief sense of disorientation, which would subside after a few days. Grandpa Shin knew that the astonishing phenomenon that shook the continent was caused by Su Tiany, believing him to be a reincarnated immortal. Therefore, he was particularly concerned about this matter and even specially transmitted his own experience of awakening his memories to Su Tiany, allowing him to empathize. Afterwards, Su Tiany personally experienced the feeling of remembering his past life. Although the feeling was somewhat novel, it was completely different from the melodramatic situations in novels.
It was like someone suddenly remembering a feeling from their childhood. When Su Tiany was in elementary school, his favorite thing to do during summer vacation was to catch frogs. He was extremely cruel. He would first catch a small one from the edge of the field, then tear it in half, using its hindquarters as bait. During festivals, he loved setting off firecrackers. After using up his own, he would search the ground for leftover firecrackers, even if they were fast-burning fuses, without any fear. As he grew up, however, he dared not set off firecrackers, nor dared to catch frogs. He became increasingly timid. The awakening of memories was roughly like this: the strange, sudden realization that he had this face after all. Choo Choo, among all the past masters of the eternal divine body, were there any as monstrous as Su Wuxuan?
Su Tiany felt he was a prince he had targeted and suppressed, hence his particular attention to this crown prince. Choo Choo pointed her little finger at her chin, tilting her head slightly back.
Under Su Tiany's expectant gaze, she gave a disappointing answer: who cares about early cultivation levels?
Master only needs to understand that in the end, no one will be stronger than them.
Su Tiany gazed at the sky in silence.
After a long while, he took out the seed of the blazing heaven flame, refined it, and temporarily lent it to the little girl. Choo Choo stared at the small flame flickering in her palm, looking at Su Tiany with confusion, not understanding its meaning. Then, a book appeared in her other hand. Looking down, she saw it was the Azure Wood Heart Sutra.
Choo Choo, it seems Master has encountered a lifelong enemy he can't defeat.
He needs to seize the time to cultivate, improve his cultivation level, and hone his combat skills. As for the time-consuming and laborious task of alchemy, I'll leave it to you, clever, cute, and obedient Choo Choo. I look forward to the day Choo Choo becomes a saint-grade, no, a celestial-grade alchemist.
Good luck, be serious, don't keep Master waiting too long. Su Tiany cupped Choo Choo's little face and playfully kissed her. I'll refine pills?
The bewildered Choo Choo was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide, her mouth agape, her face filled with disbelief.
Is this any justice? This is too much to bully a little girl like this.
Choo Choo was furious, very furious, but Su Tiany had already left the fairy painting, so she had no choice but to suppress her resentment and sullenly begin studying the Greenwood Heart Sutra. Before long, Choo Choo discovered that she seemed to actually have a talent for alchemy, and she quickly grasped the basics.
Her master's judgment was truly excellent.
Thinking about how her master would gently pat her head and praise her after she finished her alchemy, Choo Choo was overjoyed, a silly smile spreading across her face.
Chapter 76: Female Thief.
Outside the fairy-like painting, Su Tiany opened his eyes and saw Meiji and Shaodai push open the door and enter, both carrying large bags and small packages, making him feel a little embarrassed.
Sure enough,
Women from any world are all the same by nature. They love shopping, shopping, shopping.
Young master, why did you go back to your room so soon? Aren't you going out for a walk? It's quite lively on the ship.
Meiji put down her items, pulled over a chair, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Xiaodai put down her small bag and sat down opposite her, quietly and politely.
Su Tianyi chuckled. What, are you saying you're taking Xiaodai out to have some fun later?
Xiaodai blushed and stammered, No, we weren't having fun just now, we were just taking a walk. Meiji drank another glass of water and said coquettishly, You always wrong me, Xiaodai is so much better.
Xiaodia's cheeks turned even redder.
Meiji smoothed her hair, sighed, and said, Come on, Xiaodai, let's go out for a walk some more, it's so stuffy in the room.
Xiaodai hesitated. We've been playing for so long, how about we call it a day? Meiji gave Xiaodai a disapproving look. We finally got out, we should definitely play as much as possible.
Xiaodai looked troubled, she naturally preferred quiet and disliked being in crowded places.
Meiji persisted, Xiaodai, just keep your sister company. We're best friends, you won't let your sister be sad or disappointed, right? Under Meiji's repeated requests, Xiaodai couldn't resist and agreed.
With a bang, the door closed, and the room fell silent again.
Su Tianyi smiled and sat on the bed to begin meditating.
About 10 minutes later, the door creaked open again.
Meiji entered the room, peeking out and looking left and right, as if wary of someone.
She carefully closed the door, took out a newly bought lock from her pocket, locked the door, and then rushed towards Su Tianyi, taking off her shoes as she went.
In a swift movement, she sat down beside him.
Meiji smiled alluringly and whispered, Young master, stop cultivating and look at me.
Su Tianyi opened his eyes, puzzled. Not shopping anymore? Meiji smiled ingratiatingly. I'm done shopping. So fast? Where's Xiaodai? Why hasn't she returned yet?
Meiji stammered. She said she wanted to shop a little more, saying she's rather introverted and wanted to toughen up, so I didn't need to accompany her. But I thought the room was a bit quiet and lonely, master might be lonely by himself, so I came back. Su Tianyi tilted his head and stared at Meiji, looking at her with an I don't believe you expression. Meiji felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her lips trembled, and she cried out, I admit I lied, but it's all young master's fault.
My fault? Tell me? Su Tianyi found it amusing. He hadn't said anything wrong with Meiji, so why was she acting so aggrieved? Meiji sobbed softly. This trip was supposed to be just the two of us, why did she have to come in?
Su Tianyi removed the 3,000 masks from her face, reached out and wiped away her tears from her exquisitely beautiful face, and said softly, All right, don't cry.
No, I want to cry. When are you going to get rid of her? She can't be following us around after we get to the academy, can she?
Meiji cried even harder, like a wronged little girl.
Aren't you and Xiaodai best friends? How come? Su Tianyi looked at the tear-streaked Meiji, feeling both heartache and confusion. Meiji stopped crying and said in a trembling voice, Who said she's best friends? It's all because of her.
I haven't been able to spend time alone with you, young master, for many days.
Su Tianyi was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Meiji's true thoughts to be like this. Judging from their usual interactions, he truly believed they were inseparable best friends. The ancients were right, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at acting, the better she is at deceiving. After all, nobody believes ugly women, even the truth is suspected of being a lie.
So, you sent Xiaodai away and came back alone, what were you thinking?
Su Tianyi already knew the answer in his heart, but he still pretended to be a clueless novice.
Seeing his pretense, Meiji didn't expose him. She alluringly asked, Young master, don't you want to be alone with me? Su Tianyi, gazing at the captivating Meiji, instantly lost control. What gentleman could withstand such a test?
Anyone with a weaker will would have succumbed to Meiji's devastatingly beautiful face and unparalleled alluring figure long ago.
Su Tianyi considered himself a gentleman among gentlemen for having held out this long without activating the Holy Scripture and refraining from making a move. Knock knock, why is the door closed? I remember it wasn't locked, right? Brother Tianyi? Sister Meiji? Are you inside? Suddenly, a knock sounded.
Su Tianyi covered her mouth, shaking his head to signal her to be quiet. Xiao Dai leaned against the door, listening to the sounds inside.
After a long silence, she muttered to herself, "Nobody's here? What's going on? There's no one inside. How did they lock the door? Could a thief have broken in?"
Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi leaned down and whispered in Meiji's ear, "A thief did indeed break in.
It was a deceitful female thief." Chapter 77. Even the innocent Xiao Dai has impure thoughts. "Brother, are you there?" Xiao Dai, hearing a slight movement, quickly spoke.
Su Tianyi gestured to Meiji to stay still, then, after calming himself slightly, replied, "I'm cultivating." Xiao Dai's face lit up with joy, and she pushed the door twice. "Brother, the door is closed."
Su Tianyi said, "Xiao Dai, I closed the door.
I'm cultivating a special technique that requires a quiet environment."
After saying that, he glared at Meiji with displeasure, as if to say, "You made me take the blame for you."
Meiji's lips moved slightly, silently saying, "Good master, I know I was wrong, I'll make it up to you." She then shook it twice, and Su Tianyi gasped, almost crying out in surprise. It was too exciting, too exhilarating.
Outside the door, Xiao Dai felt a pang of panic and asked worriedly, "Did I disturb your cultivation just now?" "No, it didn't. But I've reached a crucial moment in my cultivation, so I can't move for the time being. Why don't you go for a walk a little longer?"
Su Tianyi lay on the bed, pressing his hands on her shoulders, signaling Meiji to behave and stop causing trouble. Xiao Dai squatted down, leaning against the window, and whispered, "I'll wait outside." Hearing this, Meiji smiled slightly, looking down at Su Tianyi, her beautiful eyes clearly teasing.
Of course, Su Tianyi wouldn't let Xiao Dai wait outside, otherwise, how could he cultivate the yin-yang diagram? Su Tianyi coughed lightly. "Xiao Dai, where's Meiji?"
Xiao Dai asked, puzzled. "She just went out a little while ago, and Sister Meiji disappeared."
"I've been looking for her for ages."
Su Tianyi began to coax the naive and kind-hearted Xiao Dai. "Meiji has no cultivation and is so beautiful.
What if she runs into bad people? Your brother is at a critical moment right now and can't move for the time being.
The important task of finding Meiji is entrusted to Xiao Dai."
Xiao Dai pondered. Sister Meiji's appearance should be safe, right?
Su Tianyi paused for a moment, then remembered that Xiao Dai didn't know Meiji's true appearance. Meiji's eyebrows furrowed, and she ground her pearly white teeth menacingly.
This girl actually called her ugly. Don't think that just because she used a different word, she won't understand. Su Tianyi thought for a while before reluctantly saying, "What if someone actually likes that kind of thing?"
"Brother, are you that kind of person?"
Xiao Dai blurted out without thinking. This question had been nagging at her for a long time. Otherwise, how could a plain-looking maid like Sister Meiji be qualified to be with Brother Tianyi? Su Tianyi immediately panicked.
This was pure slander. He, the holy Sun Tzu, might not be able to say anything else, but when it came to aesthetics, he was definitely on point.
He immediately retorted, "Nonsense. What kind of status do you think I am? What kind of stunning beauties haven't I seen? Why would I like someone like Meiji?"
Xiao Dai muttered softly, "Maybe it's precisely because he's seen so many stunning beauties that he likes the unique Sister Meiji."
"What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Tianyi's face flushed red, and his voice unconsciously rose a few decibels.
Xiao Dai, feeling wronged after being yelled at by Su Tianyi for the first time, said, "The way you and Sister Meiji are usually so intimate doesn't seem like master and servant at all, more like some Taoist couples from the refining peak."
"Ahem, since you guessed it, Xiao Dai, then I won't hide it from you. Actually, this face isn't Meiji's true face. She's just as beautiful as the four beauties of the world." Su Tianyi was speechless, and to avoid being labeled as someone who liked ugly women, he revealed a little bit of his true feelings.
"Ah?" Xiao Dai stood there stunned, then a look of sudden realization crossed her face, but it quickly turned to disappointment. The selfish smugness deep inside her vanished.
So Sister Meiji is a stunning beauty after all. Does my appearance not meet Brother Tianyi's standards? No wonder he didn't pounce on me like Father said. Xiao Dai thought sadly.
Su Tianyi, unaware of Xiao Dai's changing emotions outside the door, urged, "Go find Meiji quickly."
If her true colors are discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll go right now.
Xiao Dai hurriedly lifted her little yellow dress and went out to find her.
Meiji said meaningfully, Xiao Dai might be sad for a while. Su Tianyi said, it was just a slightly loud voice. Xiao Dai isn't that fragile, is she?
How could she possibly hide Xiao Dai's little thoughts from her?
Nobody's perfect, and there are plenty of people with dark hearts. Xiao Dai wasn't being malicious.
It's only natural to feel happy when an unattractive woman is there to make her stand out in front of the person she admires.
Wasn't she also playing the role of a humble maid in front of the young master? Meiji smiled, not saying it aloud. Speaking ill of Xiao Dai in front of Su Tianyi would seem like slander.
Her previous comments about Xiao Dai were expressions of her dissatisfaction and jealousy.
The young master certainly wouldn't be angry. Men like that, it satisfies their vanity. An hour later, Meiji nestled contentedly in Su Tianyi's arms, asking, Young master, did you call me mayor before?
Yes, why?
Su Tianyi was curious, why had Meiji suddenly brought this up? Meiji smiled happily, I've never heard you call me that before. Now that you do, I feel closer to you.
He thought for a moment, realizing he'd never actually called Meiji that to her face, only once to his master. He vividly remembered his master's jealous expression. Since Mayor likes it, then young master can call her that every day from now on.
Mayor, Xiao Dai, these names are like nicknames.
Meiji's given name is Ji, calling her Xiao Ji sounds awkward.
Su Tianyi understood now.
If her given name wasn't suitable, he'd just use the first character, there was no need to agonize over it.
Chapter 78 Feelings Heat Up.
Meiji placed Su Tianyi's hand into her cleavage. I want to hear you call me Mei right now, young master.
Su Tianyi pulled away twice, but she held on tightly, laughing, What are you doing?
If you keep doing this, I don't know if I'll call you mayor, but you definitely will.
Really?
Meiji wasn't surprised but rather delighted, her watery eyes filled with anticipation. Su Tianyi cursed her inwardly as a vixen, ruthlessly putting on her 3,000 masks. After Meiji regained her normal appearance, she immediately became obedient, no longer acting seductively, only looking at Su Tianyi with resentful eyes. She knew that continuing to tempt him would only bring her humiliation. Su Tianyi, his mind as still as water, entered a state of sagely composure. He dressed, got out of bed, and instructed, Mayor, it's getting late, and Xiao Dai hasn't returned yet.
Let's go look for her.
Hearing her young master call her mayor, Meiji's sorrowful expression vanished. She jumped up, dressed as quickly as possible, and, finding him already out the door, hurriedly called out, Young master, wait a moment.
Wait for me.
Su Tianyi's voice came from outside the door, the spaceship is large, let's split up and search.
Meiji scoffed lightly, You forgot what you told Xiao Dai so quickly? Aren't you afraid I'll run into bad people? After complaining, she chuckled, gently stroking the crystal necklace around her neck.
This was a protective item Su Tianyi had given her before their departure, a half-step sacred artifact, capable of withstanding the attacks of a low-level feathered realm expert for a quarter of an hour. Meiji closed her eyes, scanned the area with her divine sense, and then muttered to herself, My obedient little maid won't spoil this opportunity for our relationship to blossom.
How magnanimous I am.
Meiji's earlier suggestion that Su Tianyi take advantage of the situation to silence Xiao Dai's suggestive words wasn't a joke. Compared to the young master's other women, she favored and loved Xiao Dai the most. Because only Xiao Dai would call her sister. Meanwhile, Su Tianyi searched for a while before finally finding Xiao Dai at the stern of the boat. She was leaning against the railing, gazing up at the starry sky, her black hair and skirt swaying in the evening breeze. Just as Su Tianyi was about to call out, he noticed Xiao Dai's shoulders seemed to be trembling slightly. He approached, held his breath, and heard a soft sob.
Xiao Dai, why are you crying?
Su Tianyi came to Xiao Dai's side, his hands on the railing, gazing at the starry sea, his voice gentle. Xiao Dai was startled at first, then threw herself into his arms, bursting into tears. Brother, I've searched this spaceship over and over again, but I still can't find any trace of Sister Meiji.
Do you think she might have really encountered bad people, been raped and murdered, and had her body dumped off the ship?
In the room, Meiji, who was elegantly sipping tea, suddenly darkened her face.
Su Tianyi felt relieved, so that's what she was worried about.
Looking at Xiao Dai, her face streaked with tears, he felt a pang of guilt. While Xiao Dai was worrying outside, he and Meiji had been hiding it from her, making love in their room. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi gently patted Xiao Dai's back, softly comforting her, "You've worked so hard."
Mayor has already gone back. Really?
Xiao Dai looked up, her long eyelashes still glistening with tears, sparkling like starlight.
Su Tianyi laughed, "You're just worried sick. Why would I lie to you about something like this?"
Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai pressed her forehead against his chest and whispered an apology, "I'm sorry."
Alright, it's alright, let's go back. As Su Tianyi turned around, he realized he was being held tightly by Xiao Dai. "Xiao Dai?" Su Tianyi called out gently.
Xiao Dai hesitated, then finally mustered her courage.
"Brother, is Sister Meiji really as beautiful as Her Highness the Goddess?"
Su Tianyi thought for a moment. "I haven't seen Her Highness the Goddess's true face, so I can't comment, but she's about as beautiful as Fox Charm."
Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise, "You've even seen the Fox Clan's princess? My father said you've always stayed on Holy Lord Peak." Su Tianyi smiled, "It's a secret."
"Oh." Xiao Dai asked softly, "Does this mean I have no chance?"
Su Tianyi sighed, "You can't force matters of the heart. What your father said isn't entirely true. Am I not good looking?" Su Tianyi was at a loss for words. She was clearly unmoved.
He sighed, "While you're not the most stunning beauty, you're still very pretty. And Xiao Dai, you're very pleasing to the eye. Looking at you for a while, I digress."
"Do you think I'm that kind of shallow person?" Xiao Dai's eyes lit up. "I have a chance?"
Faced with this single-minded girl, Su Tianyi was temporarily at a loss for words. He could only say, "I don't care about fame, fortune, or looks."
"Anyone has a chance."
Brother Tianyi truly lives up to his title as the Holy Son of Shintian.
"Your character is so noble." Xiao Dai's eyes crinkled as she clung to Su Tianyi's arm, skipping along. Su Tianyi was bewildered as Xiao Dai pulled him along.
Why did he feel like Xiao Dai was falling even deeper?
Damn it, he clearly hadn't intended to flirt. This irresistible charm is so annoying. Why are Xiao Dai's dimples so beautiful?
Remembering Chu Chu's words about beauty being in the eye of the beholder, Su Tianyi quickly shook his head to clear his head. Su Tianyi and Xiao Dai had just sat down in their room when Meiji returned from outside, her face beaming with surprise. "I searched for ages but couldn't find you.
I was wondering if you'd already come back."
Xiao Dai blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry to have worried you."
"It's all my fault, sister.
I wasn't paying attention during the day and got separated from Xiao Dai." Meiji's face lit up with genuine joy when she said sister.
"It's not Meiji's fault, it's all my fault for losing you."
The two blamed each other until Su Tianyi spoke, stopping them.
"Alright, it's all my fault, no matter what. How could I let two such beautiful women go out and wander around like that?"
Xiao Dai lowered her head, blushing shyly when he called her a beauty. Meiji replied haughtily, "To err is human, to forgive divine."
Su Tianyi glared at her, displeased. This vixen was shameless. Didn't she know whose fault it was? To steal a bite, she actually tricked the innocent Xiao Dai, even making him lie alone. "Xiao Dai and I are going to bathe. Don't peek."
Meiji's piercing gaze made her feel guilty, and she pulled Xiao Dai to the bathroom next door to shower.
"If Brother Tianyi wants, yes, it's possible." "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about?"
Women should respect themselves. The more reserved a woman is, the more men like her.
"Really? How did Sister Meiji make young master fall for you?" "How would I know?" "Go ask him. Anyway, I'm definitely not a pushover." Inside the bathroom, the two women argued quietly. Chapter 79: Su Lingyun becomes an academy instructor. Half an hour later.
Two people emerged from the bathroom, their hair disheveled, the ends glistening with water droplets, their cheeks flushed. Meiji tilted her head, fiddling with her hair, and asked, "Young master, you can go wash now."
"Don't let your imagination run wild in there." Upon hearing this, Xiaodia's light red face instantly turned crimson.
She glanced shyly at Su Tianyi, then quickly lowered her head.
Su Tianyi snapped out of his meditative state, glancing sideways at Meiji. What's with the pretense? What is my status? What position do I have? Do I need to fantasize? Wouldn't I just pin you down on the bed and get down to business? Gathering his thoughts, Su Tianyi said softly, no need. I already used the cleansing technique. Oh, Xiaodai looked somewhat disappointed.
Meiji, dressed in a thin veil, casually sat down beside him and said, young master, shouldn't you let Xiaodai see my true face?
Su Tianyi said, not pretending anymore? Seeing her young master's amused expression, Meiji knew what he was thinking.
She wrapped her arms around him and said coquettishly, I was referring to my appearance. Xiaodai, standing nearby, was seeing Meiji like this for the first time. Especially the way she addressed herself as this humble servant, it sent chills down her spine, making her feathers fall to the ground.
So hot.
Su Tianyi hesitated slightly, then reached out and dispelled the 3,000 faces. With a flash of white light, Meiji's captivatingly beautiful face appeared.
Her hair was jet black and lustrous, thick and smooth.
Her skin was flawless, with a faint pink hue. Her long, willow leaf eyebrows resembled crescent moons, her eyelashes were long and curled, and beneath her double eyelids, she shone with a captivating allure that could drive men mad. Her nose was high and straight, and her moist, red lips were sexy and alluring. A vibrant red dress clung to her graceful figure.
Xiaodia's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by overwhelming disappointment and intense inferiority.
So Sister Meiji really was that beautiful. Her last shred of hope vanished. Just as Meiji was about to proudly display her stunning beauty, a pair of merciless iron hands covered her face, and she returned to her ordinary appearance.
Su Tianyi's actions fueled Meiji's resentment.
She turned away, ignoring him, and sulked alone.
Listen to me, Su Tianyi said, pulling Meiji close. Xiaodai, don't overthink it. You're beautiful enough to be considered a beauty even by world standards. We don't need to compare ourselves to the best. Xiaodai smiled faintly, feeling much better.
Hearing him say she was the best, Meiji's earlier resentment disappeared, and she happily snuggled into bed. Xiaodai hesitated for a moment, then decided to squeeze in with the other two. That night, Su Tianyi was once again enveloped in soft embraces, sleeping soundly. Time passed quietly, and half a month later, the spaceship was about to arrive in the capital. During this time, Xiaodai and Su Tianyi opened up to each other, sharing their innermost feelings, and their relationship quickly blossomed. Several times, Xiaodia's unintentional prodding almost led to a passionate encounter. In their otherwise mundane life, Meiji and Han Qing had some minor conflicts. That day, Su Tianyi and the holy son of Luo Chuan, having nothing better to do, went to look for the woman in black they had glimpsed the other day. The two, who disliked each other, met in the hall. After a few sarcastic remarks, Meiji was beaten up by Han Qing. Aside from a scratched face, she was otherwise unharmed. These past few days, Su Tianyi and Luo Chuan had gotten along well, their relationship somewhere between friends and brothers. Besides, Meiji, despite her 3,000 face mask, wasn't actually injured at all. After Luo Chuan sternly reprimanded Han Qing, Su Tianyi only verbally warned her and didn't pursue the matter further. However, Luo Chuan felt guilty and insisted on compensation. After a brief back and forth, at Su Tianyi's prompting, Luo Chuan paid with a life ring. They thought the matter was settled, but the next day, Han Chang was found bound hand and foot and hanging from a chandelier, her mouth gagged. Although the culprit was never found, Su Tianyi had a suspicion. He had long suspected Meiji's identity. Even with an extraordinary physique, without any cultivation, how could she possibly have the ability to kill a Dao Heaven Realm giant? Furthermore, he put in a lot of effort when breaking that special melon. The difficulty was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Su Tianyi had tested Meiji quite a few times. Jumping off a cliff to activate the spatial teleportation array was one such test, but unfortunately, her acting was quite good, and she successfully fooled him. This little incident exposed her true colors. He felt there was an 80% chance Meiji was a protector. We've arrived in the capital. As a booming voice rang out, the people on the spaceship quickly returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. One of the men, his steps unsteady and face pale, stood at the bow of the ship. Looking down at the faintly visible capital city, he shouted, "Finally here! Sisters of the heavenly immortal pavilion, this young master is back!" As soon as the spaceship landed, a group of people dressed in white, with tokens bearing the characters Tai hanging from their waists, surrounded the ship. A deafening shout followed, "Welcome, Holy Sun Luo Chuan." Luo Chuan nodded in response and smiled, "Holy Sun Su, until we meet again." Su Tianyi returned the smile, but after disembarking, his face instantly darkened. Damn it, these people from the Xian Tian Holy Land are truly incompetent. Once I find out who's in charge here, I'll definitely make things difficult for them. Oh dear, junior brother, who upset you? Should I teach them a lesson for you? Lin Sienna appeared on the ship at some point. She sat on the railing, gently swinging her jade-like legs. Su Tianyi turned around, his face instantly brightening with a smile. Lin Sienna jumped down, brushed off her skirt, and gave him a hug. After they parted, Su Tianyi complained that the person in charge here hadn't provided adequate intelligence, failing to even greet the Holy Sun, thus tarnishing the prestige of the Xian Tian Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Lin Sienna covered her mouth and giggled. Perhaps it's because the great Holy Sun Su wants to show off and be in the limelight? Su Tianyi frowned unhappily. Seeing this, Lin Sienna took his hand and coaxed, "Alright, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Didn't the person in charge come to pick you up personally? Isn't that enough face?" Su Tianyi exclaimed in surprise, "What? You're the person in charge?" Seeing his incredulous expression, Lin Sienna teased, "What, am I, the master of the Xian Tian sect, not qualified?" Su Tianyi gave an awkward laugh. Lin Sienna glanced at Meiji and Xiao Dai behind him out of the corner of her eye, and said calmly, "Junior brother is really dashing, even taking his concubine with him when he goes out?" "Senior sister, you've misunderstood." Su Tianyi turned and pulled Xiao Dai aside, introducing her, "This is the daughter of the head of the weapon refining peak, named Gua Xiao Dai, my recently adopted younger sister." Lin Sienna smiled and said, "Of course I know Xiao Dai, I was referring to another one." Su Tianyi was surprised. Did his senior sister know something? Otherwise, who would suspect that the ordinary-looking Meiji was his concubine? At this moment, the possibility that Meiji was a protector arranged by his master rose to over 90% in his mind. Because of Su Tianyi's silence, the atmosphere became somewhat stiff. Lin Sienna broke the silence. "Stop daydreaming. The entrance trial is about to begin. If you're late, see if Head Su won't skin you alive." Su Tianyi exclaimed in shock, "So many days have passed, and she still hasn't gone back?" Lin Sienna smiled, "It seems she's become an academy instructor." Chapter 80 The Enchantress's Thoughts. Su Tianyi asked, puzzled, "Isn't she from my Xian Tian Holy Land? How can she stay at the academy?" Lin Sienna explained, "Of course she can. At least half of the academy's instructors are from other forces, but people of Su Tianyi's status are rare." Su Tianyi leaned closer and whispered, "Did Su Tianyi say why she stayed?" Lin Sienna replied, "She said it was to protect the Holy Sun." Su Tianyi felt like crying. Was she trying to use protection as an excuse to get revenge? Could he really not keep this bodyguard? Look at you, still unhappy? Junior brother, your status is different now. You represent the face of my Xian Tian Holy Land. If something happens, where will the Holy Land's face be? Who told you to be so arrogant at the enthronement ceremony? Lots of people dislike you. Lin Sienna took Su Tianyi's hand and led him towards the academy. Those were all tasks assigned by Master, I had no choice. I see. I was wondering why my junior brother, whom I usually bullied, suddenly changed so drastically, becoming so arrogant. Senior sister. Ha, sister was wrong. After you enter the academy, I'll let you bully him back, okay? Following behind them, Xiao Dai asked in a low voice, "Sister Meiji, are senior sister Sienna and brother Tianyi very close?" Meiji hugged Xiao Dai's arm and said with a smile, "Don't guess wildly, it's the kind of relationship you're thinking of." Ah. Xiao Dai's eyes widened, and she protested, You misunderstood, I didn't think of that. After saying that, Xiao Dai quickly covered her mouth.
Wasn't that an admission of guilt? Meiji couldn't help but laugh at her adorable appearance.
Xiao Dai blushed and said coquettishly, Sister Meiji.
I'll try my best.
Meiji covered her mouth with both hands, her breasts trembling, clearly struggling to hold back.
Xiao Dai was amused by the comical scene. After laughing for a while, Xiao Dai finally asked, Does brother have many women?
Meiji stretched out her jade-like hand, folded her slender fingers, and counted in front of Xiao Dai, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7.
Xiao Dai exclaimed incredulously, So many?
Meiji looked at her with a half-smile, There will only be more in the future. Your brother is just that fickle.
It's not too late to back out now. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth and said, My father said that brother Tianyi is my destined one, we are destined to be together.
Meiji rubbed her forehead, speechless.
Is this your real father? How can you push your daughter into a fire pit? Don't you dare talk about him like that. Xiao Dai was unusually angry. Okay. Meiji patted her head.
Xiao Dai snorted, still unsatisfied, Brother Tianyi is a pit of fire, why do you still want to get close to him? The image of being bullied and controlled by the vixen resurfaced in Meiji's mind, filling her with grief and indignation. However, the thought that Yun Mushi was very likely Su Tianyi's first wife cheered her up. Once their relationship was clarified, she was determined to thoroughly ridicule that vixen. Sister Meiji, stop grinning like an idiot. Xiao Dai shook Meiji awake and continued, Where do you rank among the young master's men?
Hearing this, Meiji's newly risen good mood vanished instantly. She said sullenly, It's a secret, definitely higher than you.
Xiao Dai felt a sweet warmth in her heart after receiving Meiji's approval, and a new plan formed in her mind. If her brother disagreed, she could win over his woman first.
So she asked, Sister Meiji, do you know where senior sister Sienna ranks? Meiji replied, Second.
Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise, You're the eldest?
Meiji said irritably, Little girl, what are you thinking?
If I were your first wife, and that brat dared to leave you, I'd break his legs. Xiao Dai quickly covered her mouth, glancing cautiously at the two people in front of her.
Seeing they hadn't heard, she breathed a sigh of relief, Sister, aren't you afraid the young master will hear? Meiji wouldn't lose face in front of her best friend, and said arrogantly, Why would I be afraid of him? Xiao Dai said, Really?
Then I'll have to tell my brother about this. Meiji's expression remained unchanged. She confidently extended her hand, gesturing for him to follow. On the spaceship, she had deliberately provoked Han Xing, then used the opportunity to create an opening, arousing Su Tianyi's suspicion. Yun Mushi's orders were merely for her to impersonate an ordinary maid and secretly protect the Holy Sun.
But given the Holy Sun's intelligence, it's perfectly reasonable for him to deduce her identity from subtle clues, right?
Thinking this, a red glint flashed in Meiji's eyes.
As the leader of the Hahuan sect, how could she truly be as humble as she appeared? To offer nothing in return? That was impossible.
She accepted being overshadowed by the demoness, but how could she allow a bunch of little brats to ride roughshod over her?
Meiji's usual humble and docile demeanor was to win Su Tianyi's favor.
She would slowly reveal her identity when the time was right, ensuring she held a significant place in his heart.
A woman of extraordinary cultivation, background, and appearance, willing to silently dedicate herself behind the scenes, what man wouldn't be moved?
Seeing Meiji's confident demeanor, Xiao Dai paused slightly, then laughed, Just kidding.
How could I possibly betray Sister Meiji? That's what I thought too, that's why I said that.
After saying that, Meiji remarked, You've changed quite a bit in just over 10 days.
You can even joke around now.
When we first met, you hid behind your father, not daring to show your face. Xiao Dai grinned, It's all thanks to Sister Meiji and Brother Tianyi's patient guidance.
Ahead, Lin Xianer stopped and said, We've arrived at Julu Academy. Su Tianyi took a few steps forward, sensing a wall ahead, its resistance likely strong enough to stop anyone below the Unity Realm.
Seeing the two disappear, Xiao Dai excitedly exclaimed, Sister Meiji, we've arrived.
Once we pass through the barrier ahead, we'll see the Julu Academy.
Meiji's eyes sparkled as she followed closely behind. Passing through the water-like barrier, a completely different scene unfolded before them. Distant clouds swirled, green mountains and clear waters, and on a gigantic rock piercing the sky, golden light shimmered, inscribed the 4 characters for Julu Academy. Su Tianyi walked to Meiji's side and smiled. I didn't expect Mayor to break through from a mortal to the Unity realm so quickly.
Meiji smiled sweetly. My physique seems perfectly suited to the yin-yang diagram. Such terrifying cultivation speed even Su Wuxuan, whom the blind old man had mentioned, couldn't compare. Could it get any more outrageous? Su Tianyi didn't press the matter further. He simply turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, let's participate in the trial together and become disciples of the academy. Chapter 81 Entrance Trial. On a plaza capable of holding tens of thousands, the most promising talents from all over gathered, dressed in various attire: white robes, black robes, red robes. Junior brother, the trial is about to begin, I must take my leave. Lin Xian'er and Su Tianyi stood side by side, and she said softly. Su Tianyi smiled and said, see you at the academy. About 15 minutes after Lin Xian'er left, a group of academy instructors, their waists cinched with jade belts and their robes white, appeared in the sky above the plaza. The elder with a beard and hair at the head of the group said kindly, you have all come from afar, thank you for your hard work. I am Tian Daozi, the Vice Dean of Julu Academy. Not at all. Greetings, Dean. Entering Julu Academy is my dream come true. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, I will overcome them. The plaza was filled with a cacophony of voices, rising and falling in a great din. Tian Daozi slightly raised his hand, an invisible force suppressing his voice. Then, a dignified middle-aged man beside him stepped forward. The freshman trial has 5 parts. Those who pass 3 can become disciples of the academy. You have already passed the first part. The barrier set up outside the academy prohibits entry to those below the Unity realm, or those who have reached the Unity realm but have extremely poor foundations. He paused, then added, those above the mortal transformation realm, raise your hands. Sparsely populated among the crowd raised their hands. Those with a chance to enter the Julu Academy would generally participate in the trial once they reached the Unity realm. Those who only came after reaching the mortal transformation realm either had special circumstances or failed to meet the admission standards at the Unity realm, and had to try again after reaching the mortal transformation realm. The middle-aged man tossed out a mirror. The mirror hovered in mid-air, emitting dazzling golden light. Those who raised their hands were guided by the golden light to the small world within the mirror. The trials for those in the Unity realm and the mortal transformation realm are naturally different. Now, let's proceed to the second trial. Those from noble families, sects, or sacred grounds who are over 25 years old, except for those from humble backgrounds, will not pass. The disciples from humble backgrounds had already registered with the relevant departments of the academy beforehand. As soon as the voice fell, the mirror emitted golden light again, and another group of students were sent away. Very few, perhaps only a handful. The true noble families all knew the rules of the deer-chasing academy, very few harbored any illusions. In the air, a young man in black, with an arrogant expression, roared, why is the age limit for disciples from humble backgrounds extended to 30? The academy instructor ignored him, flicking his robes and sending the last person away. The freshmen below burst into laughter, hurling insults. You noble scions dare to compare yourselves to those from humble backgrounds? Do you enjoy the same resources as those lowly people? A 25-year-old waste who hasn't even broken through to the transcendent realm dares to come to the deer-chasing academy, a gathering place for top geniuses? The middle-aged instructor frowned deeply and said sternly, quiet. The scene immediately fell silent. Now we will proceed to the third test, mental fortitude. Anyone who fails to emerge from the illusion within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn will be considered a failure. As a pink mist spread across the plaza, wherever it passed, the students collapsed to the ground. Even without breathing, the mist seeped through their skin and into their bodies. Xiao Dai and Mei Ji both fell into the illusion. Su Tianyi reacted quickly, reaching out to catch the beauties on either side and gently placing them on the ground. Then, he felt a wave of dizziness. Just as his eyelids felt incredibly heavy and drowsiness washed over him,
the holy scripture within him activated automatically, instantly restoring his clarity.
A prodigy. Tian Daozi murmured in admiration, then turned and asked, "Does anyone know this young man's identity?"
A young-looking female instructor replied, "His name is Su Tianyi, the current holy son of the Xian Tian Holy Land." So he's the Xian Tian Holy Son who caused such a stir recently. No wonder he possesses such forbidden talent. Even the most outstanding individuals in previous years have fallen into illusions, yet he remains completely unaffected.
Tian Daozi suddenly understood and praised him repeatedly. Su Tianyi stood out like a crane among chickens.
In the vast space, while people were scattered about, he stood upright. The group of instructors in the sky stared at him like wolves, as if he were some hot commodity.
Su Tianyi refused to back down and chose to confront them head-on, staring intently at the sky.
Back on Earth, he was a homebody, rarely going out. This meant the elderly people in his village were unfamiliar with him.
When he returned home for holidays, he was always surrounded by onlookers like a monkey. At first, it was extremely embarrassing and awkward.
He would walk with his head down when an elderly person stared at him. Later, he realized this was useless and even increased the elderly people's interest. From then on, he changed his method. When an elderly person looked at him, he would stop and return their gaze. This trick always worked. The elderly people generally couldn't hold their gaze for more than 3 seconds before looking away. Unfortunately, the instructors in the sky disappointed Su Tianyi. Some even waved in response, and Su Tianyi ultimately slunk away, turning his gaze elsewhere. The red incense, used for timing, had burned about 1/10 of its length when some of the gifted young talents began to awaken. Suddenly, Su Tianyi frowned. He had sensed a familiar aura earlier, the black-clad woman from the ship. Just as he was about to search for her, Mei Ji awoke. She opened her hazy eyes, her face flushed, and said in a sweet voice, "Young master." She's clearly having a sweet dream.
No wonder she's been lingering, Su Tianyi thought.
Brother. Soon, Xiaodai also awoke, her shy, alluring appearance similar to Mei Ji's.
Su Tianyi hesitated for a moment. The black-clad woman's aura vanished. Oh well, he thought, we'll meet again someday.
Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, a young man dressed in black, his expression as dark as ink, gazed in confusion in Su Tianyi's direction, muttering, "Strange, how could he have sensed me?" After being humiliated by Yun Mushi last time, Luo Suxin had planned to bully her disciple. She had only intended to pretend to be a passing member of the demonic sect, to harass him and, incidentally, retrieve his gun. However, the other party acted unpredictably, not following the main group. This infuriated her. When she finally found him, she discovered he was with Luo Chuan, and the gun had been redeemed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, almost half of the people on the field were still trapped in the illusion, including disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land. After the middle-aged instructor saw those on the ground off, Tian Daozi smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zhu Lu Academy. The upcoming trials won't affect your admission, but they will impact your future development, so please take them seriously." With that, space distorted, and when Su Tianyi opened his eyes again, he was in another world. Chapter 82: The Spoiled Young Lady, Yi Feiyu. Su Tianyi found himself by a lake, a black token emitting a soft glow floating before him, inscribed with the words "Chasing the Deer." He raised his hand and grasped it. The light dissipated, and the token lay in his palm like a bird that had lost its wings. Su Tianyi pricked his finger, a drop of bright red blood falling onto the token. The token absorbed the blood and began to heat up. Soon, the rules of the trial appeared in his mind. The rules were simple: the last 5 remaining would enter the final trial, the rest would receive rewards from the academy based on their survival time and performance within the secret realm. Within the secret realm, forming factions and even killing were permitted. Of course, those who entered the trial were already academy disciples, and the academy would not allow them to truly die. Those who died within the secret realm could be resurrected outside. This secret realm was a half-step immortal artifact, personally controlled by the Heavenly Tao Child. "Brother, wanna team up?" A man in blue robes, wielding a large sword, approached Su Tianyi with 3 others. Su Tianyi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
The man in blue nodded and asked, "Brother, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Su Tianyi hesitated slightly, not revealing his background, and simply said, "Su Tianyi." Not competitive, naturally content, a good name. However, on the path of cultivation, complete non-competition is not feasible. My name is Dehu, a rogue cultivator. Dehu patted Su Tianyi's shoulder, speaking heartily. Su Tianyi was taken aback.
He had thought his reputation was quite great. Only those who reached the transcendent realm had a chance to be recognized as outstanding individuals by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. After being recognized as outstanding individuals, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion would publish the Heavenly Mystery Gazette, and only then would their fame spread. Su Tianyi was only verbally praised for his forbidden potential. Strictly speaking, he wasn't yet a truly outstanding individual. Only those present at the enthronement ceremony knew his name, it hadn't spread far yet.
My name is Shui Chang, I'm from a humble background. My name is Li Qian, also from a humble background. I am Hongwon, a petite and adorable girl said timidly. Su Tianyi seemed to see Xiaodia's shadow in her, and nodded and smiled, "Hello. From now on, we're brothers. Let's unite in the secret realm and strive for a good ranking. I've heard that the longer you survive, the more cultivation resources you'll receive after entering the academy, and you might even be noticed by the instructor." Dehu shouldered his broadsword and led the group forward. Along the way, the other two disciples from humble backgrounds kept trying to curry favor with Hongwon. She kept her head down, responding quietly while occasionally stealing glances at Su Tianyi, which annoyed the others. Su Tianyi was also helpless about this. Was being too handsome a crime? As night approached, Dehu's group had grown to over 100 people, mostly independent cultivators and disciples from humble backgrounds. Su Tianyi felt this was a deliberate arrangement by the academy. Those from humble backgrounds, if they didn't band together for mutual support, would be eliminated by the aristocratic disciples in no time. The Empress's intention to cultivate those from poor families, letting them experience life and death together, was undoubtedly the fastest way to foster camaraderie. Of course, not all of these people were from poor backgrounds. There was another one, like Su Tianyi, who had slipped through the net, a young lady from a powerful family, with a terrible temper and unrealistic ambitions. Right now, she was arrogantly berating the others. "You lowly commoners, you expect me to eat this kind of thing?" The young lady in the long gold dress lifted her skirt and kicked over the campfire in front of her. The young man who had handed her the steamed bun was so startled that he took several steps back. "Miss Yi, if you don't want to eat, then don't. No one here will indulge you." The speaker was a man in a brown trench coat named Fan Chi, a peak stage returning to One Realm cultivator, one of the leaders of the group. "Brother Fan, Miss Yi is of noble birth, please be considerate." A handsome young man in white robes stepped in to smooth things over. His name was Chu Tian, also a peak stage returning to One Realm cultivator, and one of the leaders of the group. Although Dehu only had a 5th stage returning to One Realm cultivation, he was the one who started the group and therefore retained his leadership position. As for Su Tianyi, he was a complete slacker, not caring about anything, happily eating his grilled fish. The secret realm was vast. If one remained hidden, it would be difficult for others to discover them. The trials at the deer chasing academy couldn't be that simple. After observing, he realized that the others he encountered were mostly at the edge of the secret realm. Su Tianyi estimated that the area within the secret realm where one could move around would gradually shrink. The rules were similar to Battle Royale games, but without strength. Trying to become the winner by being the 6th one down was unrealistic. Fan Chi sneered, "Yi Feiyu, I've been wanting to get back at you for a long time. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll kill you. Although you won't truly die in the secret realm, you can still steal your belongings." Yi Feiyu clutched her spatial ring and took a step back. She had only just broken through to the next realm. She was definitely no match for Fan Chi. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, feigning displeasure, and said, "Fan Chi, do you have a death wish? How dare you speak to Miss Yi like that? Do you even know who she is?" Fan Chi lifted his eyelids, looking at Chu Tian with disdain. "Isn't she just the 3rd young lady of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of the capital?
You, Chu Tian, are a sycophant, a servile lackey, wanting to be Yifei's dog.
What does that have to do with me? Chu Tian was furious at Chu Tian's belittling of him, and roared, Fan Shi, don't go too far.
Offending the Yi family will make it impossible for you to move an inch in the capital.
Is that right, Miss Yi?
Although Yifei disliked Chu Tian, she was, after all, standing up for her, and still chimed in, Fan Shi, if you apologize now, I can forgive and forget, and even recommend you to join the Heavenly Pride Alliance.
My brother is the vice leader. Chu Tian's expression darkened slightly.
His main purpose in currying favor with Yifei was to join the Heavenly Pride Alliance, one of the 4 major sects of the Zhulu Academy.
What have I done wrong? Keep making a sound, and I'll throw you out right now.
Fan Shi drew his long sword, pointing it at Yifei's nose, and said coldly. You just wait. Yifei stamped her foot in exasperation.
As the apple of the Yi family's eye, when had she ever suffered such humiliation?
Tears welled up in her eyes. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw Su Tianyi eating grilled fish and watching the scene unfold. She completely broke down, her voice trembling with sobs. Su Tianyi, are you just going to watch them bully me like this?
Su Tianyi paused in his eating. What did this have to do with him? Chapter 83 The Battle Between the Poor and the Noble. Su Tianyi swallowed the fish in his mouth and asked doubtfully, Miss Yi, are we that familiar? Yifei blushed slightly, taken aback by his question, and said awkwardly, there are only 2 nobles here, shouldn't we be on the same side?
Although Su Tianyi had never introduced himself, his attire and unspoken aura led everyone to subconsciously assume he came from an extraordinary family. Miss Yi, I'm a person who helps those on the side of reason, not family.
If it weren't for everyone here, you might have already been sent away by some clueless person. Su Tianyi picked up a branch and fiddled with the campfire in front of him, having a great time. Yifei retorted, don't underestimate me.
This young lady has a sacred artifact by her side. When she gets serious, she can even fight against someone at the peak of the Unity realm.
Even the holy son of Luochuan only has one sacred artifact.
It seems the Yi family head truly dotes on her.
Su Tianyi continued playing with the fire, laughing, a sacred artifact? Try it and see if it still works.
Yifei did as he was told, only to discover that the connection between her and the sacred artifact had been severed. Panicked, she tried other heavenly rank spiritual artifacts, but without exception, all of them malfunctioned.
Yifei anxiously asked, Su Tianyi, what's going on?
Apart from Fan Shi, the others also looked at him with curiosity. The firelight in the darkness illuminated Su Tianyi's incomparably handsome face. The girls in the group, feigning curiosity, were actually staring intently at him. They certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to openly admire a handsome man.
Su Tianyi smiled and turned to Fan Shi, Brother Fan, won't you explain this to everyone? Fan Shi, sword in hand, leaned against a tree, gave Su Tianyi a deep look, and said, judging from the initial distribution of personnel, the academy is pursuing fairness. Rather than a battle between prodigies, it's more like a fight between the poor and the noble. Disciples from poor families lack cultivation resources, and those possessing high-level spiritual weapons are extremely rare. To ensure fairness, spiritual weapons above the heavenly rank cannot be used in the secret realm. Of course, even so, the nobles' weapons are still far superior to ours. But we're not without advantages. They have abundant resources, and many break through to the Unity realm just before enrollment, while those from poor families, lacking resources, cannot break through and can only wait for the next enrollment. This results in the cultivation levels of disciples from poor families generally being higher than those from noble families. Cultivation is our advantage. At this point, Fan Shi stood up, exuding an air of dominance. In fair competition, are we afraid of those aristocratic scions who look down on us? Don't be afraid. Kill them. I've put up with these idiots for too long. Why do they look down on us? Without a family backing them up, they're nothing but trash. Someone in the crowd echoed this sentiment, and soon, the pent-up resentment of the poor disciples was ignited, transforming into boundless fury. Yifei trembled with fear at the scene, shuffling to Su Tianyi's side, afraid that any commotion would alert the enraged group. Just then, Chu Tian spoke, everyone, haven't you considered what will happen after we leave the secret realm? What is our purpose in coming to the Zhulu Academy? Isn't it to obtain more cultivation resources? Offending them is disastrous.
Forget about cultivation resources, even staying at the Zhulu Academy is questionable. Chu Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, calming many and restoring their rationality.
Yes, offending them will definitely lead to dire consequences once we leave the secret realm. I finally got into Zhulu Academy, I can't quit. My whole family is counting on me to succeed. Quiet down. Let me finish before you make a decision.
Fan Shi's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of fire danced in his eyes. The flame of ambition began to ignite.
After calming himself slightly, he said, "Can't you all see?
The Empress intends to cultivate disciples from humble backgrounds. Apart from the peaceful Moon Goddess Palace, the Xin Tian sect, the Tai Yi sect, and the Heavenly Pride Alliance, these three forces wield absolute power in the academy, running rampant and domineering.
Disciples from humble backgrounds who don't join will only be suppressed.
Even if they do join, they can only protect themselves, becoming mere lackeys of the nobles, with little hope of advancement."
At this point, Fan Shi took a deep breath and walked to the center of the crowd. "If that's the case, why don't we unite and form a force of our own?" Seeing him so admired and basked in the spotlight, Chu Tian felt a surge of jealousy and couldn't help but retort, "Do you think you're the only one with such advanced ideas? Has no one tried this before? And the result? All failed.
Disciples from humble backgrounds might be alright if they band together, but if they try to become the fifth major force in the academy, they will attract their frenzied attacks and retaliation." Fan Shi abruptly turned to look at Chu Tian, a divine radiance emanating from him. An overwhelming aura erupted, instantly causing the wind to rise and the night to turn into day.
Everyone felt breathless.
Chu Tian, locked in by the aura, felt as if a divine mountain was weighing on his back.
He slowly hunched over, his legs trembling, gradually bending.
Just as he was about to kneel, Fan Shi's aura vanished, and Chu Tian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Belonging to the supreme physique, the boundless creation physique.
Yi Feiyu exclaimed in surprise, her voice soft, but in that moment when space seemed to freeze, everyone heard her clearly.
There's a saying, a hero isn't necessarily a supreme physique, but a supreme physique can certainly make a hero. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Fan Shi fearlessly declared, "Some will fail, and some will succeed.
Their failure doesn't mean I will be the same.
This battle between the humble and the aristocratic will not be avoided.
I will face the storm head-on. I fear neither mountains nor long roads.
The ideal etched in my bones is a blazing sun higher than the sky."
Are kings and generals born with a special destiny? No one can remain forever high above.
Fan Shi surveyed the surrounding crowd, his gaze finally settling on Chu Tian. He said calmly, "Brother Chu, if you don't wish to antagonize the aristocratic families, you may leave first. Those who share Brother Chu's thoughts may also leave together." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd stirred, but no one left. Seeing this, Fan Shi added, "Don't worry, I won't hold those who leave today accountable, but that's only for today. Those who betray us in the future will be considered mortal enemies, and will fight to the death outside the secret realm." This time, the commotion was even greater. Li Qian, the first disciple from a humble background to join, gritted his teeth, lowered his head, left the group, and walked behind Chu Tian.
With someone taking the lead, more people left.
According to Su Tianyi's observation, of the 120-person group, 1/6 had left, leaving exactly 100. It was normal for De Hu to stay, but it was unexpected that the young girl Hon Luan would remain.
Fan Shi calmly said, "Next time we meet, I hope we won't be enemies."
Fearing he might change his mind and kill his group, Chu Tian quickly said, "Brother Fan, don't worry.
Although we don't want to be enemies with the scions of powerful families, we wouldn't turn against them."
Fan Shi smiled, "I hope so." Just as Chu Tian turned to leave, Yi Feiyu quickly spoke up, "Brother Chu, I'll go too." She pulled Su Tianyi, who was watching the scene, towards them, but he remained as still as a rock. Yi Feiyu tried twice more, and looking at the ungrateful white-clad man, she was annoyed and about to say something to him when she heard Fan Shi coldly say, "Miss Yi, please stay."
Chapter 84 Su Tianyi's strategy for winning over Yi Feiyu. Young Master Fan, I apologize for my previous willfulness. Under someone's roof, one must bow one's head.
After expressing her apology, Yi Feiyu looked at Shu Tian pleadingly.
Facing Yi Feiyu's gaze, Shu Tian chose to avoid it. He didn't want to offend Fan Shi, the other party was destined to be a hero. Even if he pleased Yi Feiyu and joined the Heavenly Pride Alliance, it wouldn't be worth it. Men are all big pigs, completely unreliable. Yi Feiyu cursed angrily in her heart before looking at Fan Shi pleadingly. Fan Shi remained unmoved, calmly saying, "Miss Yi, your status is noble, and you will play an important role in the battle to come." Seeing that feigning weakness was useless, Yi Feiyu simply stopped pretending. She sat down next to Su Tianyi, saying indifferently, "Kill me or do whatever you want, it's up to you. After you leave, prepare to face the Yi family's revenge." While the two were talking, Shu Tian and his group had already left. "My dear young lady, please calm down. We're hostages now."
Su Tianyi said to Fan Shi, "Brother Fan, don't mind her.
That's just how young ladies from noble families are. You two continue your discussion, I'll try to persuade her." He paused, then asked, "Should we leave the scene for what's to come?" Fan Shi, fearing they might take the opportunity to escape, replied, "No need. It's not some important secret." Yi Feiyu said viciously, "You coward, you're a disgrace to noble families. What's with the chickens? So what if we both go down together? So what if we're eliminated? After we get out, I'll protect you."
Su Tianyi leaned close to Yi Feiyu's ear and whispered, "If it were just me, I would have fought them long ago."
"But Miss Yi, you are of noble birth, how can you allow these people to defile you?" "You, what do you mean?"
His hot breath brushed against Yi Feiyu's ear, making her face flush slightly. Bathed in the flames, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Su Tianyi pretended to observe their surroundings, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he explained softly, "In the secret realm, although there is no true death, but..."
Su Tianyi's gaze lingered on Yi Feiyu's curvaceous figure with ill intent.
Yi Feiyu quickly covered her legs with her hands, glaring at him with shame and anger, "You lecherous rogue." Su Tianyi withdrew his gaze and said seriously, "Miss Yi is so beautiful, surely some people will harbor ill intentions."
Hearing him praise her beauty, Yi Feiyu blushed and said shyly, "You flatter me." Su Tianyi said, "The reason I haven't broken ties with them is all for Miss Yi's sake." Yi Feiyu blushed and said, "There are instructors watching outside, it shouldn't be that serious, right?" Su Tianyi said, "To die under a peony flower is to die romantically, even as a ghost."
Miss Yi is a princess in the clouds, there will always be people who will choose to take the risk to get close to her.
Yi Feiyu said anxiously, then I'll commit suicide, they won't get away with it." Su Tianyi continued to threaten, "You've just entered the Unity Realm, can you really commit suicide successfully in front of the peak of the Unity Realm? The more you resist, the more excited they will be." Yi Feiyu was terrified, almost crying, and gripped Su Tianyi's wrist tightly as if grasping at a lifeline, saying, "Tianyi, what should I do?" Su Tianyi calmly put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her, "Thieves who want to touch you will have to step over my dead body." Hearing this, Yi Feiyu was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears as she asked, "Why are you so good to me?" Su Tianyi stared into her jewel-like eyes and said earnestly, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" These words struck her like a thunderbolt. Yi Feiyu's head buzzed, her mind went blank, until a man with ill intentions kissed her red lips a few times, bringing her back to her senses. Yi Feiyu hurriedly pushed Su Tianyi away, her face flushed crimson. You're going too far." "Miss Yi has someone she likes?" Su Tianyi asked. No. "Then you hate me?" Yi Feiyu glanced at his ethereal face, quickly lowered her head, and whispered, "No, I don't hate you, it's too fast, I'm not ready." Su Tianyi said softly, "It's all right, I'll give you time to adjust." "Feiyu, may I call you that?" "Yes," Yi Feiyu replied softly. The two leaned against each other by the fire, warding off the night's chill. Su Tianyi rested his head gently on Yi Feiyu's hair, a thought tugged at his heartstrings. Inexperienced noble ladies were so easily fooled. Although Yi Feiyu was very beautiful, Su Tianyi wasn't about to fall in love at first sight. His pursuit of her was mainly due to Chu Luoli's instigation. Yes, she was also a possessor of primordial power. He'd run into two women the moment he stepped outside, his luck was truly incredible.
Su Tianyi was a responsible and good man. He wouldn't just take a woman's body and then abandon her. Having sex first and then falling in love was normal. Feelings could be cultivated slowly. After resting for a while, Yi Feiyu suddenly asked suspiciously, "Since you like me, why didn't you help me get revenge when Fan Chi said he wanted to kill me? You just watched the show from the sidelines." Su Tianyi, of course, wouldn't say that it was better for her to suffer a little to win him over. He said, "Feelings are mysterious and unpredictable. I hadn't fallen for you then, but now I'd go through fire and water for you." Yi Feiyu tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder, whispering, "Really? I never lie to someone I like." Su Tianyi repeated this classic line, a line he seemed to have said to every girl. "I believe you." Su Tianyi's aura was incredibly reassuring. Yi Feiyu's eyelids began to droop, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Gently placing her on the straw mat she was sitting on, Su Tianyi took out a blanket from his spatial ring and covered her with it. Looking at the sleeping Yi Feiyu, a warm smile appeared on his face. This girl was more sensible than he had imagined. He had thought she would ask him to help vent her anger from before. Su Tianyi had a guess as to why he was here. If Yi Feiyu was a hostage, then he was probably cannon fodder. The academy probably thought his combat strength was too high and deliberately airdropped him into the enemy's stronghold, wanting to take advantage of the situation to eliminate him early and avoid affecting the battle between the commoners and the nobles. Being schemed against, Su Tianyi was furious. Who did these people think they were? If they weren't there to help him win over Yi Feiyu, he would have already rolled up his sleeves and wiped them out. Chapter 85 Su Tianyi's Scheme. "Su Tianyi, fetch me a bucket of water to wash my face." The next morning, an arrogant female voice boomed in Su Tianyi's ears. "Okay." Su Tianyi waved in response and walked back towards the lakeside, which was just beginning to awaken. Fan Chi, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and gestured. Two men followed behind her in the crowd, one an 8th level returning to 1 realm cultivator, the other a peak returning to 1 realm cultivator. After the discussion the previous night, these disciples from humble backgrounds formed the World Alliance. Fan Chi temporarily assumed the position of alliance leader. De whose cultivation was too low, but considering he was the organization's initial initiator, he was symbolically granted the position of a squad leader. Because of his close relationship with Su Tianyi, his squad consisted entirely of 10 women. On the lakeside, Su Tianyi chopped open an ancient tree and made a simple bucket, which he filled with water. On the way back, while the other man was using the restroom, the man in the blue robe whispered, "Young Master Su, hurry up, that man will be back soon. I'm no match for him." Su Tianyi was taken aback, then asked doubtfully, "You're going to let me go?" The man in the blue robe smiled obsequiously, flattering him, "I hope young Master Su will put in a good word for me with Miss Yi in the future. I've long admired the Heavenly Pride Alliance. It seems the remaining group also has their own agendas and isn't of one mind." Su Tianyi asked, "As far as I know, the Heavenly Pride Alliance is the most ruthless in suppressing disciples from humble backgrounds within the academy. Why do you all like to join them? The Tai sect and the Shintian sect, while domineering, aren't so harsh as to look down on disciples from humble backgrounds. Isn't joining them more suitable?" The Heavenly Pride Alliance is mostly composed of aristocratic families and descendants of kings and nobles. The 2 Holy Lands recruit based on talent, not background. Among the outer disciples, quite a few have risen from humble backgrounds. Over the years, those from humble backgrounds make up 1/5 of the higher-ups. The man in the blue robe smiled bitterly, "Young Master Su, you may not know, but these 2 sects have extremely high recruitment requirements. For those not from Holy Lands to enter, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven." Su Tianyi's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Just then, the man in black who had gone to the restroom returned. The man in the blue robe paled, one hand resting on the sword at his waist. He forced a calm demeanor and joked, "Captain Wang, finished so quickly? A bit short and weak, huh?" Wang Shan chuckled, "What's wrong? You seem nervous?" The man in the blue robe retorted rudely, "Nonsense. How could I not be nervous? What if this kid wasn't behaving himself?" Wang Shan smiled, walked up to Su Tianyi, and asked, "Were you the one who wasn't behaving himself?" Upon hearing this, the man in the blue robe broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to strike first, Su Tianyi spoke up, "Brother Wan, you jest. My young lady is waiting to wash her face." With that, Su Tianyi carried the water and returned the way he came. The man in the blue robe breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had escaped death. Su Tianyi saw this and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This fool had already given himself away, yet he didn't realize it. Wang Shan hadn't gone to the toilet at all, he had been hiding behind a tree, observing secretly. Back at camp, Su Tianyi noticed several more unfamiliar faces. He wasn't surprised, over 100 people had arrived since last night, including several at the peak of the returning to one realm, but all had submitted to Fan Chi's domineering aura. The cultivation levels of disciples from humble backgrounds were indeed generally higher than those from aristocratic families. Out of about 100, 3 were at the peak of the returning to one realm, while the majority were between the 4th and 7th ranks, with very few having just entered the returning to one realm. Of the 50 people from the Xian Holy Land, half had just entered the returning to one realm. However, the disciples from aristocratic families possessed superior spiritual weapons, combat skills, and cultivation techniques compared to those from humble backgrounds. Overall, the two sides were evenly matched. Seeing Su Tianyi standing there, looking around instead of immediately looking for her, Yi Feiyu pouted, displeased, and called out loudly, "Su Tianyi!" Su Tianyi snapped out of his reverie, picked up the wooden bucket, and jogged to her side, respectfully saying, "This subordinate overcame many difficulties to finally fetch the water for Mrs. Face." Yi Feiyu was amused by his earnest demeanor, then quickly covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter. "Don't do that again next time. You must come to me immediately after you return." After saying that, Yi Feiyu raised her small fist and waved it a few times in the air. Su Tianyi put the bucket on the ground, sat down beside her, stared at her, and said gently, "From now on, I'll be watching you all the time. You'll be all I see." "Oh, stop. That's so cheesy." Yi Feiyu felt her cheeks burning hot, and quickly dipped her head into the water. Only after calming down did she pull her face out. Seeing this, Su Tianyi took out a fine piece of brocade from his spatial ring and gently wiped the water from her face. Yi Feiyu shyly snatched the brocade and covered her face with it, saying in a muffled voice, "Men and women should be different, I can do it myself." Su Tianyi's gaze deepened. This morning, after waking up, Yi Feiyu had not only reverted to her spoiled, willful self, but she also wouldn't let him touch her. Even holding hands was met with resistance, saying she wanted to see his performance. Su Tianyi withdrew his outstretched hand and said, "We'll be setting off soon, and there might not be a water source near our encampment. I'll teach you the dust removal technique." Yi Feiyu folded and put away her brocade handkerchief, looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. The dust removal technique requires extremely high mental strength. Even a prodigy needs to reach the transcendent realm to learn it. Is it difficult? When I first entered the Unity realm, I learned it after just a couple of practice sessions. Su Tianyi demonstrated the dust removal technique in front of her, clearing the dust off his body. Yi Feiyu stared in disbelief, exclaiming in surprise, "How is this possible? Could it be that you broke through to the transcendent realm?" "No, there are restrictions in the secret realm, it's impossible to break through." Su Tianyi thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's because of my special physique, I possess a talent in this area that I don't have?" This was the truth. After awakening his eternal divine body, his mental strength had increased exponentially. Even without the Holy Scripture, he was confident he could instantly regain consciousness during the previous illusionary trial. Yi Feiyu nodded, that was the only explanation. The two chatted for a while longer. During this time, Su Tianyi repeatedly tried to make advances, but was refused each time. After testing her, he discovered that Yi Feiyu was a very conservative girl. Without some drastic measures, it seems unlikely he'll be able to win her heart. If they maintain a normal relationship, how long would it take to obtain the power of origin? Therefore, Su Tianyi hatched a rather ungentlemanly plan to quickly deepen their bond and have the beauty throw herself into his arms. "Feiyu, looking back in the future, you'll definitely regret your willful and capricious behavior, just like Qingxue, thinking, if only we had been together sooner. This is all to achieve our goal sooner and eliminate your future regrets."
Su Tianyi shamelessly found a plausible excuse for himself. Chapter 86. The world is simple, it's people who are complicated. Su Tianyi stood up and said, Feiyu, I'll go check the surroundings to see if there's a chance to escape. Yi Feiyu stood up as well, quickly saying, I'll go with you. Su Tianyi refused. No, your status is too high, you're extremely important to them. The World Alliance will definitely send many experts to keep an eye on us to prevent us from running away. What's wrong? Su Tianyi finished speaking and was about to leave when he noticed Yi Feiyu lowering her head, tugging at his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. Yi Feiyu whispered, You'll come back, won't you? Was she afraid that he would find an opportunity to abandon her and run away? Su Tianyi raised his hand and stroked her hair gently, saying tenderly, I said I would protect you, and that promise is forever, until death do us part. Yi Feiyu still tightly gripped his sleeve, her delicate body trembling slightly. I'm afraid. Su Tianyi paused, then realized that she was afraid of the threat she had made last night. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi gently pinched Yi Feiyu's delicate nose and chuckled, Since you're afraid, why did you make me fetch water this morning? Weren't you afraid they might do something to you while I was gone? Su Tianyi's suggestive gesture made Yi Feiyu blush. She said shyly, I just woke up, I didn't think that much. Stay here and don't move. You're the eldest daughter of the Yi family. No one will dare touch you in front of everyone. Su Tianyi pulled her close, gently patting her back to comfort her. Yi Feiyu's anxious and insecure demeanor further solidified Su Tianyi's plan. Only in a dangerous situation could feelings quickly intensify. True feelings are fleeting, only schemes win hearts. Su Tianyi sighed before turning and leaving. Be careful. Su Tianyi turned around and saw the worry in Yi Feiyu's eyes. He smiled knowingly, clenched his fist, placed it on his chest, and bowed, I will obey Mrs. orders. Yi Feiyu felt much relieved seeing his unreliable demeanor. Su Tianyi pretended to stroll around, but actually observed the distribution of members of the Tianxia Alliance. Just now, those who went out to find other disciples from humble backgrounds had returned. After a thorough search, almost everyone in this area had returned. The Tianxia Alliance now has about 6,000 members, 4,000 with mid-level combat power, 1,100 with high-level combat power, and 200 with top-level combat power. Among them, 3 possess extraordinary combat power and special physiques, which Fan Qi appointed as vice leaders. With such a large number of members, most of the later disciples from humble backgrounds chose to join the Tianxia Alliance. They saw hope for the rise of humble backgrounds. A few who didn't fit in, Fan Qi, as usual, let them go, but they were all dealt with by a white-clad man with a hooked nose and a perpetually fake smile. His name was Qin Hui, the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance, serving as its strategist. Young Master Su, I will continue to look for opportunities. The man in blue robes, whose heart lay with Liu Bei while serving Cao Cao, approached the strolling Su Tianyi and pledged his loyalty. Su Tianyi scrutinized him strangely, deeply puzzled. How was this traitor still unharmed? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. A strange smile appeared on his face. He secretly took out a recording stone, held it in his palm, and asked, I appreciate your kindness, brother. What's your name? I'll put in a good word for you with the young lady later, and I'll guarantee you entry into the Heavenly Pride Alliance. The man in the blue robe was overjoyed, saying, Xinchang Jun, young Master Su, you can just call me Xiao Jun. Su Tianyi placed his hand on Xinchang Jun's shoulder, speaking in a superior to subordinate tone, Chang Jun, do you know when the guards are at their weakest? Around midnight, there will be a handover in the west. That team is led by Dihu, they're all women, and their highest cultivation level is no more than the 5th level of the returning to one realm. I can help you shake off your monitors. You too seize the opportunity and go for your breakthrough. Su Tianyi wore a sly smile, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Jun. Before Xinchang Jun could respond, he raised his hand and shouted, I'm reporting a traitor here, no, a mole. The man in the blue robe was dumbfounded. What was going on? The surrounding crowd quickly swarmed around, pointing their weapons at Su Tianyi, exclaiming in shock, what did you mean by that just now? Under Xinchang Jun's terrified gaze, Su Tianyi opened his palm, revealing a recording stone. It projected a dark image into the air, and soon, a voice came from within. Brother's kindness, I appreciate it. What's your name? Shinchang Jun, young Master Su, just call me Xiao Jun.
Members of the World Alliance began punching and kicking the traitor.
Those in extreme rage even drew their swords.
Shinchang Jun screamed repeatedly, misunderstanding.
It's all a misunderstanding. The evidence is overwhelming, what else is there to say?
A large, fat man, his face cold, kicked out Shinchang Jun's front teeth, then delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, his attack extremely ruthless, leaving no room for explanation. Shinchang Jun doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, the pain so intense he could no longer speak. The commotion attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the World Alliance.
What's all this commotion?
Qin Hui arrived with 2 groups of men, cursing and swearing. 20 peak stage returning to 1 realm guards. It seems Fan Chi values this person highly, Su Tianyi thought. With Qin Hui's arrival, the scene quieted down. Shinchang Jun, who had almost been beaten to death, seized the opportunity, pounced on Qin Hui's side, hugged his leg, and stammered, "Alliance leader Qin, you must avenge me." Qin Hui withdrew his leg with a look of disgust, took a few steps back, and frowned. Who can explain what's going on? The fat man who had fought the fiercest, meekly and obediently, recounted the whole situation in detail. In an instant, the crowd was enraged, and the cries for the execution of the traitor grew louder and louder. Shinchang Jun, pale with fright, hurriedly explained, "Alliance leader Qin, I was following your plan exactly." Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent. Those who had attacked earlier exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts pounding. Had they truly attacked the wrong person? Qin Hui, half a head shorter than Su Tianyi, approached and looked up, saying, "Is Juan's acting lacking, or is young Master Su too clever?" "What are you saying, Alliance leader Qin? This is my sincerity in pledging allegiance to the World Alliance." Su Tianyi smiled, looking down at Qin Hui. Su Tianyi had initially believed Shinchang Juan's surrender. The Yi family was extremely powerful, and wanting to curry favor was understandable. Moreover, Shinchang Jun and the man in black had worked together perfectly. Their expressions of fear of exposure and preparedness for a desperate fight were exceptionally convincing. But Qin Hui had underestimated his strength. He hadn't expected that even a peak-level DE realm expert, skilled in concealment, couldn't escape his perception. Shinchang Jun was exposed, yet he wasn't executed. In fact, he even obtained crucial information, which is deeply troubling. What if they hadn't discovered the man in black behind the tree that morning and had believed Shinchang Jun? Based on this assumption, Su Tianyi speculated further, a chilling thought creeping over him. After he and Yi Feiyu escaped, they would have completely trusted Shinchang Jun, accepting his flawed intelligence at a critical moment, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire aristocratic family. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Su Tianyi's eyes. This Qin Hui, daring to scheme against him, was already courting death. Chapter 87 Su Tianyi, please, Alliance leader Qin, be prepared to die. Young Master Su is joking. Why would you give up your noble status to join our humble aristocracy? Qin Hui clearly didn't believe his explanation. Su Tianyi shrugged. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Doesn't exposing Shinchang Jun prove my sincerity? Qin Hui looked at him with a half-smile. Didn't young Master Su already spot the flaw and see through the double-agent plot? Oh, I understand. Qin Hui feigned sudden realization, extending a finger and twirling it around before pointing it at Su Tianyi's nose, exaggeratingly saying, "You're playing alone, aren't you? Ha, what a clever scheme. If this alliance leader weren't so brilliant, I almost would have believed you." Su Tianyi smiled insincerely, pressing Qin Hui's hand down, and said calmly, "I don't like being pointed at." Upon hearing this, Qin Hui's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura emanating from them, and he said, "I don't like looking up to others." Su Tianyi chuckled, "It's not my fault you're short." Qin Hui, like a smiling tiger, said, "Then please, young Master Su, bend down." "No problem." Su Tianyi grabbed Qin Hui's shoulder and forcefully slammed his knee into his abdomen. Afterwards, Su Tianyi squatted down, leisurely looking at Qin Hui kneeling on the ground, his face flushed and contorted in pain, and said, "Alliance leader Qin, what's wrong with you? I've squatted down as you wished, so why am I still looking down at you?" "Oh, I see. You were born a lowly bastard, only able to look up to others, right?
Su Tianyi pointed at Qin Hui, mimicking his previous tone.
Qin Hui stared fiercely at Su Tianyi with bloodshot eyes, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, unable to utter a single harsh word.
Su Tianyi stood up, kicked Qin Hui to the ground, and stepped on his head, saying softly, "You really deserve a beating, both for your tone and your unpleasant appearance. Therefore, I urge Alliance leader Qin to bravely face death." Su Tianyi's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion, but the pressure of his stomping increased.
The ground beneath Qin Hui's head had already caved in. As expected of the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Alliance, your head is hard as nails.
My foot is already hurting, and you still haven't exploded. Fear filled Qin Hui's eyes. He could sense that Su Tianyi truly intended to kill him, but how could he dare? This was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, wasn't he afraid of retaliation? At this thought, Qin Hui felt even more desperate. He glanced around and found that the people around him seemed to be frozen in place, not moving an inch. Cough, cough.
Qin Hui coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face contorted with rage.
Just you wait.
When we get out, I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death, and all your relatives and friends will be doomed. Kill the men, sell the women to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion for others to play with.
If they're particularly beautiful, I won't mind taking advantage of them. He trailed off, laughing wildly. Are you done?
Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged. The next moment, Qin Hui's head exploded like a watermelon.
After dealing with Qin Hui, Su Tianyi took out an ordinary iron arrow from his spatial ring.
After brandishing it a few times in the air, he grasped the fletching, dipped the arrowhead in blood, and stuck it into the ground, creating the illusion of an assassination attempt. After completing all this, Su Tianyi took out the Holy Sun token, twirled it in the air, and said, "I want to see Qin Hui as soon as I get out." Outside the secret realm, an instructor supervising the trial quietly left the group.
"Dean, shouldn't you stop him?" a dignified middle-aged instructor asked in a low voice. Tian Daozi said indifferently, "Doesn't he deserve it? He's got some nerve, daring to threaten the Xin Tian Holy Sun like that?" A female instructor from the Xin Tian faction scoffed, "Does he really think becoming a vice leader of the World Alliance makes him powerful?
His Highness the Holy Sun hasn't ordered the extermination of this man's entire family, that's already more than enough."
"All right, say less, mind your manners," Tian Daozi said. "Damn it, just you wait."
Outside the secret realm, Qin Hui cursed, clutching his head. "That mouth of yours really stinks, you'd better shut it up." A cold voice rang in Qin Hui's ear.
"Who is it?"
Qin Hui opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His pupils contracted sharply, filled with panic. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the speaker was an academy instructor.
"Come with me."
Although Qin Hui was extremely uneasy, he still obediently cooperated, thinking that his words and actions during the trial had displeased the academy, and they wanted to warn him.
"Su Tianyi, I won't let you get away with this. I can't do it openly, what about behind your back? Does the Zhulu Academy think it can protect you forever?" Qin Hui obediently followed behind the instructor, thinking darkly.
Inside the secret realm, Su Tianyi snapped his fingers, a flash of white light appeared in his eyes, the air began to flow, and everyone returned to normal.
"Ah!"
As a piercing female soprano voice rang out, the people surrounding Qin Hui's corpse all took several steps back. Those with weaker mental fortitude collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen, vomiting uncontrollably. Perhaps knowing Qin Hui would resurrect outside, Su Tianyi, killing for the first time, showed no nervousness. His first reaction was that, apparently, in the secret realm, the body didn't disappear after death.
What happened?
The commotion attracted Fan Qi, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. After understanding the situation, Fan Qi picked up the arrow from the ground, analyzed it briefly, and said, "The assassin must have drawn their bow from that tallest tree."
Fan Qi pointed to a tree in the east-west direction and said coldly, "The person shouldn't have gone far."
Guamo, take a few skilled scouts, plus 10 teams of peak-level Unity Realm members, and conduct a thorough search.
We must find him alive or dead. Qin Hui cannot have died in vain.
Before the battle even began, the Heavenly Alliance had already lost a vice leader, and in their own stronghold no less.
Fan Chi's anger was unimaginable.
This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a fatal blow to the morale of the Heavenly Alliance. If not handled properly, it could even cause this newly formed alliance to fall apart. After composing himself, Fan Chi walked up to Su Tianyi and gazed at him intently.
I heard you want to join the World Alliance? Su Tianyi nodded.
The reason, Fan Chi stated succinctly.
Su Tianyi smiled. Nobles can't be eliminated.
Even if the World Alliance succeeds, it will just become a new noble family, another one to share the spoils. Fan Chi's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Brother Su, since you understand this principle, why did you still join? Su Tianyi hadn't originally intended to join the Heavenly Alliance, he only wanted to find a few people to stage a hero saves the damsel in distress drama. After Shin Changjuan's outburst, he had a better plan to win over Yi Feiyu.
Su Tianyi smiled. The Su family is just a minor noble family, not qualified to sit at the table and eat the cake, but following you is different. Although success isn't guaranteed, at least there's a variable. I have a big gambling streak, I want to try.
Fan Chi said calmly, if you can find that assassin and salvage some of the Heavenly Alliance's reputation, I'll let you replace Qin Hui as the vice leader.
It's a deal.
Su Tianyi shook hands with Fan Chi, then turned and walked towards the direction the assassin had fled. Fan Chi watched his retreating figure, his eyes deep, lost in thought.
Chapter 88 The Encounter at the Xian Tian Holy Land, Su Tianyi's Fury. Keep a close eye on Yi Feiyu.
Once Su Tianyi was completely out of sight, Fan Chi instructed his men to keep a close watch on the eldest daughter of the Yi family. This was a test for Su Tianyi. If he took this opportunity to escape, it wouldn't matter, he was just a nobody. Someone like Yi Feiyu was worthy of being a hostage, while someone like him wouldn't be of any interest.
Of course, deep down, Fan Chi hoped Su Tianyi would complete his mission and return. A nobleman defecting would undoubtedly boost the morale of the World Alliance. Su Tianyi arrived at the woods and followed Guo, pretending to help search for clues. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Tianyi said, Brother Gu, how about we split up? Guo agreed without hesitation. Su Tianyi chuckled, Alliance leader Gu, aren't you afraid I'll take this opportunity to run away?
Guo laughed heartily, with Miss Yi, such a formidable figure, young Master Su seems rather insignificant. However, I still hope you'll join the World Alliance family.
Su Tianyi smiled and began to act alone.
After confirming no one was around, Su Tianyi took out his Holy Sun token and closed his eyes to sense the auras of the people from the Xian Tian Holy Land.
Suddenly, his brows furrowed. He sensed that only 7 people from the Xian Tian Holy Land remained.
This was truly strange.
Could so many people have been eliminated in the third trial? Could it be that the distance is too great, and some people can't be sensed? With a heavy heart, Su Tianyi quickly approached the central area of the secret realm.
Here, he sensed a few more auras, but 50 reduced to 10 was still too abnormal. Following the instructions on the Holy Sun token, Su Tianyi approached the auras of the people from the Xian Tian Holy Land.
An hour later, Su Tianyi arrived at a very secluded cave.
Outside, 2 men dressed in the robes of the Xian Tian Holy Land were hiding in the trees, scouting as if on guard against someone.
When did my Xian Tian Holy Land ever need to be so cautious? Su Tianyi was extremely displeased and swaggered towards them. Who? The man in the tree exclaimed in surprise. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he was overjoyed. Holy Sun, we've finally found you. The Holy Sun has arrived?
From the cave, 5 disheveled men emerged, covered in blood, their breathing erratic, clearly seriously injured.
There were no women here.
Meiji and Xiao Dai must be the group they sensed behind. Thinking that Meiji was likely a powerful expert, Su Tianyi felt slightly relieved.
What happened? Someone dared to attack someone from the Xian Tian Holy Land? Su Tianyi's expression was icy. He was furious. He was furious that the academy had pulled some strings, throwing him into the enemy's stronghold, furious that someone had the audacity to attack the Xian Tian Holy Land, furious that this generation of disciples was useless, making such a mess of things, disgracing the Holy Land and their master. A disciple with minor injuries slowly recounted the whole story. After listening, Su Tianyi became even angrier.
This anger wasn't directed at the Xian Holy Land, but at the Heavenly Pride Alliance and the Tai sect. They had gone too far.
At the last succession ceremony, the Tai Holy Land suffered unprecedented humiliation.
Knowing that the Xian Holy Sun would participate in this trial at the Zhulu Academy, they returned home and mustered all their strength, gathering 300 people to participate in this trial. 50 of them were originally intended to participate in the Transcendent Realm trial, but to ensure success, they suppressed their cultivation and did not attempt a breakthrough. The members of the Heavenly Pride Alliance were inherently arrogant, mostly powerful figures and descendants of kings and nobles from various regions. After learning from the Tai Holy Land that Su Tianyi was arrogant and disdainful of everyone, they were eager to test the limits of this forbidden talent.
Initially, they weren't too excessive, only offering slight suppression and provocation.
However, seeing that the Xian Holy Sun had cowered and hadn't shown himself, they assumed Su Tianyi was afraid and began to escalate their bullying of the Xian members. Even a clay figure has some temper, and under Yun Mushi's leadership, the Xian members, accustomed to their domineering ways, were even more so.
Before long, a fierce battle ensued. The result was self-evident: the Xian Holy Land was outnumbered and outmatched.
Furthermore, given the special rules of this trial, the Tai sect and the Heavenly Pride Alliance conspired to eliminate the Xian Holy Land members outright. From the Xian Holy Land, only 7 people escaped with their lives, thanks to the desperate protection of several senior brothers at the peak of the returning to one realm.
Your Highness, we've failed this time. Once we get out, we must avenge ourselves.
The people of the Xian Holy Land were filled with grief, their eyes burning with hatred.
Get out? A gentleman settles his grudge on the spot, never letting it linger overnight.
This time, all 5 winners' spots belonged to the Xian Holy Land. Su Tianyi took out several bottles of healing pills from his spatial ring and handed them to them. These were all refined by Chu Luoli recently. Their grade wasn't high, just the upper grade Shen level, perfect for those at the returning to one realm.
The 7 accepted without hesitation and immediately took them.
The effects were immediate, their auras quickly stabilized, and after half a day of rest, they would be basically fully recovered.
They outnumbered us, Holy Prince. Do we still have a chance? One of them asked uncertainly.
The other 6 also looked dejected, clearly not believing Su Tianyi could turn the tide. Using the dragon scale and the sun-shooting divine bow in the secret realm would likely expose them.
What else could suppress an existence that even a half-step immortal artifact couldn't handle besides an immortal artifact?
Without the dragon scale, Su Tianyi was like a toothless tiger, his combat power greatly reduced. Even facing thousands of top geniuses alone, he wasn't entirely confident. But don't forget, he wasn't alone. The World Alliance lurked in the shadows, watching with predatory eyes.
Come here, listen to me.
Inside the cave, Su Tianyi and the Xian members huddled together, discussing something furtively.
As night approached, Su Tianyi led them back to camp.
Upon entering the World Alliance's perimeter, they were surrounded by several small teams.
Brother Su, are these people the assassins who tried to kill Alliance leader Qin?
The others instinctively made way for Fan Qi, who approached and curiously examined the 7 people Su Tianyi had brought back. Su Tianyi slowly said, "Although we didn't find the assassin, we brought back a seemingly insignificant piece of intelligence that could potentially secure the victory of the World Alliance."
Fan Qi asked with interest, "Tell me about it."
Su Tianyi didn't answer immediately, but instead scanned the people around him.
Fan Qi raised his hand and said, "You may all leave."
After everyone had left, Su Tianyi finally allowed the Xian disciples behind him to speak. Fan Qi was thrilled after hearing this.
If these people were not lying, after eliminating Xian Taiman and Tenjiu Alliance would definitely have a battle.
That moment would be the perfect opportunity for Tianxia Alliance to launch a general offensive.
Chapter 89 Su Tianyi's offensive is aimed at taking down Yifeiyu.
Brother Tianyi, from this moment on, you are the vice leader of the World Alliance.
Fan Qi placed his hand on Su Tianyi's shoulder, his expression excited.
Su Tianyi pondered, during the trial, you can cooperate with the people of the Xian Holy Land.
Fan Qi asked curiously, how will you cooperate? There are only a few of them, they shouldn't be of much use, right? Su Tianyi smiled, they're useless in terms of combat strength, but their influence is unparalleled.
The people in the secret realm aren't just from the Heavenly Pride Alliance and the Tai sect. Nobles like myself, who are neither high nor low, are the majority.
If these people see me, or the people of the Xian Tian sect, cooperating happily with the World Alliance, will they still reject your alliance? Even if we're in a hostile state within the secret realm, what happens after we leave?
Like me, there are surely many who want to seize this opportunity to rise in rank.
With their covert maneuvering, the Tianxia Alliance's development abroad won't be fraught with difficulties.
Looking at Su Tianyi, who was speaking eloquently and wholeheartedly offering advice to the Tianxia Alliance, Fan Shi's face showed remorse.
He bowed and said, "Brother Su, I judged you by my own standards.
Until just now, I was still suspecting your ill intentions. I'm truly ashamed.
From today onwards, you are my good brother, the kind I'd risk my life for."
Saying this, Fan Shi pulled Su Tianyi to swear an oath of brotherhood, drinking wine, and becoming sworn brothers.
Su Tianyi politely declined. "What a joke! If we became sworn brothers, how could I possibly take your life?" Fan Shi, whether he'd taken the wrong medicine or something else, insisted on becoming brothers with Su Tianyi.
Su Tianyi joined the alliance to climb the ranks of the upper nobility, and becoming sworn brothers with the leader, Fan Shi, would undoubtedly be beneficial.
Refusing further would be inconsistent with his public image.
Reluctantly, she couldn't persuade him otherwise, and the two held a simple ceremony, becoming good brothers.
Half an hour later, Su Tianyi returned to the camp, reeking of alcohol. Yi Feiyu, who had been eagerly waiting, rushed into his arms, her voice trembling. "Why did you take so long?" "I fought." "Fought what?"
Looking at Su Tianyi's playful smile, Yi Feiyu said coquettishly, "You're so mean."
"I'm ignoring you."
With that, she turned her head away haughtily. Su Tianyi took her soft, delicate hand and led her back to the campfire.
Seeing his silence, Yi Feiyu started a conversation, asking, "Didn't we say we were changing locations today?"
Because of the shrinking secret realm, Fan Shi had originally planned to move their base today.
Qin Hui's death had temporarily put this on hold, but Yi Feiyu, under strict surveillance, was unaware of this. Su Tianyi briefly recounted the day's events to her. Afterwards, there was another silence.
Yi Feiyu couldn't stand the atmosphere and started trying to find topics again. It was basically a question she asked, and he answered. Finally, Yi Feiyu broke down, bursting into tears of grievance. "What's wrong with you? You're so unresponsive when I talk to you.
Am I that annoying? It's like I'm the one pursuing you."
Afterwards, Yi Feiyu added, still feeling wronged, "If you don't like me anymore, just say so.
I'll understand and I won't bother you anymore." Su Tianyi hesitated, seemingly having something difficult to say.
Seeing this, Yi Feiyu panicked, gripping his forearm tightly, her voice trembling. "Did something happen today?"
Su Tianyi hesitated, then said, "I joined the World Alliance."
Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu was terrified, looking at him with utter disappointment, tears streaming down her face, her delicate nostrils twitching. "I knew it."
Su Tianyi suppressed a laugh and asked, "You understand now?"
"You spineless coward, traitor, emotional liar, you touched my body, stole my first kiss, I hate you to death.
Get out of here, I'll never like you again."
Yi Feiyu, tears streaming down her face, weakly pounded Su Tianyi's chest with her delicate hands.
Su Tianyi exclaimed joyfully, "So you admit you like me?"
Yi Feiyu, seeing his grinning face, felt a surge of anger and even more aggrieved. She cried almost uncontrollably, leaning against him and sobbing, "You don't like me anymore, you big liar." Su Tianyi wiped away her tears with his thumb, then wrapped his other arm around her shoulder, holding her tightly. He said remorsefully, "A man who makes a woman cry is truly awful. I'm sorry, I just wanted to hear you say it yourself, that you like me."
Then joining the Heavenly Alliance before, all of that was a lie?
Yi Feiyu looked up, lifting her eyelids. Tears welled in her long eyelashes, making her look pitiful, a stark contrast to her arrogant demeanor when they first met.
I did join, and even became the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance."
"You bad person, you lied to me again." Su Tianyi didn't give her a chance to continue, precisely kissing her cherry-like lips, sucking hard, their lips rubbing together. At first, Yi Feiyu struggled, flailing her arms and pushing him away, but after Su Tianyi broke through her defenses, she was quickly overwhelmed by desire, collapsing into his arms. A blush rose on her fair skin, and her rapid breathing carried alluring moans. This vulnerable, submissive demeanor was captivating. Seeing her dazed eyes, Su Tianyi steeled his resolve, scooped Yi Feiyu up in his arms, and carried her towards the grove. Su Tianyi took out a crystal from his spatial ring and threw it on the ground. The crystal emitted soft light, and a barrier appeared within a radius of several dozen meters. Within the barrier, a palace materialized, a manifestation of his painting technique. He had already switched the identity token given to him by the academy to disable viewing. Privacy was important even during trials, otherwise, wouldn't a woman bathing provide a feast for the eyes of the male instructors outside? The evening breeze stirred, bringing Yi Feiyu back to her senses. Held in Su Tianyi's arms, she realized what was about to happen and said shyly, "Father doesn't know about our relationship. We're not engaged yet. This isn't right." Su Tianyi's eyes sparkled with desire. "Feiyu, you're so cute." Yi Feiyu blushed crimson and struggled slightly. "You bad man, let me go, or I'll really get angry." "You don't want to?" "But I really love you so much, I can't help myself." Su Tianyi's eyes were filled with sorrow as he gazed at Yi Feiyu with a deep sense of loss, leaving her speechless. She hurriedly said, "It's not like that, it's just that father hasn't agreed yet." Su Tianyi coaxed and lied, "The Miss Yi I know is fearless, arrogant, and willful. How come she's become such a docile girl now?" Yi Feiyu playfully punched him, blushing and annoyed. "If I'm so bad, then don't like me." Su Tianyi kissed her fair forehead, softly saying, "Even if others think you have 1,000 faults and 10,000 shortcomings, in my eyes you are still a rare treasure. Your willfulness is true nature in my eyes, your willfulness is playful and cute in my eyes, every smile and frown of yours is a deadly poison, attracting me like a moth to a flame. Among billions of living beings, in this vast sea of humanity, I believe that meeting you in this life is a blessing I've cultivated for 3 lifetimes. I will do everything I can to make you happy." Regarding the fact that disciples from humble backgrounds generally have higher cultivation levels than those from aristocratic families, let me explain. Aristocratic families have abundant resources, and many break through to the Unity realm just before the start of the academic year. Those at the peak of the Unity realm then aim for the Transcendent Realm trial, resulting in fewer top-tier combatants and more low-tier ones. You can think of it this way: one is a resource-rich prodigy, the other is one without. In the early stages, they focus on building a solid foundation, and cultivation speed isn't particularly important. They can easily catch up in a few years. Later, without resources, a huge gap will definitely appear. The disciples from humble backgrounds are generally older, one around 20 years old, the other over 25. To the person who said it was insulting, are you still there? If you find it unreasonable, please forgive me, just consider it part of the setting. Chapter 90, Taking Down Yi Feiyu, Adding Another Source of Power, The Little Loli's Transformation. Yi Feiyu, the darling of the Yi family and a domineering young lady, was someone everyone either feared or fawned over. She had never heard such moving words of love before. Furthermore, being a hostage in danger, Su Tianyi's sweet words, spoken in shared hardship, were like a sharp dagger, piercing her fragile heart. As if possessed, she nodded in agreement. Su Tianyi gently placed her on the conjured soft couch, and with a few flicks, her golden dress fell away. Yi Feiyu's long, golden hair spread across the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, yet she dared not open them. Her delicate nose and mouth were breathing rapidly, exuding an irresistible allure. Her neck was long and white, her skin as white and translucent as snow. Her 2 bare arms were smooth as lotus roots. A black undergarment tightly hugged her shapely breasts and buttocks, her breasts heaving with shyness, their peaks rising and falling, seemingly about to burst forth from the garment. Yi Feiyu's body was delicate and voluptuous, flawless from head to toe, like a creation of the gods. Any more or less would make it imperfect. Su Tianyi swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he unbuttoned Yi Feiyu's undergarment. Just as he was about to take things further, Yi Feiyu suddenly grasped his hand and said sweetly, "You'll always be good to me, right? After we're together, I'll spoil you rotten, make you the happiest person in the world, and you'll have everything other women have." Yi Feiyu replied softly, then added, "You'll only love me, right?" Su Tianyi assured her, "I wouldn't dare say I'll only love one girl in my life, but I definitely won't love 2 at the same time." Feiyu, a moment of bliss is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, don't think too much.
Right now, I only have eyes for one person, you are the fairy in my heart. The so-called four beauties are nothing compared to you. Yi Feiyu proudly declared, that's right, if I weren't lacking in extraordinary beauty, I would only be known as the number one beauty. Su Tianyi inwardly cursed, what a shameless guy, and chimed in, my Feiyu is the prettiest. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu glanced shyly at Su Tianyi, blushing, and said, you're not bad looking either. Su Tianyi chuckled, a handsome young man, so dashing, I can't sleep at night admiring myself in the mirror. I don't even dare put a mirror in my house, afraid that if I look at myself too much, I'll fall in love with myself. Yi Feiyu rolled her eyes, vanity seeming narcissistic. After Su Tianyi's interruption, Yi Feiyu's heart felt lighter, and the distance between them seemed to have shortened considerably. Yi Feiyu had never imagined that she would fall for a complete stranger in just a few days, agreeing to such an embarrassing request without even knowing his family background or identity. Ah! Taking advantage of her momentary daze, Su Tianyi leaned in and kissed her cherry lips. After a long while, their lips parted. Yi Feiyu's eyes were alluring, an enchanting atmosphere spreading out. She said passionately, I hope you will cherish me. Su Tianyi looked at her earnestly, our destiny began 3 lifetimes ago, and my love is destined for one person. Feiyu, the rest of our lives are long, please guide me. 3 hours later. Su Tianyi, having surrendered, entered the fairy painting, a warm smile on his face. He sat on the ground, leaning against a tree trunk, quietly watching Chuluoli refine pills. Bang! The little girl's alchemy attempt failed, and the furnace exploded. Su Tianyi smiled and comforted her, failure is the mother of success, keep trying. You have the nerve to say that? It's all your fault. Chuluoli, covered in dust and dirt, ran up to him, angrily punching and kicking. Can't you be reasonable? Your skill level is lacking, what does that have to do with me? Su Tianyi spread his 5 fingers, pressing them against her head, preventing her waving hands and short legs from touching him. The little girl persisted, it's all Master's fault. You and that shameless woman were all lovey-dovey, making those awful, whiny noises that disturbed my mind and caused me to fail my advancement to Earth-rank alchemist. If you do that again, I won't give you any pills. Su Tianyi frowned, grabbed the little girl, and laid her across his lap, saying calmly, judging from this, you were peeping? No, I just accidentally heard a little sound. The little girl blushed and hurriedly tried to explain. The fairy painting is a world unto itself, how could she hear sounds from another world without intention? This explanation was full of holes and completely unbelievable. A lying child needs a good lesson. What greeted the little girl was Su Tianyi's merciless iron hands, and her little bottom was once again bruised and battered. I was wrong, Chu knows I was wrong, I'll never dare to do it again, I swear. Chuluoli danced around, crying and wailing. Su Tianyi stopped what he was doing, too lazy to listen to her praise, and said directly, stop pretending, you old hag. Chuluoli wiped away imaginary tears, a sheepish smile on her face, unsure how to respond. Su Tianyi didn't let her be embarrassed for long, asking, what kind of inheritance of primordial power did you receive this time? This place is located on the easternmost side of the fairy map, Master, would you like to go and take a look? Chuluoli climbed off his lap, waved her little hand, and a medicinal garden was projected into the air, shrouded in celestial light, with spiritual plants everywhere. Su Tianyi waved his hand in refusal, you're an alchemist, this medicinal garden is yours to manage. With that, he left the fairy map, leaving behind the sulking little girl. If Su Tianyi had been more observant, he would have noticed that Chu was a little different from before, both in appearance and personality. She used to be the kind of woman who wanted to be the mistress of the house, but now she calls Yi Feiyu a shameless woman, and seems to have learned to be jealous. Chapter 91 Immortal Techniques, A Little Yellow Book. A light drizzle fell, shrouding the mountains and fields in a hazy mist, a scene both real and dreamlike. Su Tianyi, dressed in white, leaned against the window, letting out a silent sigh. He was now burdened with emotional entanglements. Last night, he had set a trap with his words, seducing the young woman and taking her body. After the pleasure, the thought of what would happen next gave him a terrible headache. His senior sister was all right, although their relationship was ambiguous, it wasn't official.
But sleeping with Yi Feiyu was a fact. She and Duanmu Qingxue were both among the most powerful and influential people in the capital, perhaps even best friends.
How could he face Duanmu Qingxue? Su Tianyi hadn't concealed his whereabouts.
With her family's influence, it was impossible for her not to have received this information. He hadn't seen her when he arrived. She must be at a crucial stage of her cultivation, striving to reach the transcendent realm, and unable to leave.
Qingxue, slow down your cultivation. I haven't found a reason yet. No, I haven't prepared to see you. Su Tianyi rubbed his temples vigorously, trying to clear his head. Tianyi?
Yi Feiyu leaned against the headboard, pulling the torn blanket over herself, only her beautiful, clear eyes visible.
Su Tianyi smiled gently. Feiyu, you're awake so early? You must have had a hard night.
Yi Feiyu's large, bright eyes were filled with resentment. You scoundrel, how dare you say that?
It hurt so much, and then you had to keep me up until midnight. Su Tianyi chuckled. It's always like this the first time.
You'll get used to it after a few tries. It's not that the land is overplowed, but that the ox is exhausted.
Just don't be unsatisfied later.
You lecherous rogue, Yi Feiyu muttered, her face flushed, a sound only she could hear.
Su Tianyi smiled and asked, aren't you going to ask about my identity, and why I joined the World Alliance?
Yi Feiyu had long been curious about his background, so joining the World Alliance wasn't surprising.
She believed that Su Tianyi had endured humiliation and compromised to join the World Alliance for her safety. Although puzzled, the young lady remained as haughty as ever. What's there to ask? If you want to tell me, you will. If you don't, can I force you?
Perhaps feeling that she was already Su Tianyi's woman, yet knew nothing about him, Yi Feiyu couldn't help but feel resentful towards the end. Su Tianyi looked out the window, his back to Yi Feiyu, and said softly, I am the holy son of the Xin Tian Holy Land.
This trial.
He briefly explained his reasons for joining the World Alliance, naturally not the ulterior motive he had initially claimed.
Ha! Doesn't the Xin Tian Holy Land only have holy maidens? When did they choose a holy son?
Before she finished speaking, Yi Feiyu quickly covered her mouth.
Didn't that mean he suspected her of lying?
Su Tianyi had already anticipated that this spoiled young lady was unaware of current affairs, and explained, a month ago, I just took office.
It's normal that you don't know.
Yi Feiyu's pretty face flushed. She knew he was reassuring her.
Someone of her status, if she paid any attention, how could she not know such crucial information?
Yi Feiyu put on a long gold dress, got out of bed, walked behind Su Tianyi, hugged him, and said with a happy and relieved expression, I was prepared for my father to disagree and for us to elope. I didn't expect you to be the holy son of Xin Tian.
Now he shouldn't object. Su Tianyi's expression softened as he gently grasped the hand encircling his waist.
It's my fault, he said, not telling you sooner, causing you so much worry. Yi Feiyu shook her head, jokingly saying, with your high status, how can I bully you in the future?
Su Tianyi smiled, you'll always be a princess, and I'll be your guardian knight. Yi Feiyu asked curiously, why compare me to a knight? Wouldn't a prince be better? Su Tianyi said, with such a high status, how can you bully me? You bad person, you just like to tease me.
Yi Feiyu bumped her forehead against his back, then added, but seriously, I actually wish your status were lower. You are the holy son of the Xin Tian Holy Land, on whom high hopes are placed, while I am merely a spoiled, unreasonable, and unambitious young lady. If I don't work harder in the future, I'm afraid I won't be good enough for you and will be called a mere pretty face.
Su Tianyi feigned anger, let's see who dares. If I hear this, I'll make sure they regret it. Chop off their limbs and throw them to the dogs. Yi Feiyu smiled lightly, why do you say that, like a spoiled brat? Su Tianyi said disapprovingly, that's narrow-minded, that's called being a tyrant.
Yi Feiyu was amused and beamed.
Su Tianyi turned around and winked at her, I have a method that will allow you to quickly increase your cultivation without any effort.
Yi Feiyu opened her eyes wide, eagerly asking, I'd like to hear the details. Su Tianyi pulled her to sit on the bed, pulled out a small erotic book, and said mysteriously, this is a good thing. With it, cultivation is as easy as drinking water, effortless and enjoyable. Yi Feiyu listened to his seemingly mystical explanation and opened the book with some skepticism. The explanation of the yin-yang Dao at the beginning was relatively normal, but the illustrations at the end made her blush.
Wasn't this a dual cultivation technique?
Yi Feiyu threw the book at Su Tianyi, playfully scolding, You hypocrite, you're not proper at all. Su Tianyi tidied up the scattered book, muttering, Be careful, don't break it, this is a celestial technique. Although the yin-yang diagram was only a saint-level technique, for Su Tianyi and Yi Feiyu, calling it a celestial technique wouldn't be an exaggeration. Ordinary dual cultivation, while fast, would more or less affect one's foundation, hindering future cultivation. Su Tianyi was the owner of the fairy diagram, and Yi Feiyu was the inheritor of the primordial power. They shared the same origin and were highly compatible. Cultivating the yin-yang diagram would be entirely beneficial, yielding twice the results with half the effort. Seeing his overjoyed and cautious demeanor, Yi Feiyu worriedly said, Tianyi, dual cultivation is ultimately a heretical path, you mustn't become too addicted to it. Su Tianyi immediately recounted all the benefits to her, swearing with absolute certainty that there were absolutely no downsides. A liar would be a dog. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a highly educated person, Yi Feiyu naturally didn't believe such claims.
How could such a perfect thing exist in the world? If it truly had such effects, the Joyful Union sect would have already unified the immortal spirit continent.
Seeing Yi Feiyu's unwavering disbelief, Su Tianyi immediately began to undress. Practice was the best way to test the truth. Seeing this, Yi Feiyu quickly turned around, covered her eyes, and blushed, saying, What are you doing?
Su Tianyi hugged her, I have to prove it today. The deep masculine sense sent a shiver down Yi Feiyu's spine.
She leaned weakly against him, pleading, Don't do this, I haven't recovered yet, it hurts so much. Su Tianyi took out a small white bottle from his ring and chuckled, Let me apply this to you.
This is a sacred medicine, I guarantee you'll be lively and energetic again in no time. While applying the medicine, Yi Feiyu suddenly asked, How do you know the yin-yang diagram has no side effects? You carried this medicine with you, so well prepared. Su Tianyi quickly kissed her lips, preventing her from continuing her reasoning. After a moment, Yi Feiyu said sweetly, Tianyi, I haven't learned the yin-yang diagram yet.
Su Tianyi said, Learning while practicing is more effective.
Chapter 92 Dealing with Yi Feiyu.
Yi Feiyu wasn't particularly quick to learn, so Su Tianyi taught her from dawn till dusk. Through his persistent efforts, Yi Feiyu finally began to experience the joy of cultivation, transforming from initial shyness and embarrassment into joyful exclamations. Only when the power of the painting Dao was exhausted, the conjured palace was about to disappear, and the comfortable place for cultivation was gone, did the two reluctantly leave the bed.
Brother Su, where have you been? The alliance leader has been looking for you for ages. Da Hu saw Su Tianyi emerge from the grove and immediately went forward to ask.
Upon closer inspection, he noticed a shy, head-down girl following behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the spoiled eldest daughter of the Yi family from before.
The simple-minded Da Hu, not understanding, asked, Brother Su, were you and Miss Yi in the grove the whole time? Su Tianyi, thick-skinned as ever, replied calmly, What's wrong? Does the alliance leader have urgent business with me? Strange, I clearly called out from the grove. What are you two doing so intently? Didn't you hear me?
Da Hu muttered under his breath, then added, It is indeed urgent.
The scouts at the front reported that the Tai sect and the Tianjiao alliance will begin their battle by tomorrow night at the latest. The alliance leader wants you to discuss matters related to the decisive battle. Su Tianyi patted Da Hu's shoulder, saying earnestly, Understood. I'll go right away. The alliance leader's wife is temporarily in your care. Ha? When did the alliance leader get a wife?
Da Hu only realized what had happened after Su Tianyi left. Looking at the blushing Yi Feiyu, he was shocked and filled with admiration.
He could even tame the eldest daughter of the Yi family. 5 minutes later, Su Tianyi arrived at the meeting place where Fan Qi was holding a meeting. It was a small hill, quiet and with a wide view. Tianyi, I haven't seen you all day. I thought you'd run away with Miss Yi. Fan Qi gave him a big hug.
Su Tianyi laughed, being close to the water tower, I had to be planning for the future.
Fan Qi was taken aback. You've taken a fancy to Yi Feiyu? Su Tianyi nodded. With my looks, what woman in the world could resist? Guemo, standing nearby, chuckled. So, you've successfully hooked up with a rich woman and become the Yi family's son-in-law? Yes.
Fan Shi, Guemo, and the dozens of people attending the meeting were all stunned, as if petrified.
Congratulations, Alliance Leader Su, on winning the heart of your beauty.
I've always thought Brother Su and Missy are a perfect match, a match made in heaven.
Soon, everyone present offered their congratulations.
Only Fan Shi frowned, jokingly probing, Brother Su, you've climbed to the top echelons of power, becoming a phoenix on a branch. The Tianxia Alliance, this small temple, is probably too small for you. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The smiles on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by solemnity. Wasn't Su Tiany's purpose in joining the alliance precisely to ascend to the upper echelons of power? With the Yi family patriarch's support, did he still need the Tianxia Alliance's assistance? Su Tiany knew their concerns and smiled. Brother Fan, you're mistaken. Precisely because of this, I need the Tianxia Alliance's help even more. The Yi family patriarch's vision is so high. If he can't carve out his own niche, he might not even qualify to marry into the family. After some thought, everyone realized this made perfect sense, and the atmosphere eased, filled with laughter once more. After discussion, they unanimously decided to depart early the next morning, arrive at the edge of the central area by noon, and then strike when the opportunity arose to reap the benefits. When Su Tiany returned to the camp, it was already completely dark. Yi Feiyu sat by the campfire, occasionally looking around with her head tilted back, like a sheltered young lady eagerly awaiting her lover's return. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the distance, Yi Feiyu instinctively thought of getting up to wave. But then she sat back down, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear and touching her fair face, her eyes fixed on the burning flames, pretending not to see Su Tiany. The firelight reflected off Yi Feiyu's smooth, jade-like skin, creating a dazzling glow, making her look like an angel, exquisitely beautiful.
Feiyu. Su Tiany approached and called softly. You're back? Yi Feiyu appeared calm. Seeing her feigned sincerity, Su Tiany hatched a plan. He sat close to her, giving a troubled mum. This demeanor piqued Yi Feiyu's curiosity. She asked, What's troubling you? Su Tiany replied, I just became a holy son. This trial is my first battle since my debut, I can't afford to lose. Yi Feiyu, abandoning her pretense, took his hand and softly comforted him. Don't worry, everything will be alright. Aren't you the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance? They'll help you. Su Tiany placed his other hand on the back of hers, gently stroking it. They've been very kind to me, completely unguarded, telling me the battle plan in every detail. But for the sake of the Xian Tian Holy Land, I will ultimately have to betray the Heavenly Alliance. Feiyu, would you still like me after seeing how despicable and shameless I am? Yi Feiyu replied indifferently, This isn't your fault, it's my responsibility. If they truly considered you a brother, they would understand once they knew the truth. After all, you became the Xian Tian Holy Son first, the World Alliance joined later. Su Tiany looked at Yi Feiyu with sorrowful eyes. Really? If I do something to wrong you in the future, will you forgive me? Yi Feiyu's expression hardened, and she looked at him suspiciously. How could you wrong me? Tell me? Su Tiany suddenly hugged her. I mean, hypothetically. What kind of hypothetical situation? Yi Feiyu was cautious, not giving an easy answer. Even the woman I deeply love has doubts and suspicions about me. These outsiders will certainly not forgive me. Su Tiany said excitedly, his voice loud enough to attract the attention of those around him. Embracing and kissing someone in public made Yi Feiyu incredibly shy. She whispered, Let me go first. I won't let go unless you agree. Su Tiany deliberately spoke loudly, attracting even more attention. I forgive you, okay? Yi Feiyu said coyly. Su Tiany was secretly delighted. With Yi Feiyu dealt with, only Duanmu Qingxue remained. To be honest, he was also quite helpless. Why were all the women he liked from extraordinary backgrounds? Ordinary women didn't need to be coaxed. Being favored was already enough for them. Chapter 93 Spreading Rumors, the final battle begins. The next morning, as dawn broke and the first light of day appeared in the east,
several Shantian disciples whispered among themselves under a large, leafy tree.
Did His Highness the Holy Sun sleep with Missy?
They were hugging and cuddling like that last night. Their relationship must have progressed to this point.
Does Senior Sister Sienna know about this? Aren't they a couple?
Not far away, under a large, leafy tree, several Shantian disciples whispered among themselves.
Damn it, these brats actually dare to talk about the Holy Sun behind his back.
Since awakening his divine body, Su Tiany's spiritual senses had become increasingly acute. Within a kilometer, no subtle sound could escape his perception. It was still early, and Yi Feiyu was sleeping soundly. He quietly moved the quilt aside, straightened his clothes, and stepped out of the tent.
Do you think Senior Sister Sienna knows?
Su Tiany approached one of the men unnoticed and asked.
She probably doesn't know, right?
Senior Sister Sienna is such a proud person, how could she share the Holy Sun with others? The young disciple had barely finished speaking when he realized something was wrong.
Why did that voice sound so much like the Holy Sun's?
He saw his senior brother sitting opposite him, lips pursed in silence, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly tried to salvage the situation.
Even if Senior Sister knows, so what? His Highness the Holy Sun is an unparalleled genius with forbidden beauty.
Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is only natural.
I, Du Feiyu, am the first to support him. Alright, enough with the flattery. Get ready, we're setting off. Su Tiany slapped Du Feiyu on the back of the head, annoyed.
A team is supposed to have 10 people, but his team only had 7. He had politely declined the offer from Fan Chi to have someone at the peak of the Unity realm. With outsiders present, they dared not discuss such matters. Just in case, Su Tiany still reminded them, during the trial, avoid idle gossip.
There are many people from humble backgrounds with special physiques, what if someone overhears? Upon hearing this, everyone admitted their mistake. Su Tiany waved his hand dismissively, don't do it again.
After saying that, he added, after we leave, tell them that Missy fell in love with me at first sight, and initially, I refused. But caught in the vortex of the World Alliance, I had no choice. Under her relentless pursuit, to vent my pent-up emotions, on a dark and windy night, I acted impulsively and had relations with her. Du Feiyu and his group, utterly bewildered, stared at him, confused by his words. Su Tiany said, exasperated, when Senior Sister Sienna finds out about this, she'll definitely make a scene.
Don't you all love gossip?
Go out and mention it in a crowded place, and the news will spread.
Wouldn't she be more accepting of it then? Su Tiany's main purpose in using them to spread the rumor was to prepare Duanmu Qingxue mentally, and also to salvage his image. Having found her a girlfriend before even enrolling in school, wouldn't that seem like such a jerk? If Yi Feiyu took the initiative, and given the dangerous situation, it was a mistake made by chance, wouldn't Duanmu Qingxue feel better?
Then he could give her a kiss, a hug, and some sweet words, and it would all be over.
Your Highness, you can rest assured and leave this matter to us. We guarantee we'll handle it perfectly. Du Feiyu reacted quickly. This was a golden opportunity to build a closer relationship. Perhaps in the future, he could even become a follower of the Holy Sun. The others also realized this and echoed his sentiments. Su Tiany gave them a knowing look and left with peace of mind. Just as he returned to the tent, Yi Feiyu woke up and said coquettishly, Tiany, help me get dressed. Okay. Yi Feiyu had a curvaceous figure and a perfect body. During Su Tiany's dressing process, there was naturally some physical contact, during which she took advantage of him quite a bit. After they were dressed, the two snuggled together, cuddling for a while, until the sun rose above the horizon and the others in the camp gradually woke up, before their intimate moment ended. Tiany, after we get out, I'll definitely cultivate diligently. Yi Feiyu didn't want to hold him back and wanted to walk side by side with Su Tiany. After packing up the tent, Su Tiany smiled and asked, need any help? Yi Feiyu blushed and playfully scolded, you're so naughty. You know perfectly well what I mean. It's definitely about cultivating together. Su Tiany smiled with satisfaction. It seemed she had grasped the mystery of the little yellow book. Everyone, victory is imperative in this battle. Only by achieving results will the Academy increase its support for us after we leave. allowing our humble origins to gain a foothold and finally compete with them.
Before setting off, Fan Shi gathered over 6,000 people together for a mobilization meeting, feeding them a lot of toxic motivational rhetoric. Looking at the crowd, who seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, Su Tianyi inwardly scoffed. This Fan Shi really has a talent for leadership. He's a master of persuasion, making it sound like winning this battle would allow them to rival the four major powers of the academy.
Building a foundation takes time.
Even with the academy's full support, becoming the fifth major power isn't something that can be achieved in a short time. Passing through the woods and trudging across the sand, at midday, the members of the Heavenly Alliance arrived behind a hillside. This location wasn't far from the camps of the aristocratic disciples. Those with keen eyesight could even vaguely see those on the other side.
Report. The Tai sect and the Heavenly Pride Alliance are fighting. 3 minutes later, a scout reported. What a coincidence! They just arrived, and the fighting has already begun? Su Tianyi lay prone on the hillside, gazing into the distance.
He saw that a battle had indeed broken out. The Tai sect was led by a strikingly beautiful red-haired woman, while the Heavenly Alliance was led by a handsome man in a black robe with gold trim. Both sides were evenly matched, each with around 3,000 men. Those supporting the Tai sect were mostly local dignitaries, while those supporting the Heavenly Alliance were primarily from the capital. There were also a small group of radiant women in light blue dresses. Their aura was ethereal and otherworldly, belonging to the moon goddess palace. The battle between the two sides appeared extremely fierce, with people constantly falling.
Seeing this, Su Tianyi sneered.
In his perception, although both sides appeared fiercely matched, with various special effects flying everywhere, there was actually no damage. He subtly glanced at Fan Shi, and only relaxed when he found that the other seemed unaware of the anomaly. He had been worried about Fan Shi's extraordinary perception due to his boundless creation body. A one-sided victory was not what Su Tianyi desired. Mutual destruction was what he sought.
The time has come. Attack! Today, let these powerful and wealthy witness the power of the humble academy. With a command, the members of the World Alliance advanced in orderly waves. Su Tianyi, citing his noble status and a desire to avoid a direct confrontation and a complete breakdown in relations, remained at the rear to oversee the advance. Yi Feiyu was his woman, and given the current situation, hostages were no longer necessary, so she also stayed behind. Su Tianyi left 3 highly skilled Xin Tian disciples to protect her in case of any unforeseen circumstances. He, along with 4 disciples who had just entered the Giyi realm, followed at the very back of the main force. Chapter 90 For the blazing flames of heaven, wiping them all out. The decisive battle between the Tai sect and the Heavenly Pride Alliance took place in a deep, secluded canyon, the fighting escalating ever deeper. The World Alliance was delighted. This canyon had only one entrance, no exit, so they didn't have to worry about the Alliance's forces escaping. However, as the entire World Alliance force entered the canyon, a sudden, deafening roar erupted. The canyon entrance collapsed, revealing sheer cliffs hundreds of meters high on either side, making it impossible for those at the Giyi realm to escape. This canyon had become a death trap. Only a decisive victory could secure their escape, a fight to the death. The Heavenly Pride Alliance and the Tai sect members simultaneously ceased their fighting and turned to confront their common foe. The World Alliance, seeing the imposing aura of the aristocratic scions, immediately lost their composure. Calm down. Let's face them head-on. Are we afraid of them?
Fan Shi had sensed something amiss as they approached the canyon, but given the circumstances, he couldn't order the World Alliance to retreat. Having lost their fighting spirit and morale before even engaging in battle, they have no chance of resisting in the future, and the Academy will no longer support them.
You're the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, right? Shu Tian said your name is Fan Shi?
The speaker was the leader of the Heavenly Pride Alliance in the trial. He wore a black robe with gold trim, his bangs were swept to the left, and he had a long braid down his back. His name was Yi Tianxing, the younger brother of the Heavenly Pride Alliance leader, and one of the 4 great families of the capital.
Upon hearing the name Chu Tian, Fan Shi understood what was going on.
Now he deeply regretted not killing him to eliminate future troubles. If Qin Hui had been present, perhaps the outcome would have been different? Fan Shi thought to himself. He knew that Qin Hui had secretly sent people to eliminate those who refused to join. According to the trial rules, these people were definitely going to die. But he didn't want to project an image of being ruthless and merciless, killing people out of mere disagreement. A leader who inspires only fear, not awe, is destined to achieve nothing great. Therefore, he tacitly approved of Qin Hui's actions. Yi Tianqing chuckled, "Bring up the traitors of the Heavenly Alliance." As his voice rang out, dozens of poor scholars, bound hand and foot, staggered out from the crowd. These were all those who had left that night. Fan Shi coldly said, "Shu Tian, I told you, I'll settle accounts after we get out." Shu Tian panicked upon hearing this, kneeling beside Yi Tianqing and crying, "Young Master Yi, didn't we agree that if I told you a top-secret message, you would promise me wealth and honor, let me join the Heavenly Pride Alliance, and help me quell the Heavenly Alliance's retaliation?" Join the Heavenly Pride Alliance? You think you're worthy? Yi Tianqing kicked Shu Tian to the ground, scoffing. Shu Tian groveled at his feet, pleading, "Young Master Yi, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have dared to dream of joining the Heavenly Pride Alliance. Just help me escape the retaliation from the World Alliance." Yi Tianqing stomped on his head, scoffing, "The World Alliance, formed by a poor family, is considered top secret? A bunch of crooks and scoundrels. Even if there were half as many of them, I wouldn't care. Just because they've changed their skin doesn't mean they're not trash anymore. Even if a salted fish flips over, it's still a salted fish." Yi Tianqing's words ignited a burning rage within the World Alliance members, who gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and felt a fierce fire burning in their hearts. Shu Tian's head was throbbing with pain, and he hurriedly called out, "Young Master Yi, I have another important piece of news about Fan Shi." "Oh, tell me about it," Yi Tianqing said with great interest. Shu Tian asked, "Regarding Fan Shi's retaliation?" Yi Tianqing's expression turned cold, and he said sharply, "You have no right to negotiate with me. Fan Shi possesses an exceptionally strong physique and extraordinary combat power," Shu Tian said. Yi Tianqing's expression hardened. After a moment's thought, he smiled and extended an olive branch to Fan Shi. "Alliance leader Fan," he said, "although the Heavenly Pride Alliance has never recruited those from humble backgrounds, it's not impossible to make an exception for those with extraordinary talent. What do you think, brother Fan?" To prevent Fan Shi from doubting him, he added, "My brother is the leader of the Heavenly Pride Alliance, he certainly has that much power." Fan Shi coldly replied, "Your alliance's threshold is too high. I'm just a rough man, I can't possibly be worthy of such an honor." Yi Tianqing smiled indifferently, "I know. You must be upset about that traitor, Shu Tian." With that, he waved his hand, and a hurricane swept Shu Tian and his group into the sky, tearing them into a bloody mist. Hongyu, the leader of the Tai sect, frowned upon seeing this. She had delicate features, snow-white skin, a high ponytail, and wispy bangs. A green gemstone adorned her full forehead. She wore a white top, a fiery red trailing skirt, and light red boots. A pair of exposed jade-like legs, rounded, long, slender and straight, were eye-catching. Hongyu said unhappily, "Yi Tianqing, that's enough. Don't go too far." Yi Tianqing said indifferently, "Miss Hong, everyone's gone." "Isn't it a bit too late to say this now?" Hongyu snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and stood aside, saying nothing more. Yi Tianqing said to Fan Shi, "Brother Fan, how about my sincerity?" Seeing that Fan Shi didn't speak, he continued, "Fan Shi, join the Heavenly Pride Alliance, submit to the Yi family, and I guarantee you'll become the vice leader." "Enough nonsense, take this." Fan Shi swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, forward. Instantly, a huge phantom appeared in the air, a giant tens of meters tall, wielding a massive hammer, swinging it towards Yi Tianqing. "Damn it, you don't know what's good for you." Caught off guard, Yi Tianqing hastily summoned several top-grade Earth-rank spiritual weapons, but he was still blasted several meters away by the massive aftershock, leaving him covered in dust and dirt. "Brothers of the World Alliance, you all heard what young Master Yi said. These upper-class nobles despise us to the core, there's no room for us to integrate. If you want to rise above others, only by uniting can you have even a sliver of hope." After quickly shouting this, Fan Shi continued his fierce attack on Yi Tianqing. Among the noble disciples, none could contend with Fan Shi. With the assistance of several peak stage returning to one realm cultivators, Yi Tianqing frantically unleashed his spiritual weapons, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. While Fan Shi was suppressing the main force of the Prodigy Alliance, he also occasionally took the opportunity to kill other noble prodigies. He displayed an aura of unparalleled strength, a single man capable of holding off 10,000. Although Hongyu disliked Yi Tianqing's brutal methods, they were now in an alliance, and she took the lead in suppressing the two vice leaders of the World Alliance. Behind her was a phoenix phantom, every movement of hers accompanied by bursts of flame, like a living phoenix. In the canyon, beams of light shone brightly, dazzling and intense. The clash of spiritual weapons and furious shouts echoed continuously. Su Tianyi sat alone on the cliff edge, gazing down, a cluster of world-destroying flames capable of burning the void in his hand. Under Chu Luoli's nurturing, the heaven-burning flame was about to reach the heavenly rank. 3 hours later, the battle reached its climax, with heavy casualties on both sides. Night fell, and a wisp of flame capable of burning everything began to spread rapidly from the cliff.
What's going on? The stones are actually burning?
By the time some realized what was happening, they were already engulfed in flames.
Chapter 95 Su Tianyi's Charity. Yi Tianqing, do you want to die together with me?
Fan Shi sent him flying dozens of meters with a single palm strike, then questioned him, looking around at the scene. Yi Tianqing clutched his chest with one hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other, coldly saying, "Stop spouting nonsense. Only people from humble backgrounds like you would resort to such dirty tricks."
A noble woman dressed in fine silk and brocade angrily retorted, trying to win through despicable means? Dream on. My cousin Yi Jingyun is outside too.
Humph, don't think you're the only one with a supreme physique here.
He is too.
If brother Gingyun were here, he would have already sent you flying.
How dare you be so arrogant?
Yi Tianqing looked at the raging fire, paused briefly to catch his breath, and regained his composure. Are the people you left outside a match for those with supreme physiques? As long as they outlive you trash, victory will still belong to the disciples of our noble families. With that, he distanced himself from Fan Shi, preventing him from resorting to a desperate sneak attack. By this time, the divine flames had spread to the bottom of the valley. Both sides ceased fighting and returned to their respective camps, unleashing their spiritual power to form a massive barrier, barely managing to withstand the scorching heat of the inferno. Fan Shi's back shone with endless brilliance, its movements unpredictable and profound, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the essence of the moon, like a whale gulping down water. Seeing this, Yi Tianqing's heart grew heavy. Only when he remembered that Hongyu possessed the phoenix bloodline, a physique no less than the strongest, and was naturally close to fire, did he feel slightly relieved.
If this drags on, the advantage is mine. Yi Tianqing thought. Fan Shi's expression was solemn. He wasn't worried about his own ability to hold on, but rather pondering who would set the fire, and whether there were people outside the Heavenly Alliance. No one knew better than him. But he couldn't reveal this. If those from humble backgrounds knew the truth, their morale would crumble, and they would collapse. Suddenly, the image of an exceptionally handsome young man in white appeared in Fan Shi's mind. He murmured softly, "Brother Su, is that you?" Hiss. Just then, a thunderous neighing of a horse, like a clap of thunder, rang in everyone's ears. A peerless young man in white, riding a unicorn celestial horse, appeared calmly above the canyon. The unicorn celestial horse was pure white as jade, its pointed horn radiating a Taoist aura, making it appear incomparably divine. Su Tianyi, like a spoiled young master, wore a frivolous smile and waved to Hongyu, the leader of the Tai Holy Land. "Hey, beautiful lady in red, what's your name? Let's get acquainted." Hongyu gave him a cold glance and continued to maintain the barrier. Su Tianyi chuckled, "Tisk tsk, so cold. Didn't you approach me first? Is he the holy son of Xiantian? Just as rumored, he looks like an immortal. Ha, so it's Alliance leader Su. We've got this in the bag." Voices rang out from both sides. Seeing the jubilant expressions on the faces of the members of the World Alliance who were unaware of the truth, Fan Shi couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly.
Yi Tianqing protested, "Holy son of Shantian, you used a flying beast in the trial, that's a foul."
Su Tianyi asked curiously, "What rule says you can't use one?" The unicorn Pegasus's divine origin realm cultivation was suppressed to the unity realm and the secret realm. Its cultivation level didn't exceed that. Yi Tianqing said, "How could a cultivator at the unity realm possibly tame such a beast? It must be someone from the Xin Tian Holy Land who cheated for you. This isn't a battle pet you contracted yourself." Su Tianyi smiled, too lazy to refute. This unicorn celestial horse was inherently arrogant. Even those at the divine power realm found it difficult to tame, let alone those at the unity realm.
Su Tianyi tried every method imaginable, but to no avail. Finally, following Chu Chu's advice, he revealed the aura of the sun-shooting divine bow and the dragon scale spear, placing them before it. The arrogant unicorn celestial horse immediately transformed into a groveling lapdog, kneeling on its front legs in submission. Damn it, possessing two immortal artifacts at such a young age, with such a powerful background, why didn't it say so earlier? Why didn't it kneel down sooner? Why go through all this trouble? The unicorn celestial horse thought resentfully at that moment. Su Tianyi, what exactly is your purpose? Beads of sweat appeared on Hong Yu's fair forehead. The flames were incredibly hot, seemingly capable of devouring the heavens and earth. Even with her phoenix bloodline, she wouldn't be able to withstand the attack for long. Su Tianyi flicked his sleeve and sneered, "Naturally, it's like how you treated the Xin Tian Holy Land, leaving no one alive, utterly annihilating them."
"Holy Sun Su, you misunderstand.
I only wanted to force you to show yourself for a sparring match, I had no other intentions."
Hong Yu was panting heavily.
People around her kept falling, she was almost at her limit. Yi Tianqing sat down on the ground, looked up at the sky, and laughed arrogantly, "The people of the Xin Tian Holy Land were slaughtered by me."
"I heard you're arrogant? Then I'll be even more arrogant. Are you very angry? If you're angry, come down and fight me."
Hiss. The unicorn celestial horse roared to the sky, its mouth gathering blinding white light, and shot a shockwave towards Yi Tianqing.
With a loud bang, the barrier surrounding Yi Tianqing was torn open, and in an instant, the scorching flames engulfed dozens of noble youths.
Yi Tianqing barely escaped because he hadn't maintained the barrier and ran in time. Even so, he was burned beyond recognition. Su Tianyi, mounted on his horse, gently stroked the celestial horse's smooth feathers and sneered, "Never seen such a shameless request."
"But why should this holy sun get down? Can't I just beat you up here?"
Yi Tianqing trembled with rage, yet was helpless. Just then, someone from the World Alliance pleaded, "Alliance leader Su, the fire is too fierce.
Is there any way to get our side to restrain themselves a little?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing perked up again and sneered, "Su Tianyi, you, as the holy son of Xin Tian, actually collude with lowly commoners.
You are a disgrace to the nobility." Su Tianyi shrugged. "So what if I'm from a humble background?"
"Many of the higher-ups in my Xin Tian Holy Land come from humble origins."
"Were your ancestors born into nobility? There must have been a generation of ordinary people toiling in the fields, right?"
Yi Tianqing was speechless. If he continued, he would be committing treason and disrespecting his ancestors.
He could only threaten, "You just wait and see."
Su Tianyi ignored this clown and turned to the members of the World Alliance, saying, "What's done is done, and so is arson.
I'm afraid you'll have to make do.
I am also a member of the World Alliance. The victory of the Xin Tian Holy Land is also the victory of the World Alliance.
You died a worthy death."
Su Tianyi was also from the lower class in his previous life, so he had no prejudice against different social classes. However, for the benefit of the Xin Tian Holy Land, he could not be merciful and let the members of the World Alliance go.
However, he didn't mind giving a token of favor for a nominal victory.
The man who had spoken earlier said weakly, "That's true. Please forgive me, Alliance Leader Su. I was just feeling too bad, that's why I mentioned it." Before he finished speaking, he shut his mouth forever. A few high-ranking members who knew Su Tianyi's status and excuse for joining the World Alliance couldn't help but turn their gaze to Fan Qi.
Fan Qi shook his head, signaling everyone not to expose Su Tianyi.
He smiled at the man in the sky. Although he had been used, he appreciated the other party's final kindness.
Heh, Saint Su, isn't it too early to talk about victory?
A man in a black shirt sat on the edge of the cliff, chuckling lightly. Yi Jingyun's body shone with starlight, his eyes were incredibly deep, and golden lightning occasionally flowed around him, dazzlingly bright against his black clothes.
Chapter 96 Instant Kill. Su Tiany's expression was solemn.
Yi Feiyu, Meiji, and Xiao Dai followed behind him. A golden light flashed from the ring in Yi Jingyun's hand, and 8 heads appeared on the ground. Among them, Du Feiyu's eyes were wide open, his death filled with unresolved grievances. Yi Jingyun picked up the wine pouch at his waist, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp, saying with satisfaction, Saint Sun Su, everyone from Shin Tiandi should be here, right?
Su Tiany clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Yi Feiyu walked to the edge of the cliff, wiping away tears, and said pitifully, I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen.
Yi Jingyun said disapprovingly, You're a member of the Heavenly Pride Alliance, how come you always side with outsiders? Yi Feiyu retorted angrily, From this moment on, I withdraw from the Heavenly Pride Alliance.
You should talk to your brother about this, I can't make that decision.
Yi Jingyun turned to look at the person in the air and chuckled, I never kill women.
Tell me, what should we do with those two? How about suicide?
That way, at least you'll have a whole corpse. Su Tiany spread his fingers, placed his hand on his face, and a chilling red light flashed in his eyes. He was now extremely angry, his chest felt like it was filled with gunpowder, about to explode. His long black hair danced in the air, and a violent rage, wanting to kill everyone, was building up within him. The holy scripture of light activated on its own, allowing Su Tiany to regain some of his sanity.
He tried to use the eternal light to freeze time and space.
Yi Jingyun raised his hand, summoning heavenly lightning. Golden bolts descended from the sky, shattering the eternal light that was about to spread to his feet. The space along its path, previously sealed, shattered like a mirror, and the gas began to flow again.
Su Tiany's eyes narrowed slightly.
The distance was too great, the power of the eternal light was greatly reduced, unable to restrain his opponent.
Yi Jingyun reached out and grabbed Xiao Dai by the neck, saying grimly, Holy Sun Su, if you try anything again, I'm willing to make an exception for you. Su Tiany turned his gaze to Meiji and said, Attack. Ha, Su Tiany, are you possessed?
If she had this ability, would she have been captured? At the bottom of the valley, Yi Tianxing burst into laughter, about to continue his mockery, when his expression froze, his face filled with disbelief. That utterly ordinary maid had actually kicked Yi Jingyun, who possessed the supreme physique, flying. Yi Jingyun somersaulted several times in the air before finally stopping. He didn't fall, golden light shimmered around him, and an invisible force held him aloft. The unicorn celestial horse flapped its wings, stirring up starlight, and galloped through the air, soon bringing Su Tiany to the 3 women's side.
Tiany, please don't blame me. I really tried my best.
Yi Jingyun is the grandson of an elder of the Yi family, with immense power.
He doesn't listen to me, and I can't defeat him.
As soon as Su Tiany dismounted, Yi Feiyu threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls.
All right, crying makes you look ugly. When have I ever blamed you? It's a knight's fault to make the princess suffer and cry.
This time, I was careless. I will never let anything like this, putting you in such a dangerous situation, happen again.
Su Tiany gently patted Yi Feiyu's back, his voice soft. After comforting her, he looked at Xiao Dai, Are you alright?
Xiao Dai was still wondering about his relationship with Yi Feiyu when she heard his voice. She snapped out of her reverie and said, No, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu, remembering the others were present, blushed and quickly pulled away from his embrace.
Su Tiany pulled her back into his arms.
The beauty in his arms was incredibly soft, emanating a faint, lingering fragrance. He introduced her, This is the 3rd young lady of the Yi family, the one I like. At this moment, Yi Feiyu's usual aura of a young lady vanished, replaced by the nervousness of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws.
Her voice trembled as she said, You can just call me Feiyu. Feiyu, my name is Xiao Dai, I'm brother Tiany's sister, you can just call me Xiao Dai.
Xiao Dai smiled sweetly, and while Yi Feiyu wasn't looking, she quickly and resentfully glanced at Su Tiany. Thinking to herself, She said she didn't care about looks. If she were as beautiful as Miss Yi, she'd probably be eaten alive already. Young master, you are truly benevolent. After sending a soft, telepathic message, Mei Ji smiled radiantly at Yi Feiyu. Having revealed her strength in front of so many people today, she decided to drop the pretense and said, Feiyu, I am the protector of the Holy Sun.
You can just call me Sister Mei Ji. Sister Mei Ji.
Yi Feiyu called out obediently. Oh, good little sister.
Mei Ji smiled happily.
I said, that's enough, you lot.
Aren't you getting a little arrogant? I'm not dead yet.
Yi Jingyun, realizing he was being ignored, was extremely displeased. Thunder rumbled in the air, lightning flashed, and golden lightning power rapidly gathered in his palm.
Die!
The lightning in his palm crackled, then shot out several golden bolts of lightning, heading straight for Su Tianyi. A crimson light emanated from Mei Ji, transforming into a crimson ribbon, tens of meters long, which danced in the air. Golden lightning that touched it instantly melted.
I was too lazy to fight before, but who do you really think you are? To attack a junior is beneath your dignity. Yi Jingyun wasn't far away and naturally heard their conversation. He wasn't arrogant enough to suppress the protector of the Holy Sun.
Mei Ji didn't care about any of that and was about to ascend into the air to send him to his doom.
Just a small fry, this Holy Sun will deal with it easily. Su Tianyi stopped Mei Ji.
Her entry into the trial was against the rules, and if she were to injure anyone, the academy would definitely not allow it.
Such arrogance.
Yi Jingyun was so angry he laughed. His spiritual energy surged, and his black hair turned golden, dazzling and radiant, like a god descending to earth.
Su Tianyi walked effortlessly into the sky, the flames below condensing into blazing spears that shot towards Yi Jingyun. Each strike was earth-shattering, instantly vaporizing the blood Yi Jingyun coughed up. Suppress.
Su Tianyi uttered a divine incantation, and the flames transformed into a massive cauldron, suppressing Yi Jingyun to the bottom of a valley, his descent landing precisely at the location of the Heavenly Pride Alliance. Yi Jingyun, Yi Tianxing, and the few remaining members of the Heavenly Pride Alliance were reduced to ashes, vanishing into the heavens and earth. This scene shocked Hong Yu utterly. A prodigy with a supreme physique was so utterly vulnerable in Su Tianyi's hands, instantly killed. Thinking back to how she had tried to force him to reveal himself and fight him, Hong Yu's cheeks burned with shame. Su Tianyi landed at the bottom of the valley, and flames rapidly gathered within his body. Those in the canyon were rendered powerless, like fish on a chopping board. The Heavenly Pride Alliance was completely wiped out, the World Alliance was reduced to only Fan Chi, and the Tai Holy Land suffered the same fate. Only the Moon Goddess Temple remained unscathed, a result of Su Tianyi's behind-the-scenes manipulation. After all, he was Her Highness the Goddess's confidant. However, their numbers were already small, only 15.
Chapter 97 Din Xia Qingxian, Allocation of Quotas.
Su Tianyi turned his gaze to the group from the Moon Goddess Palace. The one at the head of the group had a slender neck, stood gracefully, and possessed an ethereal beauty. She had short, flowing blue hair and beautiful sapphire eyes that shimmered mesmerizingly in the night sky. The group of 15 wore light blue trailing dresses, shorter in the front, perfectly showcasing their shapely, straight, and shapely legs.
How should I address you, young lady? Su Tianyi asked the one at the head. Shui Yuexin. Miss Yuexin, what is your relationship with Her Highness the Goddess?
Su Tianyi noticed a resemblance between her and Shui Yueyao, and they shared the same surname, hence the question.
Shui Yuexin asked in surprise, you know my elder sister?
Su Tianyi straightened his back and smiled gently, although I've only met Her Highness the Goddess once, we've gotten along very well and are kindred spirits. Shui Yuexin blinked her large eyes, her expression clearly showed disbelief.
Su Tianyi smiled, offering no explanation, only saying, I don't have enough people here. How about I give you the extra spots? Shui Yuexin smiled playfully, trying to please me won't work. The goddesses of the Moon Goddess Palace never marry.
Besides, my elder sister cultivates the supreme forgetfulness of emotions. If your highness harbors such thoughts, you should give up sooner rather than later, lest you fall too deeply and hurt yourself.
Su Tianyi stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering, a calm smile on his face. Then, Miss Yuashin, can you marry? Shui Yuashin blushed slightly. You, what do you mean?
Su Tianyi smiled. Don't misunderstand, I'm just simply curious whether other women of the Moon Goddess Palace can marry outside. Shui Yuashin smiled sweetly. The Moon Goddess Palace has no explicit rule.
What, Your Highness, who have you taken a fancy to?
Su Tianyi stared at her, smiling without speaking, causing Shui Yuashin to blush deeply.
Just then, the evening breeze ceased, the spiritual energy stopped flowing, and space seemed to freeze.
Su Tianyi sensed something was wrong and looked back towards the cliff edge. Even Meiji was frozen in place. Young friend Su, there's no need to be nervous. I am Xia Qingxian, the dean of the Zhulu Academy. The void shattered, and an old man with a youthful face and beard emerged. His every gesture exuded a natural Taoist aura, an aura he had only ever seen in his master after he became a supreme being, and in the blind old man. This humble one, Su Tianyi, greets the dean.
Su Tianyi clasped his hands in a respectful bow.
Xia Qingxian was not only the dean of the Zhulu Academy but also the grand preceptor of the Great Qin Empire, one of the empress's most trusted confidants.
Holy Sun Su, there's no need for such formality.
Your talent is unparalleled, no less than His Highness's back then. Xia Qingxian waved his hand, looking at Su Tianyi with satisfaction.
Dean, you flatter me. Su Tianyi's words were not mere modesty.
He knew his own limitations. Only after awakening another divine ability would he have a chance to rival a true forbidden prodigy. Of course, if he were to draw his dragon scale and use his half-step supreme-level spear intent, even at his current stage, he was confident he could overpower a forbidden prodigy.
However, using the dragon scale would be somewhat unfair.
But without the dragon scale, he couldn't unleash his half-step supreme-level spear intent, he would only reach a minor level. Only by grasping the dragon scale could he utilize his body's inherent power. Xia Qingxian stroked his white beard and chuckled, Sir Su, your humility proves the rumors are indeed unreliable.
Su Tianyi smiled awkwardly.
He'd been badly wronged by his master, his reputation was damaged. Next time they met, he'd definitely give her a good dressing down to uphold his authority.
May I ask why the dean specifically sought me out? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Tianyi couldn't contain himself and asked. Xia Qingxuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, how are the quotas allocated for His Highness, sir?
3 for the Xian Tian Holy Land, 1 for the Moon Goddess Palace, and Yi Feiyu, who withdrew from the Heavenly Pride Alliance.
Su Tianyi had included Meiji as well.
Xia Qingxian shook his head, that woman in red is your protector, so she doesn't count. Guo shout I can't survive without her, so she can't get a quota either.
Su Tianyi now roughly understood why Xia Qingxian had summoned him.
He was curious about what the 5th trial was that could have drawn the Dean of the Deer-Chasing Academy's personal attention.
Thinking this, he spread his hands and said, so, in that case, my Xian Tian Holy Land has no one left?
I might as well kill them all and leave only myself. Fearing the other party was playing word games, he added, I will eliminate all of them at the same time. Seeing Su Tianyi's obvious dissatisfaction, Xia Qingxian explained. The purpose of this trial is to retain the 5 most promising individuals.
The girl from the Xian Tian Holy Land doesn't meet the requirements.
Making her participate in the next trial is harming her.
Hearing this, Su Tianyi became even more curious about the 5th trial and couldn't help but ask, could the dean reveal anything about the next trial? Xia Qingxian smiled and shook her head, you little rascal, Her Majesty the Empress will personally inform you of the relevant matters after we leave. Su Tianyi was startled, followed by excitement. He had long admired this legendary woman. Slightly regaining his composure, Su Tianyi suddenly asked, why were I thrown into the humble abode group from the start? His voice was calm, but his dissatisfaction was clearly visible. Xia Qingxian smiled wryly, Your Highness the Holy Sun possesses a forbidden talent, the Academy had already prepared another spot for you. Eliminating Your Highness the Holy Sun early was to prevent this situation from happening again. Su Tianyi pondered, how does the dean plan to allocate the spots? Xia Qingxian said, Fan Qi possesses the boundless creation body, with unlimited potential, Shui Yuexin has mastered the ice god technique, comparable to a prodigy, Hong Yu has the potential to evolve into the complete fire phoenix power.
Xia Qingxian stared at Yifeiyu for a long while before saying, Miss Ye's physique is extremely special, although she hasn't awakened it yet, she can still obtain a spot.
The remaining person, Holy Sun Su, can decide for himself.
Su Tianyi pursed his lips, utterly speechless. After going through all the rounds, only the Moon Goddess Palace remained. Who else could he choose? Su Tianyi rubbed his hands together. What the dean said makes sense, but there's a hurdle in my heart that's truly difficult to overcome.
Xia Qingxian was taken aback. This bastard had some nerve, actually daring to negotiate with him. This is an ancient scripture I found in a secret realm.
Whether you can comprehend its extraordinary divine power depends on your own destiny.
With that, Xia Qingxuan's body transformed into starlight, as if he had never existed.
As time and space returned to normal, Su Tianyi stored the ancient scripture in his sea of consciousness, walked to the women of the Moon Goddess Palace, looked at the most beautiful girl beside Shui Yuexin, and said calmly, the Moon Goddess Palace has 2 spots, the other one is for you. The girl beamed with joy. Thank you, Your Highness.
Shui Yuexin looked between the two with suspicion. Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had simply chosen randomly. This trial is over. The victors are Su Tianyi, Yifeiyu, Shui Yuexin, Jiang Ziqing, Fan Qi, and Hongyu.
As a majestic voice rang out, the group appeared outside the secret realm.
Chapter 98 Girlfriend. Outside the secret realm.
Hongyu and Fan Qi stared at Su Tianyi with utter shock, unable to comprehend his actions. Congratulations everyone, you have qualified for the 5th trial.
In 3 days, someone will escort you into the imperial palace to meet the empress.
Tian Daozi appeared before them with a kind expression.
Greetings, Dean. The 5 chorused. Tian Daozi smiled and nodded, then vanished in a shower of light.
Fan Qi was about to question Su Tianyi when he was surrounded by the enthusiastic disciples of the humble abode who had been waiting outside.
Hongyu looked at him, hesitant to speak.
Before she could finish, Su Tianyi had already grabbed Xiao Dai and dashed off. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to escape. The Xian Tian Holy Land and the World Alliance had already surrounded them. Yifeiyu had wanted to go with Su Tianyi, but was angrily led away by a man in a blue robe who bore a slight resemblance to her. Led by a maidservant from the academy, the 3 arrived at a secluded courtyard, ancient yet grand. The maidservant respectfully said, this was specially arranged by Dean Xia. A saint-level spirit-gathering array is engraved here, making it an excellent place for cultivation.
Su Tianyi nodded, politely dismissed the guards, and led the 2 into the courtyard.
The courtyard was planted with many flowers and plants, such as evergreen, azaleas, and coxcomb grass. The 3 walked along a stone path and entered a small house. The windows faced the sun, filling the bedroom with sunlight. Standing by the window, they could see a crystal-clear lake in the distance. The lakeshore was deserted, withered vines covering the ground, and many marble blocks were piled up, exuding a fresh and natural atmosphere.
As soon as Meiji entered the room, she busied herself with chores.
Xiao Dai usually helped, but this time she sat sullenly in a chair, lost in thought. Su Tianyi pulled up a chair and sat close to her, asking with concern, Xiao Dai, what's wrong?
Who made you angry?
Tell me what's wrong, brother, and I'll help you get revenge. Xiao Dai bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes wide with tears. She turned slightly to the side, tilting her head back, trying not to let them fall, and said in a choked voice. Xiao Dai doesn't care about honor, it's just that you'd rather give your spot to an outsider than give it to me.
It makes me really sad.
Su Tianyi slapped his forehead, blaming himself, it's my fault for forgetting to explain. He reached out to wipe away Xiao Dai's tears. I heard the 5th trial is deadly. Xiao Dai, your cultivation is still low, I don't want you to take the risk.
Xiao Dai took a deep breath and sniffed. What about Miss Yi? Didn't she just break through to the Unity realm? Aren't you worried about her?
Su Tianyi explained, Feiyu has a special constitution, perhaps she can awaken it through this opportunity.
Opportunity always comes with danger, there's no way around it.
Xiao Dai stared into his eyes, really? Su Tianyi pinched her small nose, annoyed, and said, suspicious as you are.
Would I lie to you? Xiao Dai pouted, how do you know I don't have a special constitution? Do you? Su Tianyi was stunned. A constitution that even the headmaster couldn't detect. How extraordinary must it be?
Xiao Dai blushed, shyly saying, I don't know either.
Can you check for me? Su Tianyi gently flicked her smooth, jade-like forehead. What are you thinking about, you little rascal?
Xiao Dai covered her forehead with both hands, complaining, You examined Miss Yi, but not me.
Brother, you're biased.
After saying that, she muttered softly, I was here first.
What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you that's how you check someone's constitution? Su Tianyi said speechlessly. Ah, isn't that right?
Xiao Dai's mouth formed an O shape, looking quite adorable.
Su Tianyi shook his head, not wanting to continue the topic.
He took out the spatial ring that Uncle Guo had left behind and handed it to Xiao Dai, saying, This is what Uncle Guo left for you. After Xiao Dai used her blood to bind it to her, a look of surprise appeared on her face. There are many heavenly rank weapons inside, and a letter. Xiao Dai took out the envelope, opened it, and her expression grew increasingly solemn as she read. After finishing, the tears she had just stopped flowing down her face.
Xiao Dai, are you all right? Su Tianyi, being very tactful, didn't ask what the letter said.
Xiao Dai suddenly threw herself into his arms, bursting into tears. My father said he and grandfather are going to a very far place, and they won't be back for a while. Su Tianyi held her, gently comforting her, Don't think too much, it's just a long trip. But, he left behind all the spiritual artifacts he'd forged over the years. Xiao Dai's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face, sobbing uncontrollably, her slender body trembling uncontrollably like a willow in the wind. Su Tianyi recalled their last meeting, that tone of entrusting her with his children, and a knot tightened in his heart. His worst fears had come true. He hugged Xiao Dai tightly. It's all right.
Uncle Guo only left you all his weapons because he dotes on you and is worried about your safety while he's away. Is that really true?
Facing Xiao Dai's innocent and hopeful gaze, Su Tianyi guiltily turned his head away, saying, I'll take good care of you. Xiao Dai looked dejected, her smile forced. Yes, even if something happens to them, I still have my brother.
That day, Su Tianyi didn't cultivate, trying his best to cheer Xiao Dai up.
Meiji, full of resentment, saw the frail Xiao Dai and reluctantly shut her mouth. A heavy snow fell that night, turning the world into a white wonderland.
The next morning, Su Tianyi woke up and found Xiao Dai missing. Xiao Dai, Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai?
Su Tianyi called out several times, but there was no answer.
He grew anxious. In the courtyard. Just then, Meiji transmitted her voice. Xiao Dai, why didn't you answer when I called you? Don't do that again next time. Don't you know I'll worry?
Su Tianyi strode towards Xiao Dai.
Moon.
Xiao Dai responded softly. She stood gracefully beneath a large tree, wearing a small yellow floral dress, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Su Tianyi approached and heard her say, The world is so vast, yet there's nowhere for it to find refuge. Su Tianyi followed her gaze and saw a sparrow perched motionless under the tree.
It's all right.
It just found a slightly warmer corner and is having a beautiful dream it doesn't want to wake up from.
Su Tianyi put his arm around Xiao Dai's other shoulder and pulled her into his arms.
Tears welled in Xiao Dai's eyes and, with this movement, scattered onto the snow, like tiny specks.
Why are you crying? It's nothing, just remembered something unhappy.
Xiao Dai wiped away her tears and said, I only love the first snow of winter.
Do you know why?
Before Su Tianyi could respond, she answered herself, because only on that day is it pure and flawless.
After that, the snow is stained with the dust of the world. Su Tianyi said softly, there aren't that many troubles in the world. Don't think too much.
Xiao Dai wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her head on his chest, and said calmly, Xiao Dai wants to be with you, even without a title.
Okay, from today onwards, you are my girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
It means a Taoist partner.
Chapter 99 True Love Endures.
Xiao Dai asked, so, can we do what couples do now? Su Tianyi held Guo Xiao Dai in his arms, remaining silent.
He didn't yet feel that flutter of attraction towards Xiao Dai. Although a fleeting, wicked thought occasionally crossed his mind, no one is perfect. After a long silence, Xiao Dai looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, Is it because Xiao Dai is ugly?
Not as beautiful as sister Mei Ji or Miss Yi. Su Tianyi said earnestly, nonsense. My Xiao Dai is no less beautiful than anyone else.
Xiao Dai was serene and graceful, like a delicate flower reflected in water, her movements as swaying as a willow in the breeze. She was a perfect wife and mother, incredibly virtuous. At first glance, her appearance wasn't as stunning as a top-tier beauty, but after spending time with her, even a bewitching beauty like Mei Ji couldn't completely overshadow her charm. Her delicate, fragile nature evoked pity.
Xiao Dai clutched Su Tianyi's sleeve, her face pitiful. Then why don't you like me?
Su Tianyi's eyes softened, and he reached out to stroke her head.
Of course I like you. How could I not?
Xiao Dai bit her lip lightly.
After all this time together, haven't you ever had those kinds of feelings? Even for a fleeting moment?
Su Tianyi guiltily turned his head away, saying sheepishly, "You're still young and inexperienced.
Uncle Guo played matchmaker, and you're mistakenly thinking you like me because of your preconceived notions.
We've only known each other for a short time. As time goes on, as you grow up and stop relying on me, you might realize that this isn't actually liking.
I don't want to ruin you before you fully understand your feelings."
Xiao Dai stared at him blankly, tears streaming down her face, the hot tears melting the snow beneath her feet. She buried her face in Su Tianyi's chest, hugging him tightly, and took a deep breath. It's so unfair. He clearly dislikes me because I'm not as pretty as them, and he makes up so many excuses.
Xiao Dai, it's not what you think. Shut up.
I don't want to hear you, you hypocrite, you scoundrel. Having known each other for so long, this was the first time Su Tianyi had seen Xiao Dai lose her temper. He immediately shut up, trembling with fear.
Xiao Dai twisted her head, wiping her tears on him, and wrinkled her delicate nose. How can you know the joy of a fish if you are not me? You are not me, how would you know my feelings for you? Isn't it love?
Brother Tianyi, you are the holy son of Xian Tian, with a noble status, second only to the emperor, above all others. You are handsome, a peerless gentleman, no one can compare to you. Your talent is unparalleled, like the empress, a forbidden prodigy, one in a million.
Despite such talent, you are not arrogant like other chosen ones.
Even towards mortals without any cultivation, you show respect, without the slightest contempt.
Others, though kind and approachable to the common people, still harbor an ingrained disdain that cannot be erased. Do you know?
Of all your countless virtues, this is what I admire most about you.
It is precisely because of this that I am truly moved. Otherwise, Xiao Dai wouldn't have acted so shamelessly because of father's words. Su Tianyi felt genuinely embarrassed upon hearing this.
In her eyes, he was actually so outstanding. The last point, in particular, truly made him ashamed. Before his transmigration, he was from the bottom of society, his parents were just ordinary working-class people. What right did he have to look down on others? After transmigrating, although he held a noble status, he had remained on St. Lord Peak, rarely venturing out. He was almost untouched by the corrupting influence of power and retained a childlike heart. Unexpectedly, this was why Xiao Dai had fallen for him.
Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly. I'm not as good as you say. I have many flaws. I'm easily satisfied, arrogant, and quite fickle. I can't resist beautiful women.
Xiao Dai hugged him tightly. I don't care.
You're the best. After meeting you, I don't want anyone else. Brother Tianyi is so outstanding, what's wrong with being a little fickle? Flowers need green leaves to set them off. My father still has ambiguous relationships with several female elders from the weapon refining peak. You thought I was as easily fooled as when I was a child? Actually, Xiao Dai already knew. Su Tianyi was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected that the seemingly honest and simple Uncle Guo was actually a kindred spirit. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving.
Xiao Dai stared at him blankly. Xiao Dai has just entered the world and already met the most outstanding person.
How can anyone else possibly look up to her after this? Brother Tianyi, if you don't want me, do you want me to be all alone for the rest of my life? Su Tianyi was speechless. Why did he feel like rejecting Xiao Dai made him an utterly wicked bastard? Xiao Dai interrupted, I don't want to hear your excuses, I just want a definite answer. Do you want it or not? Su Tiany's thoughts were in turmoil, and he was agitated.
He had always treated Xiao Dai like a younger sister, and asking him to make a decision so soon was truly putting him in a difficult position. Hesitating, he felt a chill in his chest. Xiao Dai's tears, like rain, soaked his clothes, feeling especially cold in the wind. He could only hear Xiao Dai sobbing uncontrollably.
Xiao Dai may have no relatives left.
If you don't like me, Xiao Dai will go to a place where no one can find her, live a secluded life, until her youth fades, her beauty is gone, and she becomes a pink skeleton.
Chapter 100. Junior brother, if I don't come looking for you, will you not take the initiative to find me?
Xiao Dai calmed herself down and continued. When someone suffers a mental blow, they really do lose weight drastically, lose their appetite, vomit, suffer from insomnia, wake up in the middle of the night and can't fall back asleep, and might even have suicidal thoughts.
Brother, Xiao Dai is feeling really bad right now, please don't reject me anymore, okay?
If you keep saying this, Xiao Dai will doubt her own attractiveness. Coupled with what happened to father, this double blow will be too much for the fragile Xiao Dai to handle. Su Tiany could only say, although we're already together, everything should take time. Couples should start by holding hands, then kissing, and when the feelings deepen, things will naturally progress.
After receiving the answer she wanted, Xiao Dai's gloomy mood vanished.
The sky seemed to smile, and the warm winter sun shone through the clouds, illuminating her pretty face. Her two dimples looked especially charming and captivating at that moment.
As night approached,
they sat close together, their affection palpable, by the stone table in the courtyard. Meiji, carrying two steaming, fragrant dishes, walked in gracefully, her figure swaying with captivating allure. She had taken it upon herself to remove the 3,000 masks from her face.
Su Tiany, however, didn't care.
His identity as a protector had already been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, he was a man, and he had his vanity.
Such a bewitching protector would surely be the envy of many. Young master, you know my identity now, yet you still treat me like a maid? There is probably no more lowly protector in the world than me.
Meiji placed the white jade plate of food on the stone table, pouting her fiery red lips, her hands resting on the table, her expression full of resentment. She was tall and stunningly beautiful, wearing a long red chiffon dress. Her face was gorgeous and alluring, lightly powdered, with bewitching eyeshadow beneath her slender, crescent-shaped eyebrows. Her nose was high and straight like jade, possessing an exotic charm. Her lips were full and alluring, and her face was so beautiful that it could captivate all beings, surpassing all others in beauty.
Su Tiany smiled and said, "Am I not good to you? You keep calling me the servant, am I not fulfilling your wishes, young master?"
Suddenly, Su Tiany frowned, displeased, and said, "You are not allowed to wear this kind of clothing again."
The dress Meiji was wearing today was a style Su Tiany had never seen before.
Her shoulders were bare, clad only by two thin straps. The well-tailored fabric clung tightly to her breasts and shapely buttocks, the semi-transparent material revealing glimpses of her slender, snow-white waist beneath the long dress.
"All right, young master, don't be angry. This appearance is only for you." Meiji smiled sweetly.
The more jealous the young master was, the more he cared.
Su Tiany nodded, his gentle smile returning. He could finally appreciate Meiji's beauty.
He had to admit, the nobles of this world really knew how to have fun. He'd only ever seen dresses like this online in his previous life. The red dress looked extremely sexy, embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns and lace designs, exuding both nobility and elegance, yet also alluring and passionate. After the three finished their meal and cleared away the dishes, preparing to return to their room, an uninvited guest appeared in the courtyard.
"Junior brother, if I didn't come looking for you, would you not have come to find me? Sister has been waiting from morning till night, a whole day."
Lin Xianer kicked open the courtyard gate, stretched out a white, jade-like finger, and said through gritted teeth.
Chapter 101. The Death of Gu Lingtian.
Senior sister.
Su Tiany looked at the courtyard gate with a guilty gaze.
After leaving the secret realm, he had originally planned to see his senior sister before dealing with Qin Hui, but halfway there, a maid informed him that Dean Xia had bestowed upon him a courtyard. He certainly had to give the dean face. Upon arriving at the residence, Xiaodai, puzzled by his actions, began to sulk. Coupled with that ominous letter, he had spent the entire day comforting her. Today, he had even served her personally, busy until just now.
Aren't you going to offer any explanation?
Lin Xianer stood before the courtyard gate, arms crossed. Although dinner had already been finished, the sky wasn't dark yet. The surrounding area was covered in white snow, and the sun hadn't set. The last rays of the setting sun cast a hazy glow upon her, making her appear like a celestial goddess. Su Tianyi was momentarily stunned, the image of the vixen flashing through his mind, imagining her standing before him, 3 fluffy white foxtails behind her. The two were locked in a stalemate. Xiaodai stood to the side, torn, unsure who to side with, while simultaneously experiencing a thrill akin to being caught in adultery by the first wife. The vixen, composed and unperturbed, carried her bowl and chopsticks, took Xiaodai's hand, and with graceful steps, swaying her hips, left with an alluring air.
Before returning to the house, she didn't forget to give Lin Xianer a provocative look.
Both were bewitching bewitches, capable of bringing ruin to kingdoms, and knowing each other's true nature, their encounter naturally sparked a silent rivalry.
You slut, just a concubine, what's with the attitude? Lin Xianer punched the courtyard gate, her anger reaching its peak. The loud noise startled Su Tianyi, leading him to mistakenly think, it was indeed my fault for not seeing you today, but there's no need to be so angry, is there? Su Tianyi, feeling embarrassed, tentatively asked, Senior sister, has something serious happened?
Lin Xianer glanced at him coldly. The holy son of Xiantian sect, entering the Zhulu Academy for the first time, has been missing for a whole day.
As the manager of Xiantian sect, how could I not be worried?
Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly, I'm sorry to have worried you, senior sister.
Since you're all right and seem so carefree, then I'm relieved. Lin Xianer's voice was indifferent, her face cold.
She turned and left, pausing as she stepped over the gate. Oh, right, there's one more small matter I think I should tell you. Senior brother Gu suddenly died recently.
Senior brother Gu? That's senior brother Gu? Su Tianyi exclaimed in surprise.
Naturally, it's Gu Lingtian, a man of exceptional talent. Lin Xianer, her back to Su Tianyi, a cold smile playing on her lips, spoke in a flat tone, revealing neither joy nor sorrow.
She then strode away, her steps seemingly light and quick. Senior sister, you call this a trivial matter?
He's the most outstanding genius of our Xiantian Holy Land.
He's currently the only male disciple of this generation who is a true prodigy. This is a matter of utmost importance. Su Tianyi exclaimed in surprise.
Seeing that Lin Xianer ignored him and left without looking back, he quickly chased after her, eager to know the details. His senior sister was probably still angry that he hadn't gone to find her immediately, and didn't wait for him. Lin Xianer's speed didn't seem fast, but she maintained a certain distance from Su Tianyi, giving him the illusion that if she just increased her speed a little, she could catch up. Su Tianyi's spiritual energy surged like a raging sea, unleashing the free and easy wandering technique, a saint-level cultivation method focused on speed. Unfortunately, even with all his skills and trump cards, even exerting every ounce of strength, he still couldn't catch up with Lin Xianer. Looking at the beauty within reach, Su Tianyi gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with divine light, endless radiance emanating from them, and the eternal light froze time and space before him. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes, but within the eternal light, she continued forward, only slightly slower.
Su Tianyi wasn't surprised.
His senior sister's true cultivation was that of a prodigy at the divine power realm. It would be strange if he could freeze her. He was content just to affect her speed. In fact, the distance between them was only about a meter.
Su Tianyi could easily ask questions as he chased after her.
But his competitive spirit had overridden his reason. His initial purpose in catching up with Lin Xianer had been completely forgotten. He now had only one goal: to capture this little vixen. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The distance gradually decreased. Finally, Su Tianyi reached out his right hand and forcefully grabbed Lin Xianer's fragrant shoulder, beaming with pride. Senior sister, I've got you.
Let's see where you run now. Lin Xianer's eyebrows curved into a smile. She turned around, revealing a foxy smile. Junior brother, what are you trying to do, following me to my palace? Isn't it a bit impolite to chase a girl like this?
As she spoke, she looked at Su Tiany's hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, "You're so rude, you have no sense of restraint. You've gripped my shoulder so hard it hurts.
To behave so rudely in broad daylight. If you weren't my junior brother, I would have shouted molestation."
Upon hearing this, Su Tiany, under Lin Xianer's teasing gaze, awkwardly withdrew his hand and said sullenly, "Senior brother Gu died suddenly."
What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Lin Xianer flicked her sleeve, displeased. You've been chasing after me so closely just for this? What does Gu Lingtian's life or death have to do with you?
Although he lost to the Tai Holy Sun at the succession ceremony last time, greatly diminishing his prestige, as one of only 2 outstanding talents of the Xian Tian Holy Land in this generation, and previously the sole candidate for the Holy Sun position, he still holds considerable prestige among the younger generation. Moreover, the Gu family has been developing in the Holy Land for many years, possessing a profound foundation. His grandfather is even a supreme elder, with unparalleled prestige, and he wholeheartedly desires for a Holy Land lord to emerge from his lineage. Now that such a remarkable talent has finally appeared, they certainly won't easily relinquish the position of Holy Sun. Lin Xianer stared into his eyes, earnestly saying, "Before becoming the Holy Lord, a Holy Sun isn't immune to the possibility of being deposed. Your foundation is still shallow.
Even with unparalleled talent, Gu Lingtian's existence remains a threat to you.
His death would be the biggest beneficiary for you.
Junior brother should be happy about this."
Su Tiany was incredulous, his voice trembling. "Senior brother Gu is a remarkable talent, a leading figure among the younger generation. You should know how much of a blow his death would be to the Xian Tian Holy Land. Even if he didn't have these halos and was just an ordinary disciple, as fellow disciples, you shouldn't be so indifferent."
Su Tiany looked at Lin Xianer with utter disappointment, feeling as if he had never truly understood her. Lin Xianer laughed. "Junior brother, have you forgotten? I am a princess of the demon race. Shouldn't I be gloating over the death of a human prodigy? Why would I be sad?" Su Tiany trembled, murmuring softly, "Yes, your true form is a fox demon, just hiding among humans." Lin Xianer said nonchalantly, "Gu Lingtian was nothing but a hypocrite.
His death is nothing to worry about."
Su Tiany was taken aback, hurriedly asking, "What do you mean?"
In his memory, although senior brother Gu had a somewhat pretentious air about him, he was generally upright and respected among the younger generation, with no bad rumors surrounding him, and had absolutely nothing to do with hypocrisy.
Chapter 102 Senior sister, don't regret this.
Lin Xianer said impatiently, "Oh, junior brother, he's already dead."
"I won't gossip anymore, lest some ungrateful fellow think I'm talking badly about someone behind their back." Su Tiany was slightly embarrassed.
The little vixen was subtly mocking him.
He didn't choose to delve into the matter.
His senior sister was right, the dead should be respected. Even if Gu Lingtian was truly a hypocrite in life, it didn't change the fact that he was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Xian Tian Holy Land.
However, Su Tiany had to find out the cause of Gu Lingtian's death.
This was his responsibility as the Holy Son of Xian Tian, and also what he should do as a fellow disciple.
Su Tiany collected his thoughts and asked, "When did senior brother Gu's accident happen?"
Lin Xianer glanced at him and said indifferently, "He's been dead for over 10 days.
Su Tiany asked, "Senior sister, do you think there's a possibility that senior brother Gu was killed by him?"
Lin Xianer wasn't very interested and casually replied, "Maybe, but perhaps it really was just a simple accident during cultivation, resulting in his body exploding. After all, he was severely injured by the Tai Saint's son a while ago, he might have some hidden ailments left in his body." Su Tiany pondered, "Didn't senior brother Gu's protector notice anything unusual during his cultivation?" Lin Xianer said, "His protector happened to have something to attend to at the time." Hearing this, Su Tiany fell into deep thought. Gu Lingtian, being a remarkable person, hadn't practiced any secret techniques. It was already unbelievable that he could have an accident while absorbing spiritual energy. For his protector to leave at that time was even more strange. One coincidence is an accident, 2 coincidences are an inevitability. Su Tiany felt there must be a huge conspiracy behind this. He asked, "What did the Holy Land's higher-ups say?"
Lin Sienna replied, they've blocked the news and are investigating.
They haven't reached a conclusion yet. It seems the higher-ups share my opinion. They think this is a conspiracy, a murder.
Su Tianyi thought to himself. Alright, let's not think about this anymore. Since we're already here, let's go inside and sit down. Lin Sienna pulled Su Tianyi's arm and walked towards the palace, muttering, no man has ever entered my sister's residence before. It's an honor. Su Tianyi looked around. This place was secluded.
The little Demoness palace was magnificent and towering, no less impressive than the one on Holy Lord Peak. Nestled among the trees, its glazed tile roof peeking out, it resembled a golden island.
After Su Tianyi entered the palace, the forest began to shift, forming a maze.
A soft, diffused light enveloped the palace. Since the previous incident, Lin Sienna had been very mindful of privacy. Lin Sienna didn't lead Su Tianyi to the main hall, instead, she dragged him directly to her bedroom. Looking at the pink-themed, girlish interior, Su Tianyi hesitated, saying, Senior sister, isn't this a bit inappropriate?
I'll just stay in the living room.
She added, I'll leave after you sit down. Unexpectedly, Lin Sienna said, I originally just wanted to show you around my residence, but I changed my mind.
This palace is quite large, it's perfectly adequate for 2 people. Ah.
Lin Sienna ignored the stunned Su Tianyi and continued, with master not here, I must shoulder the arduous task of supervising your cultivation.
That vixen in your house is obviously a slut. With her around, you definitely can't cultivate in peace. Sister is doing this without any selfish motives.
It's entirely for your sake and for the good of the Xian Tian Holy Land. As the Xian Tian Holy Son, junior brother is the focus of countless people's attention.
Your cultivation can't fall behind. Su Tianyi was both amused and exasperated.
Although Xiao Dai and Mei Ji weren't inheritors of the source power, as long as they practiced the little yellow book properly, it would still be very beneficial to their cultivation. After all, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest.
Cultivating here would mean living the life of an ascetic monk. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Sienna.
He remembered the warm, delicate touch of her lips when they parted. If he could be with his senior sister.
Staying here to cultivate wasn't unacceptable. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Why does your gaze seem a little lewd? Lin Sienna removed the crystal necklace from her neck, reverting to her true form as a fox demon.
3 snow-white fox tails swayed behind her, her jade-like hand supporting her snowy cheek. She turned sideways, looking at Su Tianyi with a half-smile, her voice alluring and languid.
Su Tianyi's face flushed instantly.
As she spoke, Fox Fairy removed her coat. The black robe was as thin as a cicada's wing, revealing glimpses of her jade-like skin beneath. A pale purple fur coat covered her full, high breasts.
Upon revealing her true form, the Fox Fairy's fragrance, like a night blooming cereus in full bloom, was clearly emanating from her. Even from several meters away, Su Tianyi could smell it clearly. Fox Fairy half exposed her fragrant shoulder, her jade-like collarbone outlining a captivating line, fully displayed before Su Tianyi. Her alluring eyes, like silk, were not vulgar like those of ordinary seductive women.
They gave off an air of elegance, yet also an aura of a saintly maiden seeking pleasure. Su Tianyi, merely looking at her, felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. He swallowed hard, clearing his throat, and managed to speak with difficulty, Senior sister, you're so hypocritical. You call Meiji a slut who affects my cultivation, but you yourself.
Fox Charm smiled, offering no rebuttal.
She even picked up the purple fur coat, teasingly saying, Junior brother's willpower is so weak.
I haven't done anything, and you can't resist?
After his eyes evolved, Su Tianyi's vision was exceptional, impervious to water and fire, making night as bright as day, allowing him to observe with exquisite detail.
Fox Charm's adjustment of the fur coat, though only a fleeting moment, had revealed a breathtaking view of the beauty it concealed. At this moment, Su Tianyi's heart was pounding in his chest, a thrilling fear of being exposed for doing something wrong.
Su Tianyi composed himself, pretending not to notice, feigning calm. Senior sister is so beautiful, rarely seen in the world.
Wearing such revealing clothes, any man would react. Fox Charm didn't reply, continuing to stare at him with her captivating fox eyes. Su Tianyi felt guilty under her gaze, as if he wanted to disappear. He turned his head away and said, "Senior sister, aren't you afraid of affecting my cultivation by seducing me like this?" The alluring fox smiled, captivating all who saw it. Isn't self-control also a form of cultivation? In this aspect of cultivation, I can help you. Junior brother won't disturb you any longer. Su Tianyi turned to leave, but the moment he stepped out of the room, he inexplicably retreated, as if an invisible, powerful force controlled him. The seductive fox spirit said sweetly, "That woman, Meiji, has profound cultivation. Even if you have some special calming technique, you can't resist her. With your cultivation level, sister, the alluring aura you exude is enough for me to resist to some extent by fully utilizing my previous technique. So, junior brother, you'd better stay here and enjoy sister's exclusive favor." Su Tianyi said speechlessly, "If something unexpected happens and things go awry, senior sister, don't regret it." Chapter 103 Fox Fairy's emotions erupt, revealing her true feelings. Fox Fairy's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Su Tianyi with a provocative gaze, her voice alluring. "You brat, you actually dare to think about tormenting your older sister? You've got some nerve." Su Tianyi retorted without hesitation, "So you're allowed to flirt with me, but I'm not allowed to have any thoughts about it?" Fox Fairy's eyebrows were delicately arched, her eyes narrowed, radiating an invisible chill. "You brat, becoming a holy son has certainly changed you. You dare speak to your older sister like that?" Su Tianyi felt as if he were standing beside an abyss, extremely dangerous. This was a fox's den, protected by mysterious formations. If his senior sister bullied him, even screaming his lungs out wouldn't help. Although he felt a little uneasy, his expression remained unchanged, and he said confidently, "Junior brother was just stating the facts and had no disrespectful intentions." "But senior sister, is this how you speak to the Holy Sun?" Fox Fairy was taken aback. This kid had actually become so arrogant now? She wasn't angry, but a pang of sadness welled up inside her. Her junior brother had been corrupted by power. That adorable junior brother, devoid of cultivation, submissive, gritting his teeth, enduring humiliation, forced to wear women's clothing, and capable of captivating countless young men and women, was gone forever. Alas, junior brother, you've grown up. You're not the same as you used to be. A trace of melancholy flashed in Fox Charm's eyes. That innocent, foolish boy, who, after being deceived, would only sulk alone, never blaming her, that boy who belonged only to her was gone forever. Hearing this, Su Tianyi felt a surge of pride, believing he had finally outdone his senior sister. He smiled warmly, like the March sun, and said, "Senior sister, people can't stay in one place, they always have to grow." Humayr gazed at Su Tianyi's cheerful, clean smile, lost in thought, and murmured softly, "Junior brother, if I hadn't come to the deer chasing academy, hadn't left St. Lord Peak, would you only have eyes for me?" "Senior sister, what are you muttering about?" Su Tianyi's divine body had awakened. At such close range, he could hear even the faintest voice, but he didn't know how to answer the question, so he simply gave a perfunctory reply. If time could truly turn back, if his senior sister had always been with him, would he have only loved her? Su Tianyi wasn't sure. But he was certain that with his senior sister around, after their master emerged from seclusion, he wouldn't have been so attentive to him. With less contact, the aloof Saint Lord wouldn't have fallen for a penniless boy. Therefore, he disliked this assumption and didn't want to speculate. There aren't so many what-ifs in the world, everything happens for a reason. Sister was saying that junior brother seems even more handsome, responsible, and charming now. No wonder he's surrounded by so many beautiful women, there's almost no room for sister anymore. Fox Charm tried her best to suppress her melancholy and forced a smile, but the sorrow in her heart couldn't be contained, and the world gradually blurred. She couldn't help but look back, wondering what would have happened if she had told him her feelings sooner. What if he knew that every hug, every kiss, was real, not an illusion? What if? Senior sister, what's wrong? Don't scare me. If you said anything wrong, junior brother, please correct me. I promise I won't do it again. Su Tianyi took a few steps forward and stood by the bed, filled with worry. It was the first time he had ever seen his senior sister cry.
He had never dreamed that this free-spirited, almost demonic older sister would cry.
You naughty junior brother, I'm not crying, I just got some sand in my eyes.
Humayar flicked her sleeve, wiping her eyes incessantly until they were red and swollen, until the whites of her eyes were bloodshot, yet tears still streamed down her face.
Ha! I really am not crying, maybe there's a problem with my cultivation. Junior brother, didn't you want to go back just now?
I want to calm down and recuperate. I won't stop you, you go back quickly, Xiao Dai and the others are definitely still waiting for you. Humayar turned to the side, covering her face with her sleeve, not letting Su Tianyi see her tearful, vulnerable side, and pushed him with one hand, urging him to leave.
Su Tianyi remained unmoved, grabbing Humayar's slender wrist. His gentle voice held a hint of worry. What's on your mind? Don't keep it to yourself, tell me, okay? You should leave quickly, I'm really alright.
Humayar struggled, her delicate hand flailing, but she seemed to have lost all her cultivation, unable to break free from Su Tianyi's control. Su Tianyi frowned, plopping down on the bed, and said childishly, "It was Senior Sister who kept me here, and it was Senior Sister who chased me away. I am the holy son of Xian Tian, not a subordinate to be summoned and dismissed at will. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm staying here from now on. I'll eat your food, work your ass, and live in your house."
Junior brother, a pitiful voice rang out.
Su Tianyi turned his head, and before him stood a face less than a centimeter away, a face of unparalleled beauty, capable of causing the downfall of a nation. A few teardrops clung to her long eyelashes, making her appear pitiful and captivating.
Senior sister, you.
Fox Charm wrapped her arms around Su Tianyi's neck, leaning forward until her body pressed completely against him, pleading softly, "Don't speak, kiss me."
Before Su Tianyi could react, Fox Charm's luscious lips pressed against his, a passionate and unrestrained kiss.
Su Tianyi was stunned for a few seconds, then immediately wrapped his arms around her and began to respond passionately.
As they kissed, tears silently streamed down Humayar's face again.
Su Tianyi tasted the slightly salty tears and realized what was happening. He quickly released his senior sister's soft lips and asked with concern,
"Senior sister, what's wrong with you today? I was really worried."
Humayar propped her face up against Su Tianyi's, kissing his thin lips a few times before leaning into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder. Her fair shoulders trembled slightly as she sobbed.
"Junior brother, I'm so happy you didn't leave just now."
Su Tianyi patted Humayar's back, comforting her, "I won't leave.
I'll live with you from now on."
Humayar softly hummed in agreement, turning her head and gently stroking his neck like a kitten trying to please its master.
"Senior sister, tell me what's on your mind. Keeping it bottled up is painful. Once you've let it all out, you won't feel so sad anymore."
Su Tianyi also rubbed his cheek against her glossy black, incredibly smooth hair. Foxy girl sniffed her delicate nose. "Promise me you'll forget how disheveled your sister looked today, and you're not allowed to think about it tomorrow."
"Yes, today was just a dream. After you wake up, junior brother won't remember anything," Su Tianyi said in an incredibly gentle voice. Fox Charm murmured, "You can say anything in dreams, right?" Su Tianyi replied softly, "Yes." The usually calm Fox Charm suddenly lost control of her emotions, bursting into tears and pounding her fist on Su Tianyi's back. "I don't understand why.
In just a few short years, everything has changed.
My junior brother is surrounded by women, I can't even squeeze in.
I've seen you on the verge of death, curled up, shivering in the cold wind, in your wretched state.
I've seen you all alone, destitute and pathetic.
I've seen you secretly wiping away tears in the dead of night, so weak and vulnerable. I've seen all the humiliation you endured in your darkest moments, yet those women who know nothing can enjoy you today, enjoy standing atop the mountain, radiant with glory.
I refuse to accept this. I'm the one who loves you the most, the one who understands you the most, so why can they so easily take you away from me? Just because I didn't express my feelings immediately, am I to lose everything? Junior brother, I want to know, is there still a place for your sister in your heart?"
Humayar's voice was hoarse, her heart aching terribly, as if she were suffocating.
"Yes, always. Junior brother loves senior sister the most." Su Tianyi was already in tears, holding Humayar tightly, as if trying to melt her into his body.
The hazy memory of that snowy, cold night finally came back to him.
He finally understood what that pre-prepared marriage certificate was all about.
It turned out that Lin Siener was the first to discover him, and it was Lin Siener who suggested he become her junior brother. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person with no cultivation, only good looks, be accepted as a disciple by the Xian Tian Holy Lord? If Yun Mushi's feelings for Su Tianyi developed over time, then Lin Siener fell in love with him at first sight, deciding to marry him and become engaged after just one glance. This is why Yun Mushi initially entrusted Su Tianyi to Lin Siener. Her fiancé was naturally to be nurtured and cared for by her.
Chapter 104 Fox Fairy's Official Confession. Fox Charm whispered, "Junior brother, there's something I want to tell you. I don't want to hide anything from you." Su Tianyi sat on the edge of the bed, his voice tender, "I'm listening. I killed Gu Ling Tian."
Su Tianyi paused, but still said gently, "To die at senior sister's hands is his honor."
Fox Charm looked up, meeting his eyes. "Junior brother, you're not angry?" Su Tianyi said, "Senior sister isn't a demon who indiscriminately kills innocents. There must be a reason for what I did." Fox Charm's eyes were misty, filled with tenderness. "Junior brother, if I did this to eliminate dissidents and reduce a future enemy for the demon race, would you blame me?"
Su Tianyi said confidently, "No, if senior sister really wanted that, she could just kill me now."
The Xian Tian Holy Son, a forbidden talent, the Holy Lord's closed-door disciple, aren't they all more important than him? Junior brother. Hu Meyer pouted, "No subjective assumptions allowed. You must deduce according to what sister says." Su Tianyi looked at the beautiful woman and murmured, "Senior sister, you're so beautiful." Hu Meyer gently pushed his chest and said shyly, "Junior brother is so cunning." "Don't interrupt." Su Tianyi smiled, "Senior sister really wants to know the answer?"
Hu Meyer stared at him eagerly. Born into the Fox clan as a princess of power and influence, her ideal partner didn't require strength or family background. But he had to be the person who doted on her most in the world. Even if he was very weak, he had to have the courage to stand against the whole world for her.
Su Tianyi pondered, "Don't even mention senior brother Gu.
Even if senior sister destroys Xin Tian, destroys Di Qin, and destroys Xianling, I'll still stand by your side."
"Really?" A light shone in Hu Meier's eyes. Su Tianyi nodded. He wasn't lying.
If that day truly came, he would match his words with his actions. He was from another world, and couldn't truly empathize with the grudges between humans and demons.
As for the Xian Tian Holy Land, he had simply lived on St. Lord Peak for 3 years. What sense of belonging could he possibly have?
All he had were a few people he cared about. Mission and righteousness were merely spice in life. To him, those around him were the most important. Even if senior sister was truly a bad person, he would at most try to persuade her to change her ways, but he couldn't possibly be her enemy.
After all, no matter how bad she was, it was only an external threat. Su Tianyi had always been a selfish person. He couldn't, and wouldn't, stand against outsiders or those he loved for the sake of others.
Fox Fairy's eyebrows curved, her lips curved upwards, and she exclaimed excitedly, "My sixth sense was right. You are my destined one, my other half to whom I pledge my life." Fox Fairy hooked her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Junior brother, I love you."
Hearing this formal confession, Su Tianyi was overjoyed, but still felt a lingering fear. "Senior sister, is this another illusion?" Fox Fairy rolled her eyes, her 3 snow-white fox tails swaying in the air, her fox demon charm undeniable. Su Tianyi swallowed hard, his breathing quickening. Fox Fairy whispered in his ear, "What junior brother has kissed and hugged has never been an illusion." "Senior sister." Su Tianyi looked at her long, pointed fox ears, his heart stirred, and he touched them. A tingling sensation ran through her ears, making Fox Fairy's snow-white cheeks glow like the evening sun, radiant and captivating. He chuckled mischievously, "Little vixen, you finally met your match? Senior sister, do you know? Junior brother's wish used to be to make your butt swell up high." Fox Fairy's eyes were like spring water. "You're so mean." Su Tianyi laughed, "Who told you to like bullying people before?" Fox Fairy said, "Do you still want revenge now?" Su Tianyi said, "No, now I'll give you a harsher punishment."
This holy sun will make you, little vixen, marry a mortal, fall into the mortal realm, and bear children.
Fox Fairy gave a coquettish snort. Those who want to win my heart won't find it so easy. You must personally go to the Fox clan to propose. Su Tianyi said, I'll do whatever senior sister says. Chapter 105 The Fox Spirit's Acting Skills.
The moon draped the forest in a white veil, creating a beautiful and serene scene.
Su Tianyi, holding Humayar close, asked softly, how did senior sister kill senior brother Gu?
Fearing his senior sister might misunderstand, he quickly added, nothing is absolute.
If we leave any clues and the investigation traces back to you, it wouldn't be good. Knowing what happened will help me devise a plan. Su Tianyi wasn't being overly worried. Although this world lacked surveillance, the efficiency of investigation was definitely no less than on Earth. His kidneys were nearing completion of their evolution, and his second divine ability was about to awaken. He had learned from Chu Chu that this was an ability even more heaven-defying than the eternal light. The second divine ability was called time reversal. It could reverse time in a localized area. Upon learning this, Su Tianyi was utterly shocked. This was a true divine skill. Chu Chu said that with his current cultivation level, he can only reverse time for 1 second within a 2-meter radius. Leaving aside its practical application in battle, consider this: if used properly, could he possibly resurrect others? Since such heaven-defying supernatural powers exist in this world, it's not impossible that a top-tier power like the Xin Tian Holy Land also possesses mysterious methods for reversing the past. Seeing that Su Tianyi was unaware of the cause of the matter and was already siding with her, Fox Charm smiled, her red lips curving into a radiant smile. Junior brother, don't worry about this. My methods are extremely subtle, no one can possibly discover them. Even if some extraordinary person does discover a flaw, Master will naturally clean up the mess. What did you say? Su Tianyi's hunched back straightened instantly, staring at Fox Charm in horror. Fox Charm chuckled, Junior brother's dumbfounded look is so cute. Our master already knew your true identity, sister. She pointed to the crystal necklace on the table. No matter how extraordinary this necklace is, with master's cultivation level, how could she not notice something amiss after spending so much time with you? Su Tianyi asked, when did master discover your identity? Fox Charm replied, she and my mother were once sworn sisters, she knew my identity from the beginning. Senior sister, tell me honestly, is master planning to unite with the demon race to overthrow the great Qin Empire and declare herself empress? Su Tianyi looked around, afraid someone might be eavesdropping, and only after confirming no one was around did he lean close to Fox Charm's ear and whisper. Fox Fairy gave him a strange look. What are you thinking? Why would master have such thoughts? Not all demons hate humans. My Fox clan is a neutral force. Although we may side with some demons, we will not harm humans. Hearing this, Su Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Mushi's title of demoness wasn't self-proclaimed. She dared to kick and break the great Qin Crown Prince's treasure back then. Now her power is even greater. Only the great Qin Empress can overshadow her. It's not impossible for her to declare herself empress and play the role of empress for fun. Although Su Tianyi didn't have any sense of righteousness towards humanity, he still didn't want his master to rebel. After all, An Shui was the vermilion bird general of the great Qin Empire. If the two of them fought, he would be caught in the middle. The mature and beautiful general, the Holy Lord, both were his women. He couldn't afford to take sides, being caught in the middle would be fatal. Su Tianyi suddenly remembered something and asked, Master knew your identity and secretly watched you bathe that night. Why didn't you tell the truth? He took out 100 recording stones from his spatial ring and said dejectedly, I even considered this a trump card against you. Actually, senior sister was overjoyed and had been laughing at me the whole time, wasn't she? The fox spirit exclaimed in surprise, you made 100 copies? Su Tianyi said gloomily and resentfully, senior sister is a vixen, she's a master of deception. Junior brother naturally had to prepare a backup plan. Seeing his low spirits and sulking, Fox Charm coaxed in a sweet, affected voice, Junior brother, I know I was wrong. As punishment, I'll grant your wish. How about you get swollen up? Su Tianyi's Adam's apple bobbed, his heart raced, and his blood pressure spiked. His previous gloom vanished instantly. Junior brother didn't have that thought. It was senior brother's own choice. Thinking it was something he wanted, but denying it aloud, Fox Charm inwardly scoffed, then said helplessly, "Sister did something wrong and is willing to accept my bratty little brother's punishment." That bratty little brother, delivered with undeniable mature charm, struck a chord with Su Tianyi. "Ah! What are you doing, you brat?" Fox Charm suddenly exclaimed, a tingling, stimulating sensation sending chills down her spine and making her body tremble uncontrollably. Su Tianyi stroked his tail, muttering to himself, "Junior brother pities senior sister and doesn't want to be rough with you, so junior brother has decided to temporarily change the punishment." She said, embarrassed and annoyed, "Put it down." Su Tianyi ignored her, continuing to do as he pleased. Fox Fairy frowned, pouted, and said with a tearful expression, "Why, you just keep bullying me." Seeing his senior sister seemingly about to cry, Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly released her, blaming himself, "I'm sorry, I got carried away and pushed my luck. I promise I'll never do anything to make you suffer again." Seeing your sincere attitude, I'll forgive you this time. Didn't you want to know the truth about Gu Lingtian's death and why you didn't tell the truth that night? I'll tell you everything tonight. Fox Fairy appeared pitiful, on the verge of tears, but a cunning glint flashed in her eyes as she lowered her head. If Su Tianyi had seen this, he would have definitely exclaimed, "No wonder she's a vixen, her acting is superb." Chapter 106 Senior Sister, don't worry, I guarantee with my character that I will definitely settle down from now on. Although Su Tianyi's apology was sincere, his large hand still tightly gripped Fox Charm's tail. "You brat, aren't you going to let go?" Fox Charm said coquettishly. Su Tianyi reluctantly released his grip. "Still looking?" Fox Charm's face showed displeasure. Was her tail really that fun? Su Tianyi withdrew his gaze and asked, "What's the truth?" Fox Charm fell into recollection and slowly recounted. "After I helped you cut down the tree last time, after we parted, Gu Lingtian appeared. He took out a recording stone containing my restoration of my true form and threatened me to become his woman." "What?" "Damn it, that despicable scoundrel, that hypocrite, I'll fuck him." Su Tianyi was so angry his hair almost stood on end. Thinking about how his senior sister had restored her true form, his face turned green. He felt like a green meadow had grown on his head, and he wished he could whip Gu Lingtian's corpse right now and then tear him to pieces. He suppressed his anger, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace, and comforted her. "Senior sister, although that beast saw you naked and you're no longer pure and innocent, I only mind a little." "Really only a little?" Su Tianyi's veins bulged, and he roared in a low voice. Seeing how much her junior brother cared about her, his face more pained than if he'd eaten shit, the vixen was overjoyed. She extended a jade-like finger and gently poked his forehead, laughing and scolding. "Who told you he saw my body? Stop making things up, okay?" Su Tianyi said blankly, "No?" Senior sister, don't worry, there's no need to lie. Junior brother really doesn't mind. At most, we'll dismember that trash, chop him into mincemeat, and feed him to the dogs. Then we'll extract his soul and burn it with the 9 netherworld fire, ensuring he can never be reborn." Fox Charm nodded, as expected of the man I've chosen. "Your thoughts are exactly the same. It's a pity that it's difficult to do this in the Xian Tian Holy Land. However, after you killed him, you left a soul-devouring worm in his corpse. Presumably, his soul has been almost completely devoured by now. You even left him with a complete corpse. That's really cheap for that trash." Su Tianyi's eyes were lifeless. He nodded numbly, then began to mutter to himself, "Senior sister is no longer pure and innocent, I don't mind, I really don't mind at all." Fox Charm was speechless. If she couldn't make him believe that she was still pure and innocent today, he might go berserk. Fortunately, the memory stone from last time hadn't been completely destroyed. She took it out and said, "I really didn't lie to you." Su Tianyi nervously accepted it, his eyes quickly regaining their light. Within the memory stone, Lin Sienna removed the crystal necklace, transforming into Fox Charm. She twirled a few times in front of the mirror, then put it back on. During this time, she was dressed appropriately, completely unlike what he had imagined. Now you believe me? Fox Charm asked, annoyed, seeing Su Tiany's transformation from despair to joy and back to normal.
Su Tiany nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. I've never doubted senior sister's words. His expression of utter despair, near despair, almost turning to the dark side, was truly hard to believe. Fox Charm rolled her eyes slightly and continued, that day, inspired by Guling Tian, I wanted to know what kind of feelings you had for me, so I deliberately took a bath, revealing my true form to lure you into taking out the memory stone.
Su Tiany.
He seemed to have done the same thing as Guling Tian.
Could it be that I'm a hypocrite? Su Tiany wondered.
No, he's different from that trash.
He did it for revenge. Not out of lust.
Even after learning his senior sister was a fox demon, he never threatened her, and even kept it a secret from their master.
Su Tiany believed his character was still a bit better than that scumbag Gu. Fox Charm continued, I kept it from you back then for 2 reasons.
First, I wanted to know if, after obtaining this fatal evidence, you, junior brother, would resort to coercion like Guling Tian. Second, I wanted to know if you would truly betray your own family and expose my true identity. As she spoke, a sweet and happy expression appeared on Fox Charm's face. She wrapped her arm around Su Tiany's, her voice filled with tenderness, I wasn't spoiling you for nothing.
You certainly haven't disappointed me. Su Tiany said sullenly, what if I disappointed you? Fox Charm's eyes narrowed, and she sneered. If you want to threaten me like Guling Tian did, I won't be angry.
I'll even be a little happy, since you like me so much that you did that.
But if you dare to betray your senior sister, expose my identity, and choose to be a scumbag, a heartless man.
Well, I'm sorry, but you've already kissed and hugged this princess's body. I guess we'll just have to become a pair of star-crossed lovers, and I'll continue to entangle you in the next life. Su Tiany felt a chill run down his spine, his heart still pounding. Luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively and told his master about this, or he would have been finished.
The vixen smiled knowingly, Junior brother, why is your heart beating so fast? Did you actually have such thoughts back then? Su Tiany patted his chest and swore, his face serious, absolutely not. For my senior sister, I'm willing to be an enemy of the whole world. 1,000 empires are not as beautiful as the fragrance emanating from you.
At this point, Su Tiany sniffed the air a few times, sighing. As expected of the heavenly demon physique, you smell so good.
This intoxicating fragrance, like that of a begonia, makes me linger.
I long to embrace you until the end of time.
Fox Charm smiled and said, Sister doesn't mind, but are you willing to part with your little lover outside?
Su Tiany chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject.
Master said that the heavenly demon physique makes one an excellent cultivation partner. If you have my help, senior sister, we can discuss proposing marriage.
Sweet talk, I won't fall for it. Without a marriage proposal, you can forget about touching me.
Fox Charm said.
Chapter 107 Enchantress, this servant knows the little secret between you and the demoness that cannot be revealed to others.
The next day, early morning.
The sun shone brightly, the snow melting. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face.
Su Tiany frowned, then rolled over, turning his back to the window. Junior brother, you're such a lazybones. Time to get up and eat.
Fox Charm wore a white apron over her pink coat, still stained with a few drops of oil, indicating she had been cooking.
Su Tiany opened his sleepy, peach blossom eyes, saying weakly, Senior sister, you're up really early. Fox Charm chuckled, Sister is at the divine power realm, shedding her mortal body long ago. She can go 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. To be able to go 3 days and 3 nights, that's amazing.
Hearing this, Su Tiany immediately perked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Seeing his pathetic, lecherous look, Fox Charm said irritably, All right, stop thinking nonsense. Once you break through to the feather transformation realm and your physical body undergoes a qualitative change, you can think about it for as long as you want.
Feather transformation realm, it won't be too long.
Su Tiany had already broken through to the mortal transformation realm last night, and his second divine ability had awakened.
If you don't get out of bed soon, I'm not waiting for you.
Sister is the master of the Xian Tian sect, busy with countless affairs, unlike you, a holy son who only knows how to shirk responsibility.
Fox Charm felt uncomfortable under Su Tiany's strange gaze, and after uttering those words, she turned and left.
Su Tiany, tender and gentle, looked at his alluring senior sister, recalling her vulnerable appearance as she poured out her heart last night. Although he had promised his senior sister to treat it as a dream, how could he forget this unforgettable experience? How could he forget it? The two had talked a lot last night. For example, why she left St. Lord Peak to join the Deer Chasing Academy. Fox Charm said that the Heavenly Tao Academy on the Tianyuan continent was preparing to recruit students from other continents. She had heard that there was a sacred object there called the Nirvana fruit, which could transform a person and reshape their foundation. She felt that Su Tiany had missed the best opportunity for cultivation, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. She wanted to find the Nirvana fruit to remedy his deficiency. However, only the most powerful forces on the immortal spirit continent could obtain a spot in the Heavenly Tao Academy, so she chose to join the Deer Chasing Academy to see if she had a chance to obtain one.
Sister, does your word not work anymore? Still lying in bed, are you still a child? Fox Charm called out after not seeing Su Tiany for a while. Coming.
Su Tiany responded loudly, dressed quickly, and got out of bed, casting a dust-removing spell on himself as he ran. The afternoon sun was exceptionally bright and dazzling. Su Tiany followed his senior sister sent to the small pavilion outside the hall. Not far away, a clear lake reflected the pristine blue sky, surrounded by verdant mountains, lush and verdant, a scene of picturesque beauty. A fresh, natural scent filled the air, a gentle breeze swept away the gloom, invigorating the spirit. Fox Charm sat on the railing of the pavilion, contentedly admiring the surrounding scenery. Su Tiany waved and approached, looking at the delicious-looking dishes on the table, and smiled, "Senior sister, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Fox Charm smiled smugly, "Sister, you're skilled in the kitchen and elegant in the living room, beautiful and charming, intelligent and beautiful inside and out. Aren't you better than those vixens outside? So capable. Why didn't you show off your skills back on St. Peak? Making me cook 4 dishes and a soup is one thing, but I have to make a different one every day." Su Tiany silently complained. During that time, he was dreaming about new dishes to satisfy the little demon girl's appetite. Su Tiany sat down, tasted a few bites, and found the taste quite good. He said while eating, "Senior sister, I feel that the name Mayor is too common, not matching your status and temperament. The pseudonym Siener sounds better." Fox Mayor didn't touch her chopsticks, sitting to the side, propping her chin up, and smiling at him. "Then I'll change my name, from now on I'll be called Fox Fairy." Su Tiany smiled slightly, "Senior sister Fairy, this dish is really good, you should try some too." As he spoke, Su Tiany put a few pieces of meat on Fox Fairy's plate. Fox Fairy chuckled, "Junior brother, you're quite the sight. I'll just watch you eat." Su Tiany blushed, his eating halting. "Junior brother is so cute," Fox Fairy giggled. Under Fox Fairy's infatuated gaze, Su Tiany quickly finished eating and drinking in a minute. Fox Fairy then withdrew her gaze, pulled a token from her cleavage, and handed it to him, smiling, "With this token, you can freely enter my palace." After Su Tiany took the token, she added, "Junior brother can go and familiarize yourself with the inner courtyard first. I'll go and handle your enrollment procedures now." Su Tiany watched Fox Fairy's departing figure, hesitant to speak. After the figure completely disappeared, she sighed softly, "Forget it, we'll talk about picking up Xiao Dai and the others later. I thought you, young master, with your beauties in your arms, would be too happy to leave, but I didn't expect you to still be thinking of us?" Meiji's resentful voice suddenly rang out. Su Tiany lifted his eyelids, and a fiery red figure appeared in his vision, swaying gracefully, her lips painted crimson, her dress vibrant. "Mayor?" Su Tiany quickly stood up, looking very happy. Meiji said indifferently, "Mayor, such a common name, can't compare to the nobility of your senior sister Siener." Su Tiany said awkwardly, "Mayor is common on others, but it's perfect on you. Charming but not seductive, seductive but not flamboyant, that's my mayor." "Humph, young master's words are deceitful, all you know is sweet talk to make people happy." Despite her words, a beautiful and charming joy still appeared on Meiji's face. Su Tianyi kissed her small lips, and the two became affectionate in the pavilion.
Meiji said coquettishly, "Young master, are you really going to live here from now on? It doesn't really matter to me. The barriers and mazes here can't protect me."
"It's just that I feel sorry for my little sister," shouted I. "She just got together with the one she loves, and he didn't come home all night. She's all alone in her room, so lonely."
Su Tianyi reached out and pinched her delicate nose. "Mayor, have you gotten bolder lately? You even dare to openly mock me in front of the young master?"
Meiji said softly, "Alas, this protector of the Tao has truly lived like a maid, without a shred of dignity."
Su Tianyi looked at her with a half-smile. "Protector of the Tao?
"This holy son doesn't care if you're a great power or a giant. I only know you're a maid sent by my master to warm his bedchamber."
Meiji said coquettishly, "Now that you know my strength, do you still think so? Even if she's powerful, can she be stronger than master? You were so afraid of her before. Becoming my protector wasn't voluntary, was it?" Su Tian stroked his chin, teasingly saying, "Forced confession? With master's lawless and bewitching personality, it's not impossible."
Meiji shuddered, recalling her encounter that night, but still stubbornly insisted, "I'm not afraid of that bewitching woman."
"Oh, is that so?"
Seeing that the person before her clearly didn't believe her, she said with embarrassment and annoyance, "Humph, I used to respect her a lot, but now."
Meiji sat on Su Tianyi's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, "I know a secret between you and that bewitching woman that you can't share with anyone." Su Tianyi's body stiffened, looking at the beauty in his arms with suspicion and uncertainty. "What are you saying?" "My relationship with master is above board, there's nothing to hide." Chapter 108: The Ruthless Su Tianyi. "Is that so?" Meiji said leisurely. "Do you know where the yin-yang diagram in the demonist's hand came from?" Su Tianyi said, "Master said it was borrowed from the Hahuan sect." Meiji gritted her teeth and said, "I am the current sect leader of the Hahuan sect." "The sect leader of the Hahuan sect? Then are you still a virgin?" This shocking news startled Su Tianyi. Meiji said speechlessly, "Why do you all think that all women in the Hahuan sect are like that?" "Still a virgin?" Su Tianyi asked anxiously. "What do you think?" Meiji rolled her eyes. "Mayor, no matter what, young master won't dislike you." The sect leader of the Hahuan sect, and a virgin at that, it was hard to believe. Su Tianyi tried his best to hide his discomfort and show that he didn't care. "Look at you, you pathetic sight. I'm truly exasperated. Didn't you pay attention during those times?" Meiji could only say, "I'll check you, okay?" A minute later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meiji hadn't lied. "Young master, really, I'm ignoring you." After dressing, Meiji blushed, stomped her foot, and stepped into the void. Su Tianyi rubbed two fingers together, and a wisp of breeze swirled around his fingertips. He was casting a dust-removing spell. "I seem to have forgotten to ask what the little secret is." "Never mind, they're all my women. What difference does it make if they know about my relationship with my master? I don't interfere in their personal grudges. If they dare to act arrogantly in front of me, whether they're a vixen or a holy lord, they'll all be taught a lesson with a stick. Instructor Shui, thank you for your trouble these past 2 days." In a courtyard within the inner academy, Su Tianyi sat in a chair, a young instructor standing beside him. "Humph, how dare anyone threaten the holy son of Xiantian? If your highness had arrived a few days later, I, Shui, might have taken it upon myself to kill that brat." This young man in the white instructor's robe was the one who had helped capture Qin Hui last time. Su Tianyi lowered his eyes and sipped his tea, a hint of mockery flashing in them. He said calmly, "It's time to send him on his way." Led by the young instructor, Su Tianyi quickly arrived at an underground dungeon. Outside the iron gate, the instructor respectfully said, "Your Highness, Qin Hui is inside. No one is allowed to enter, including yourself." Su Tianyi solemnly instructed him before pushing open the door and entering. Creak. Hearing the iron gate vibrate, Qin Hui, trapped in the cage, immediately ran to the edge closest to the door and shouted, "Instructor, I know I was wrong. I will never threaten anyone again. Please, the Academy, give me another chance."
The young instructor threw him into the cage and never came to see Qin Hui again. This led him to believe that it was because he had threatened Su Tianyi with his family during the trial, incurring the Academy's displeasure.
Alliance leader Qin, how have you been? Su Tianyi, dressed in spotless white robes, appeared before Qin Hui with a gentle smile. So it's young Master Su. I offended you greatly in the secret realm.
After leaving, I reflected on it carefully. I shouldn't have held a grudge and brought what happened during the trial outside.
Young Master Su, you are a magnanimous person. Could you please put in a good word for me with the Academy and release me sooner? Qin Hui's expression shifted rapidly, first stunned, then sinister, and finally fawning. Su Tianyi chuckled, Alliance leader Qin, do you really know you were wrong? Qin Hui groveled, a humble smile on his face, yes, I really know I was wrong. We become friends through a fight, from now on you're my good brother, Qin Hui. Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Qin Hui to death. Such a cunning and opportunistic person was the most dangerous. Although he wasn't afraid of retaliation, he had to consider the needs of those around him. The best defense against Lao Lu was to eliminate him. Su Tianyi opened the cell door, kicked Qin Hui onto the small, tattered bed, and muttered to himself, I'll use you for an experiment. A dying man, at least he'll be put to good use. Qin Hui leaned against the wall, clutching his aching chest, and cried out in terror, What do you want to do? I'm going to report you. Su Tianyi frowned, and then a light shone from his spatial ring, revealing 4 feathered arrows in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Hui was terrified and cried out hoarsely, Su Tianyi, this isn't a secret realm. People really can die here. Su Tianyi sneered, Alliance leader Qin, you're afraid of death too? Weren't you very arrogant in the secret realm? Threatening me like that? Qin Hui finally realized what was happening and exclaimed in horror, that instructor is your man? Su Tianyi approached him, smiling without saying a word. Qin Hui was terrified and begged for mercy, Young Master Su, I know I was wrong, please spare me. I'm just a stinking, hard pile of shit, killing me will only dirty your hands. Su Tianyi frowned and pondered. Just when Qin Hui thought he was saved, he heard him say again, That's right, I'll put on some gloves first. Upon hearing this, Qin Hui, ignoring his injuries, struggled to his feet, trying to escape. Su Tianyi grabbed him by the neck, slamming him against the wall. 4 feathered arrows hovered in the air, piercing his limbs with lightning speed. Qin Hui was pinned to the wall. Ah! A scream echoed from the dungeon. Su Tianyi pulled out a small knife, a flash of cold light, blood splattered, and Qin Hui's little finger was gone. Ah! It hurts. I'm the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Fan Shi won't let you get away with this, and neither will the Academy. After I get out, I'll kill you, sleep with your woman, and then sell her to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, making her a sex slave. Qin Hui's neck was stiff, his face contorted with rage, his expression twisted and grotesque. Su Tianyi scoffed, You think Fan Shi and the Academy are completely unaware of this? No, no. Qin Hui shook his head repeatedly, utterly dejected. Ah! Another scream rang out, this time from his ring finger. Shut up, will you? You made me fail again. Su Tianyi said, annoyed. Qin Hui's voice was hoarse, Killing someone is just a matter of a head falling to the ground, but you've tortured me like this. I'll haunt you even as a ghost, and your family too. Shut up. Su Tianyi shattered Qin Hui's throat with a chop to the neck, silencing him. Then he looked at him meaningfully, You actually dare to hope for a chance to become a ghost? Qin Hui let out 2 mournful sobs, without even listening, it was clear he was swearing. Su Tianyi ignored him, concentrating on his experiment. His second supernatural power, time flow, wasn't working smoothly on the spot. The process from activation to release took about 2 seconds, but its effect could only reverse 1 second. Su Tianyi frowned. He could activate it instantly in an open space. Could it be related to the target's strength or something? Try activating it 2 seconds earlier. Su Tianyi's brows relaxed, and he smiled at Qin Hui, No problem, there's plenty of time to verify. Woo woo. A mournful, beast-like howl echoed from inside the cell. Chapter 109 Planning.
So that's how it is, so that's how it is. In the dark, damp dungeon, a handsome man dressed in pristine white robes, with a tall and upright figure, revealed an excited expression. After torturing Qin Hui for several hours, Su Tianyi finally understood the general effect of his second divine ability. Within a 2-meter radius of his gaze, if there was no life force present, the effect of time reversal would not be delayed. With life force present, the delayed effect was linked to cultivation level. He had just resurrected a fat rat with no cultivation. Hanging on the wall, Qin Hui, limbless, hung his head, his eyes lifeless. He thought, I have nothing left for this freak to cut off. Now he should finally get a quick death, kill me, right? Su Tianyi revealed a cruel smile, using the bloodstained dagger to make several cuts on Qin Hui's face, and said gently, Brother Qin, my supernatural power is still not proficient enough, I need to practice more. You'll help me, right, brother? As he spoke, he took out a heaven-rank pill capable of regenerating severed limbs from his spatial ring. He pinched Qin Hui's jaw muscle, the intense pain forcing him to open his mouth, and Su Tianyi took the opportunity to throw the yellowish-brown pill in. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and Qin Hui had no chance to spit it out. He felt as if ants were gnawing at his entire body, an unbearable itching in pain. Ah! It hurts so much, Su Tianyi, you're a demon. After shouting, Qin Hui was stunned, he could actually speak. The next second, Su Tianyi shattered his throat bone, and a new round of punishment began. Who are you? Who are I? You piece of trash, you dare threaten this holy sun? You choose the path to hell when there's a way to heaven. Threatening my woman, you expect to have a chance to become a ghost? Su Tianyi vented his anger towards Gu Lingtian on Qin Hui. In his frenzy, Qin Hui's bones were shattered, tortured beyond recognition, and he was on the verge of death. Su Tianyi kicked Qin Hui's head like a watermelon until it exploded before stopping. As he left, he used the blazing flame to set the dungeon ablaze. The golden flames devoured everything, even Qin Hui's soul. In your next life, watch your mouth. Don't offend the wrong people. Wait, there doesn't seem to be a next life. The raging fire transformed into a golden dragon, disappearing into Su Tianyi's body. Your Highness, Holy Sun. Instructor Shui emerged from the darkness, speaking respectfully. Su Tianyi nodded, his demeanor exuding the authority of a superior, and asked calmly, which peak do you belong to in the Holy Land? The instructor surnamed Shui suppressed his joy and replied, reporting to the Holy Sun, I belong to the Yunluo peak lineage. Su Tianyi patted him on the shoulder and smiled, this Holy Sun has a good relationship with Chief Su of Yunluo peak. Perform well, I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Instructor Shui was very excited. He was only at the second-tier feather transformation realm. Although he was an elder of Yunluo Peak, aside from receiving slightly more cultivation resources each month, his other power was not much different from that of a steward. In the academy, he was merely a trainee instructor. His talent was limited, without a powerful patron, his career would likely end there. Su Tianyi smiled slightly, then turned and left. He listened to those in power, but didn't take them seriously. The head of Yunluo Peak Su Lingyun had a grudge against him, like when his little bun was flattened. He was too busy avoiding her to possibly speak a good word for her. Before returning to Fox Fairy's palace, Su Tianyi went to the courtyard bestowed upon him by Dean Xiao to comfort Xiao Dai. As night fell, amidst her reluctant farewell and tearful eyes, Su Tianyi promised that he would bring them over in half a month at most to enjoy the bliss of having 2 wives. Back in his palace, Su Tianyi had Fox Fairy wear the strange clothes he had seen during her last bath. Her alluring fox face, fox tail, beast ears, and long, slender legs clad in black stockings almost made Su Tianyi ascend to heaven. The two made love all night long, until morning, when the fox spirit, who had been clenching her teeth and refusing to yield, finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. Su Tianyi was extremely pleased with himself, feeling triumphant and full of confidence. To bring Meiji and the others over, he decided to beat his senior sister into submission, making her understand that his concubines had a purpose. This unruly wild horse of his was not something a mere fox spirit could tame. Inside the pavilion, the two had finished their breakfast. Junior brother, everything's arranged for you.
When are you coming to the inner courtyard? The fox fairy looked at Su Tianyi with a rather resentful expression, as if blaming him for not showing her any tenderness.
Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi sneered, the Xiantian Holy Land never suffers a loss. Before going to the inner courtyard, the Heavenly Pride Alliance and the Tai sect joined forces in the secret realm. The grudge of bullying the Holy Land must be avenged.
Fox Fairy analyzed, the capital is the Heavenly Pride Alliance's stronghold. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, they're not easy to deal with. Although the Tai sect isn't that difficult to deal with, what happened in the secret realm can't be used as a reason to attack them. If things escalate, the Xiantian sect won't be able to stand up to the law. Su Tianyi said, let's put the Heavenly Pride Alliance aside for now. The Tai Holy Land must apologize to the Xiantian Holy Land today. Fox Fairy asked curiously, Junior brother, do you have a brilliant plan? Su Tianyi sneered, Gu Trash's death can finally be put to good use. Fox Fairy's eyes lit up, sister understands. Saint's son Luo Chuan is ruthless and secretly poisoned him, causing senior brother Gu's death. Su Tianyi nodded, that's right. It's best to make this matter widely known, making it a fait accompli. That way, senior sister's chances of being exposed will be reduced. She silently added in her heart, Brother Luo Chuan, I'm sorry to have troubled you. As a good brother, you'll surely understand. Fox Fairy frowned, but won't this make the Gu family suspect that Junior brother was behind it? I have no grudge against Gu Trash. I didn't kill him. I have nothing to hide. Besides, the Supreme Elder isn't the only one with a grandfather. Su Tianyi reached out and gently stroked her soft, snow-white cheek, speaking softly. Fox Fairy exclaimed in surprise, you found your biological grandfather? Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly, I recognized him. Recognized him? Can that be reliable? Fox Fairy asked worriedly. Senior sister, don't think too much. You don't know, do you? Our master is already a supreme expert at the supreme realm. In the immortal spirit continent, few dare to cross her. Su Tianyi seemed somewhat indifferent. Supreme realm? Upon hearing this, Fox Fairy was initially delighted, but then her alluring face turned ashen, and she said, the Supreme Realm allows one to communicate with the Great Tao and rewind to the past. The Holy Land won't disturb an ancestor whose lifespan is exhausted for a hero who has already died, but Master's blood and energy are vigorous, what if? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Su Tianyi said dejectedly, Master won't make you pay with your life, will he? Fox Fairy said with a troubled expression, it's unlikely, but there will definitely be some punishment. At best, it'll be a good beating, at worst, she might be sent back to the demon realm. Fox Fairy hugged Su Tianyi's hand, leaning against his arm, and said reluctantly, going back is fine, I just can't bear to leave Junior brother. Su Tianyi comforted her, don't worry, senior sister, Junior brother can handle Master's situation. Fox Fairy shook her head, with Master's temperament, once he's made up his mind, no one can change it. Su Tianyi smiled, trust me. Looking at her confident and composed Junior brother, Fox Fairy paused for a moment, then giggled, then you'll protect me, sister. Su Tianyi stood up, there's no need to worry about that. Let's deal with the immediate matter first. Senior sister, handle the Tai sect in the inner courtyard, I'll handle the outer courtyard. Okay. Chapter 110 Attacking the Tai sect. Outer courtyard, Xiantian sect, Council Hall. Su Tianyi, perched high above the hall, surveyed the vast expanse of white below, his expression indifferent. What are your thoughts on the Xiantian Holy Land's ordeal in the secret realm? His words immediately erupted into a cacophony of roars from the quiet hall. Get them! Beat them! Our Xiantian Holy Land never suffers in silence. On the platform, Su Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. The disciples of Xiantian sect were certainly full of passion, he didn't even need to give a few words of guidance before they were already fired up. Just then, standing at the forefront of the crowd, Qin Zhouge, the vice-sect master of Xiantian sect, renowned for his exceptional talent, spoke with a serious expression. This matter is inappropriate. He then gave a long list of reasons, roughly echoing his senior sister's analysis. Some voices objected, but Su Tianyi wasn't annoyed. If the Shin Tian Holy Land were all just hot-blooded, impulsive youths with no brains, that would be worrying.
Su Tianyi crossed his legs, elbows resting on the pure gold chair, chin propped up. Senior sister Sienna and I have already considered these things.
Let's go all out today. As long as no one dies, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Holy Sun, you're mighty. Holy Sun, you're so magnanimous. Holy Sun, you're so handsome, I'm about to faint. Your Highness, I want to have your babies.
Several unusual voices broke the commotion in the hall.
Sect Master, it's terrible.
The Shen Tian sect has surrounded us. An ordinary-looking guard crawled into the inner hall, kneeling and stumbling.
How many people did they bring? A burly man with a fierce face asked. Very many. The messenger stammered nervously. How much is a lot?
The burly man frowned, and a dense aura of malevolence emanated from him. This terrifying aura felt as if one were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The guard's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, speechless.
Luo Hu, withdraw your malevolent aura.
A handsome young man in white robes, with a gentle and refined air, walked out of the hall, fanning himself with a feather fan.
Yes, brother.
The previously ferocious burly man instantly became a docile kitten upon seeing this man. The young man in white, with a smile that was as warm as a spring breeze, said, "Don't panic, tell me what's wrong."
Sect Master, there are too many people, I can't count them all. I know, you can go now, we'll be right there.
The young man in white was named Luo He, the vice-sect master of the Tai sect.
After the guards left, Luo Hu couldn't contain himself any longer and asked, "Brother, what do those little brats from the Shin Tian sect mean by this? Do they really think my Tai sect is easy to bully?"
Luo He said in a deep voice, "They came prepared.
If we confront them head-on, we'll be at a disadvantage. I'll hold them off for a bit.
You go out the back door and gather all the disciples outside.
If they're determined to cause trouble, I don't mind a fight. The Tai Holy Land is no less formidable."
Luo Hu said solemnly, "Brother, hold on.
I'll be right back."
After Luo Hu left, Luo He sent another guard to inform the senior brothers and instructors in the inner courtyard. Having arranged everything, he straightened his clothes, regained his composure, and walked out with his head held high.
At this moment, Su Tianyi sat lazily in a rocking chair, munching on sunflower seeds, looking every bit the carefree playboy.
Holy Sun, as you predicted, some of them slipped away through the back door. A disciple reported, head bowed, expression respectful.
I know. Su Tianyi waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Want reinforcements? Sorry, the Shin Tian sect isn't the only one dealing with you.
The Tai sect has a deep foundation. If a real fight broke out, without Su Tianyi's intervention, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. But he is the holy son of Shin Tian, getting involved in a brawl would be beneath his dignity, lacking elegance. Therefore, Su Tianyi had already consulted with Fan Qi beforehand. Although the Tianxia alliance was composed of a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers, outnumbering them, they could easily handle the scattered Tai sect elites.
Meanwhile,
a group of people wearing uniforms embroidered with the words Tianxia Alliance were ganging up on the Tai sect members.
10 against 1, the opponent was utterly powerless. Are these poor folks planning a rebellion? Daring to gang up on the Tai sect in broad daylight? It's laughable. Do they think that just because they've formed some kind of alliance of the world, they can rival the top powers in the academy?
The surrounding people whispered and discussed amongst themselves. There were many aristocratic families in the Zhulu Academy, but most were lower middle-class nobles.
The Heavenly Pride Alliance looked down on them. The Tai sect and the Shin Tian sect rarely recruited outsiders, and the even more mysterious Moon Goddess Palace was even less likely to do so.
Therefore, one small to medium-sized force after another emerged in the academy, banding together for mutual support, including some from humble backgrounds. Of course, their size was far smaller than the Alliance of the World, at most only a few hundred people. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Guemo couldn't help but worry. Alliance leader, is it really a good idea to be Su Tianyi's pawn? Although he's the vice-alliance leader, but... Fan Qi interrupted, this is a golden opportunity for our Tianxia alliance to rise. Not only will we gain favor with the Xiantian sect, but we can also demonstrate our unwavering determination and resilience to other lesser-known families. These past few days, the Tianxia Alliance has been trying to recruit new blood, but very few are willing to join.
It's not because the Tianxia Alliance is weak, on the contrary, it's because they are too strong.